Chapter 35-36. Emotionless Sword North Sea destroyed the unparalleled illusory array the moment he acted, killing an expert from the Heaven Mystery sect. He displayed the strength of a sword immortal. His strength was not any weaker than a 9th-level cosmos god. It shocked everyone on the spot. Emotionless Sword North Sea's display of strength was successful. But as these words were spoken, a figure pounced towards the Origin God Lake. Courting death. Emotionless Sword North Sea waved his hand, shooting out 5 sword lights. The moment the sword lights appeared, they were like lightning flashing by. The combat power of a sword immortal is formidable. The one who rushed out was none other than Lin Fei. It would be a pity to give up on such a good place. He had to fight for it. The sword lights slashed over. Before the attack arrived, the multiple layers of defenses covering his body were torn apart. The other party's sword lights were incomparably sharp. His unparalleled stance came crushing down. I'll dodge. The black-robed Lin Fei was constantly moving. Su su su. Autumn rain rustled. The sword intents turned into raindrops that scattered down. At that moment, it covered a huge region. The moving Lin Fei could not evade the incoming sword intent attacks. Hence, the damage was transferred. It can even reflect damage. An enormous sword shield appeared before Emotionless Sword North Sea. He frowned. Emotionless Sword, Cold Moon. The second sword came. Originally, a moonlight rose amidst the autumn rain. With a su, it clashed against the moving Lin Fei. Pu pu pu. The moonlight was filled with coldness and loneliness. Lin Fei suffered from thousands of attacks. His multiple layers of defenses crumbled. There were sword wounds on his body too. He is the ally of the Holy Church, Lin Fei. A black figure charged out from behind. It was Puppet Wang Zhongdong. The Holy Church has taken the top-grade Cosmos God slaughtering spear. Puppet Wang Zhongdong controlled the puppet giant to charge over. He could finally take revenge. Ha ha ha, that's great. We want the top-grade Cosmos God weapon. Someone acted. Their target was Windless Religious Master. Windless Religious Master brought out the Eternal God Seal and placed it above his head, creating a unique region. Since you all want to kill your way over, this Religious Master shall grant your wish. Unwindy Religious Master pierced out with his spear. Under the augmentation of the Eternal God Seal, he could move through the region regardless of distance. Come, come, come. Let me see just how powerful you all are. The Windless Hierarch pounced over. The God-slaying spear erupted with an extremely strong and invincible power. Soon. Lin Fei kept moving. However, Emotionless Sword North Sea's swordsmanship was very powerful. It was only a short distance, but they had encountered many life and death situations. The other party's swordsmanship was terrifying. It was impossible to guard against. Fortunately, it was Lin Fei. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed long ago. To be able to block 2 of my swords, you are indeed extraordinary. Emotionless Sword North Sea caught up to him. Then you are qualified to see my 3rd sword. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time with him. Emotionless Sword, kill. The figure behind Emotionless Sword North Sea moved. A blood-colored energy swept over. My fleshly body can't take it anymore. That sword pierced through all my defenses. A blood-red sword light appeared before him. Boom boom boom. Emotionless Sword North Sea slashed at the void, and a few experts fell. At the same time, dozens of sword lights flew out, slashing at the people nearby. Just this move scared away many cosmos gods. Emotionless Sword North Sea remained expressionless. He rapidly approached the Origin Divine Lake. Nobody could stop him from entering. As for that Vatican Lin Fei, he did not care about him at all. Under the 3rd sword, he would undoubtedly die. This sword could kill any Cosmos God below the 9th-level Cosmos God realm. This was the power of a sword immortal. Emotionless Sword North Sea soon discovered that his sword had missed. The other party seemed to have disappeared into thin air. This resulted in someone being killed by Emotionless Sword North Sea. But the current situation was different from what Emotionless Sword North Sea imagined. That person was incredibly close to the Origin Divine Lake. This was quite a blow to his confidence. How could this be possible? Emotionless Sword North Sea snorted. He chased after the other party once again. The blood-colored sword light continued attacking. If the first sword did not work, he would use the second and third sword. He did not believe he could not kill the other party. Emotionless Sword North Sea continued slashing out. Every sword was like a rock sinking into the sea. The other party did not do anything. He just mysteriously blocked the attacks. Sorry about that. I'll be entering first. Lin Fei guffawed. And at this moment, the experts in the dark began attacking. Everyone was waiting. Lin Fei had unquestionably become the bird that stood out. As he got closer, he suffered the collective attack of his opponents. Hua hua hua, Lin Fei rushed into the Origin Divine Lake. Damn. I lost a chance. I can't hold on any longer. I want to rush in too. Seeing Lin Fei rushing in, the remaining Cosmos gods felt vexed. They had lost a chance for nothing. They were not willing. Nobody wanted to be the first to enter the 3 quotas. If they were careless, they would be targeted by everyone. Under that situation, none of them were confident they could resist against the other party. In the end, Lin Fei was one step ahead of them and was the first to enter the Origin Divine Lake. This was a place that Cosmos gods dreamed of. Not only could they improve their strength, they could also obtain some unique opportunities. As for what kind of opportunity it was, nobody mentioned it before. It had always been a secret amongst secrets. Those who entered before had all obtained a huge improvement in their strength. Nobody would have thought that such an opportunity would be snatched away by someone else. Ha ha ha, no matter how you calculate, it is still Governor Lin who snatched away a quota. How delightful. Windless Religious Master waved his god-slaughtering spear. Even though he did not specialize in spear techniques, after obtaining the Eternal God Seal, he was practically undefeatable. Seeing Lin Fei breaking through the encirclement, he was indescribably happy. Windless Religious Master had never thought that he could enter. This time, everyone came to snatch Cosmos God Origin, and the main focus was on the Origin Divine Lake. There was a definite chance for others to improve their strength here. There was even a huge secret within. To many Cosmos gods, this was an opportunity. Lin Fei rushed into the Origin Divine Lake. Faintly, a force guided Lin Fei into a unique space. Too fierce. He actually forced me to use my second technique. The Emotionless Sword North Sea and the Cosmos God hiding in the dark were extraordinarily powerful. Lin Fei's multiple defenses could not resist against it. He was forced to use his final chance. Fortunately, I have finally entered. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. Even though he had to use his final technique, Lin Fei felt that it was worth it. At this moment, under the guidance of a unique force, he floated towards a certain location. The Cosmos God Origin was floating around. Lin Fei did not resist against this force. This place seems to be more mysterious than I thought. Lin Fei originally thought that he would absorb the Cosmos God Origin, but now it seemed different. Soon, he reached the bottom of the mountain. Many Cosmos God Origin were gathered here. At the central position at the bottom, there were 3 conspicuous stone platforms. Lin Fei slowly landed on one of the stone platforms. This is. Lin Fei was startled inwardly. There was another place here that was slightly different. Chapter 35-37. An illusory voice sounded in Lin Fei's ears. Who? Lin Fei punched out towards the source of the voice. Absolute strike activated. This punch felt like punching into the sea. This was the first time Lin Fei's fist technique lost its target. It was as if the other party did not exist. Hua! Specks suddenly floated out from the Cosmos God Origin. My attack actually failed. Lin Fei was inwardly startled. This situation was relatively rare. But whenever such a situation occurred, it proved that the other party was far stronger than him. Following which, the specks appeared. Those specks converged together until they formed a figure. There is no aura of life. Lin Fei did not act. Who are you? It was impossible to make out the appearance of the figure that was formed, only a blurry face. I am the guide here. The illusory figure said, you can call me Kang Lin. Guide Kang Lin. A voice without any emotion. Lin Fei could not help but frown slightly. Even though the other party was just an illusory figure, Lin Fei did not think it was easy to deal with him. This guide was slightly mysterious. Are you the one controlling me coming here? Lin Fei probed. The current situation seemed amiss. Lin Fei did not sense any danger, but he did not dare to be careless. I was left behind after my master left. Guide Kang Lin said, you all are fortunate. This opportunity isn't something anyone can get. Fortunate? Lin Fei was surprised. There was actually someone who left behind an opportunity in the Origin God Lake? Can I understand it as an opportunity? Lin Fei asked. Kang Lin nodded, you can understand it that way. Being able to obtain the opportunity left behind by my master is a blessing accumulated over a lifetime. Then can I know what this opportunity is? Lin Fei had never thought that he would encounter such an opportunity. It sounded like a classy place. An opportunity that can allow you to break through to the Cosmos God level. Kang Lin said. Break through to the Cosmos God level? Lin Fei understood quite a bit about breaking through to the Cosmos God level. No matter which aspect it was, it proved one thing. That was breaking through to the Cosmos God level. That was something incredibly difficult. Just look at the head sect master of the Roman Curia. In order to break through to that level, who knew how much he had paid? Until now, no one knew whether he had broken through or not. One could imagine how difficult it was to reach the Cosmos God level and to reach the azure sky. The news circulating outside all indirectly proved that the next realm was not that easy to break through. Lin Fei didn't think that breaking through to the next realm would be difficult. It was just a matter of time. There was really nothing to worry about. Lin Fei was skeptical of Kang Lin's words. From the looks of it, anyone who could set up such a place in the Origin Divine Lake could only be a powerful figure. Lin Fei was not that stupid. Of course. Lin Fei asked in a deep voice. You'll know soon enough, Conlin said. There are still 2 lucky ones who haven't arrived yet. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the 3 stone platforms before. Indeed, it was as he guessed. Other than himself, there were 2 other lucky ones. This matter is slightly troublesome. Lin Fei observed for a while before coming up with a terrible conclusion. It is too difficult to break through. Lin Fei shook his head inwardly. I've used 2 of my great techniques. What's left is to use the points lottery. Lin Fei had never used the points he obtained. Fortunately, he had accumulated more than a few hundred points. It might not seem much, but he had spent a lot of effort on it. Fortunately, I still have points. Lin Fei suddenly let out a sigh of relief. I'll only use the points lottery if I have no other choice. Lin Fei had been waiting all this while. The second lucky fellow arrived soon after. Just a few hours had passed since he arrived. Compared to when Lin Fei entered, he was in a much more miserable state. His entire body was filled with injuries. Lin Fei, you are still here. The black-robed Cosmos God was startled. He was surprised to see this familiar figure below. It's him. Lin Fei recognized the identity of this person with a single glance. This person came from an outer cosmos. He was an elder of a huge sect called Hanjiang. He was a peak Cosmos God expert. After being augmented by technological treasures, his strength became even more frightening. Anyone who underestimated him would be doomed. He was truly infamous. Lin Fei could recognize the other party precisely because the other party was powerful. That strength made others fearful when they saw him. Why can't I be here? Lin Fei chuckled. Furthermore, you are about to reach the same level as me. Only then did the black-robed Han Jiang notice the situation below. But currently, under the guidance of a unique energy, even a peak Cosmos God expert could not unleash his strength at all. There was a problem. After all, the black-robed Han Jiang had witnessed Lin Fei's strength before. He was a mysterious fellow, yet his strength was frightening. When the black-robed Han Jiang came down, he realized that something was amiss. This stone platform was restricting him. At the same time, the guide Han Jiang appeared. He said the exact same words as Lin Fei. He did not say anything more or less. This place is interesting, right? Lin Fei chuckled. The expression of the black-robed Han Jiang was clearly different from Lin Fei. Excitement and suspicion coexisted at the same time. Nobody could resist this temptation, especially for peak 9th level Cosmos God experts like Han Jiang. Nobody was clearer than them how difficult it was to break through to the next level. Even if there was only a 1% chance, nobody would give up on this hope. That step was too difficult. Do you understand what opportunity is? The black-robed Han Jiang said. Lin Fei curled his lips. He did not believe that there was a free meal in the world. 3 stone platforms might not seem much, but for them to be able to get down first from the encirclement, it was unquestionable how strong they were. If the 3 experts worked together, they would absolutely be a terrifying force. It was not wrong to say that they could sweep across everything. Hehe, it's a pity that there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Lin Fei chuckled. If anything goes wrong, we might suffer a huge setback. The black-robed Han Jiang snorted coldly. He did not say anything. Reaching this realm, nobody was a fool. Just like what was mentioned before, there was nothing good in the world that could be eaten for free. Lin Fei and the black-robed Han Jiang waited silently. Before the final stone platform arrived, they could only wait. This wait lasted for 2 days. It wasn't easy to stand out from the encirclement. The competition would also be more intense and cruel. It was impossible not to risk one's life. It was practically impossible for one to be as relaxed as Lin Fei and Han Jiang. It was too difficult. He is here. Lin Fei, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a fellow covered in blood falling on the stone platform. He looked like he was on his last breath. The pressure from the competition is quite huge. He has become like this. Lin Fei looked at the other party. Chapter 35-38. At this point, everyone on the 3 stone platforms had arrived. The first was Lin Fei. The second was the black-robed Han Jiang. The third was the flame lion from the demon race. Just like before, the words came out from Kang Lin's mouth. This grand elder flame lion was shaken quite badly, but he soon adapted to it. Flame elder, who would have thought that you would be the third person? Congratulations. The black-robed Han Jiang chuckled. You, Han Jiang, aren't bad too. The flame lion replied, it is quite unexpected that such an opportunity is waiting for us. Breaking through to the Cosmos God level was extremely attractive to them. None of them would miss out on a chance of even 1%. Governor Lin, how about we work together for such an opportunity? The black-robed Han Jiang transmitted, the demon race has always been hostile towards humans. This fellow is walking on the path of becoming a fleshy body sage. If we were to fight against him, none of us would have an easy time. The words of the black-robed Han Jiang surprised Lin Fei. Lin Fei was slightly doubtful of Han Jiang's words. Who would dare to believe him at this moment? This matter is easy to discuss. But I have to wait for the opportunity first. Lin Fei answered ambiguously. Working together? It was better to save it for now. Lin Fei did not wish to be schemed against by others. Han Jiang did not say anything else. If Lin Fei agreed in a single breath, then it would be Han Jiang's turn to doubt him. Reaching this realm, none of them would believe in themselves. Hua hua hua, when the flame lion recovered his strength. The 3 of them recovered to their original strength. Kang Lin appeared once again. You 2 should have waited for a long time. Then let me tell you about the opportunity that belongs to you. Kang Lin said. Cosmos gods require a huge accumulation to break through to the next level. This accumulation requires time, but this isn't the most important. What is truly important is to condense a Tao of the cosmos that belongs to you. Han Jiang and the flame lion heard it clearly. Lin Fei was purely curious. As everyone knows, how to condense the Tao of the universe is a top-notch secret. Currently, there are a total of 3 ways to prove one's Tao. The first way is to prove one's Tao with strength. As long as one has enough strength, one can blast open the gate of the universe. However, this way is too difficult. The second way is to reincarnate and cultivate, combining 9 transformations into one. This is also a secret technique. Reincarnating for 9 lifetimes, accumulating the strength of 9 lifetimes before breaking through in one go. However, no one can guarantee that they won't be killed in one of their lifetimes. Lin Fei had learned something new. Currently, he was just a level 6 cosmos god and could not sense the existence of the cosmos door. However, the faces of the other two were clearly filled with excitement. The first and second are too difficult. Kang Lin said, however, my master has a treasure called the All-Heaven God Fetus. It's a supreme treasure in the world. Conlin waved his hand. The layers of universe God source dissipated. A faintly discernible door appeared. Beyond the door was a blood-red world. Within the world, there was a humanoid figure wrapped in blood-red energy, which was extremely eye-catching. Dong dong dong. Separated by the door, it felt like the flow of the ocean. The three of them were filled with shock. Just the sound of blood flowing was enough to make them unable to breathe. Too powerful. This is the All-Heaven God Fetus. The three of them stared at that figure. Right, that is the All-Heaven God Fetus. Kang Lin said, it's something that my master spent a huge amount of effort to get. Currently, it is being nurtured in a secret realm world. Everyone felt their hearts trembling. The most precious aspect of the All-Heaven God Fetus is that it can erase its consciousness. This is a pure life form. Anyone only needs to wait for the All-Heaven God Fetus to mature before executing a secret technique to seize the body of the All-Heaven God Fetus. After succeeding, it would be the undying realm that all of you have been dreaming of. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the breathing of Han Jiang and Flame Lion had become hurried. Undying realm. This was an incredibly difficult realm to reach. It was truly hard to break through. The undying realm was also known as the undying realm. Reaching this realm, one's lifespan was extremely long, and one could truly roam the world. It's a pity that many were stuck at the peak cosmos god realm until they died in meditation. Now that there was such an enticement, who could resist it? How extravagant. Even if Lin Fei was stupid, he knew that this All-Heaven God Fetus was a priceless treasure. There was no need to corroborate the Tao with strength, and there was no need to reincarnate into the 9 lifetimes. One only had to wait for the God Fetus to mature. There was nothing easier than this. You can give this God Fetus to us. Han Jiang's eyes turned red. Looking at it from afar, they could feel how strong the God Fetus was. Such a treasure could not be found in this side of the cosmos, and they had never heard of it before. Then there was only one possibility: it was obtained from another territory or great cosmos. The danger during this period was unimaginable. Many 9th-level cosmos god experts had entered the great cosmos to wander, becoming part of the cosmos wanderers. But the absolute majority of them died silently. Han Jiang and Flame Lion were experts, but they would never dare to wander in the starry sky even if they were given 100 guts. That was a path of death. Naturally, I will give it to one of you. Kang Lin said, and all of you need to do is a small matter. Small matter. Something that Kang Lin described as a small matter was absolutely not a small matter. Please say. Such a god fetus was an unparalleled treasure. No matter what, they had to get their hands on it. This book was an opportunity to step into the undying realm. Everyone wanted to become undying. But it was simply too difficult. Reaching the 9th level of Cosmos God, the door to breaking through would be closed. No matter which of the 3 methods it was, the difficulty was extremely high. All along, there were very few who could become undying. The number of them could be counted with one's fingers. This undying was worth a lot of money. This mission is huge. Lin Fei's heart sank. If I don't complete the mission, it will be hard for me to leave. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. This matter isn't difficult. Kang Lin said, my master hopes for all of you to go to a territory and retrieve an item for him. Whoever brings the item back will be able to obtain this god fetus and the secret technique. Retrieve an item from a territory? Currently, the world they were in was actually a territory. It was just a relatively small and unremarkable territory. Otherwise, why would they not have any resources? Of course, heading to another territory was an arduous and dangerous matter. It was extremely difficult to travel from one territory to another. Every single territory had a barrier. Every expert who could enter a territory would be suppressed by the barrier protecting the territory. Unless one had a unique treasure. And such a treasure was priceless. Not everyone could have it just because they wanted it. The expressions of Han Jiang and the flame lion tightened. Following that, they revealed a determined look. They had no other choice. They had to go even if they did not want to. This was their opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, they would never be able to obtain it again. Precisely because of this, they came to the origin ground to try their luck and see if they could obtain some clues. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, none of them were willing to give it up. That god fetus was too enticing. I will go. Chapter 35-39. A god fetus. It had attracted 2 experts. To be able to escape from the encirclement of so many experts, there was no need to doubt its strength. The territory you are heading to is called the Windy Wind Territory. It is a universe world where the demon race and the human race coexist. Your mission is to retrieve a suppressed arm. It is as simple as that. Conlin spoke unhappily. The 3 of them heard it clearly. A suppressed arm? No matter how they heard it, it sounded dangerous. Could it be this master's arm? Could it be suppressed? How could the person who did it be simple? This was clearly sending him to his death. The 3 of you do not need to worry, Conlin continued. Kang Lin continued, that territory doesn't have any experts at the immortal realm. That arm belonged to an expert from the ancient times. This explanation was more or less acceptable. I will use the treasure my master left behind to send you there, Conlin said. However, you belong to an outer territory. Once you go there, your strength will be suppressed. However, my master has a secret technique that allows you to avoid the suppression of the territory. Your strength will be sealed, and you will need to cultivate it again. Of course, for the 3 of you, cultivating the technique of that territory will be very fast. You will have 1,000 years to complete this. You will continue to complete this in 1,000 years. Once the time is up, the secret technique will lose its effect, and you will be sent out of the territory. Conlin did not speak for long. Every word was not to be underestimated. As expected, this is a difficult mission. Han Jiang and the Flaming Lion did not doubt Conlin's words. Entering a territory, one's strength would naturally be suppressed. Once the time was up, one would be sent out. This was no secret. How can I believe your words? The black-robed Han Jiang asked. The treasure was tempting, but heading to an unfamiliar territory was equally dangerous. Especially when one's true body went there. If one died, then so be it. You can choose to leave, Conlin said. I gave you the opportunity to be immortal, but you did not treasure it. You have no one to blame but yourself. However, my master is not a stingy person. Anyone who leaves will receive a top-grade universe god weapon. I wonder who is preparing to leave. A top-grade universe god weapon? Han Jiang and the Flaming Lion could not remain calm. Even if they didn't go, they would still be able to obtain a peak-grade Cosmos God artifact. In the Great Cosmos, only the strongest experts could possess a top-grade Cosmos God tool. If he didn't know about the Divine Fetus, he would have left immediately. But now, a peak-grade Cosmos Divine artifact was worlds apart from a Divine Fetus. That was an existence that could become an immortal. It was such a temptation. Han Jiang and the Flaming Lion fell silent. A single peak-grade Cosmos God artifact was nothing to him. Lin Fei was shocked as well. A top-grade Cosmos Divine artifact. This was indeed a huge sum. Right now, I only have a few hundred mission points. If I can go to another weave, I might be able to earn some more points. Then, I'll be able to draw multiple times. Lin Fei had also considered it. No matter what the other party's goal was, it was also an opportunity for him. A chance to head to the weave. It wasn't difficult to travel between universes, but it would take an extremely long time to travel to a major weave. It was normal for a journey to take thousands of years. It would take at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. If they went further, it would take even longer. Lin Fei had to seize this opportunity. It seems that the 3 of you are preparing to go, Kang Lin said. Since that's the case, you should rest for 3 more days. 3 days later, I will use Master's secret technique to send you to the Wind Cloud Weave. Kang Lin's figure faded away. Governor Lin, have you heard of the Wind Cloud Weave? The black-robed Han Jiang asked. How would Lin Fei know? He didn't know much about the Dominion. I don't know. Lin Fei shook his head. Han Jiang, Lin Fei, I advise you to give up. The flaming lion's eyes gleamed coldly. As long as you go, I will find an opportunity to kill you, or even eat you to increase my strength. The flaming lion's eyes gleamed coldly. Going alone was better than going with 3 people. He walked the path of becoming a sage with his fleshly body. Almost all the experts of the demon race walked this path. Elder Flaming, don't brag too much, the black-robed Han Jiang said. You should know that if Governor Lin and I attack together, will you be able to stop us? Han Jiang continued, I don't think you will be able to. Lin Fei was speechless. What was the point of dragging him along? The temptation of a god embryo wasn't small. Once he refined it, he would reach the undying realm. Even if it was just an avatar, it would still be amazing. Governor Lin, what do you think? Han Jiang asked again. The flaming lion wasn't afraid of Han Jiang. He was the second to enter because he was 1 step ahead. Instead, it was this Lin Fei who wasn't easy to deal with. He was merely at the 6th level of Cosmos God, yet his strength was strange and mysterious. Many people had suffered because of him. The flaming lion had heard of this before. Naturally, he was on his guard. Being a human, I don't like being threatened. Lin Fei faced the flaming lion. I'm very dissatisfied with your words. I'll definitely fight with you when we reach the Wind Cloud Weave. You can be amazing as a demon. The flaming lion snorted, I'll accompany you anytime. I'm just afraid you might be killed by others before you can find me. Ha ha ha. 3 days later. Everyone on the 3 stone platforms was in high spirits. Today was an unusual day for them. I've just arrived and I'll be imparting my master's secret technique, Origin Seal Technique. Kang Lin said, after reaching the Wind Cloud Weave, all of you can find a place to seal your body and transform into the purest form of the Wind Cloud Weave. During this period, all of you will have 3 days to prepare. The 3 of them grasped the Origin Seal Technique. This was an extremely unique secret technique. It was their first time seeing it. Su su su. 3 Jingguang talismans flew over. They entered the stone platforms and landed in their hands. An ancient aura flowed out. Is this the realm-crossing talisman? Han Jiang was greatly startled. The flaming lion focused for a moment before revealing a similar expression. Good stuff. Lin Fei could tell from the expressions of the 2 that these talismans were absolutely top-graded treasures. They were even unique. Good eyesight. This is indeed one of the rare realm-crossing talismans. It can lock onto a territory and cross over. It is a top-grade treasure in the world. Are you still doubting my master? Han Jiang and the flaming lion's suspicions were greatly reduced. If Kang Lin was willing to take out a top-grade treasure like the realm-crossing talisman, then what about other treasures? This was not something that just anyone could casually take out. It was too precious. Lin Fei was greatly shocked. This was definitely a top-grade treasure, and an extremely rare one at that. All right, activate the realm-crossing talisman and you can head to the Wind Cloud Weave. I hope that you can obtain that item within 1,000 years, Kang Lin said. Let's go. The flaming lion was the first to activate the realm-crossing talisman. A ball of white light enveloped his body as he disappeared into the void. The stone platform's defenses changed color. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 3540. P.S. My son was hospitalized and I had a high fever. I stopped for 3 days. I'm sorry, everyone. Update will resume today. Wind Cloud Weave. Skyline Mountain Range. This was the central region of the Skyline Mountain Range. A large number of powerful demonic beasts lived here. Usually, not many people dared to come here. Many adventurer teams and mercenaries would venture deep into the central region of the Skyline Mountain Range, but most of them would be annihilated by the demonic beasts. Anyone who dared to come here was basically a team that was very confident in their own strength. At this moment, in a forest, there were corpses of demonic beasts and humans everywhere, as if a huge battle had just taken place. At this moment, a figure flew out and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. "Ron, how dare you sneak attack me?" The person on the ground was a young man in his early 20s. There was a bloody hole on the left side of his chest, and his aura was declining rapidly. He wasn't far from death. "Young master, treasures are hard to come by." Ron was a middle-aged man with a full beard. At this moment, he was holding a long saber that was full of bumps and hollows. "The heart of a demonic beast is worth millions of spiritual stones. With it, I can break through to the inborn realm, or even higher, and build a legacy family. So, young master, just accept your fate. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Lin family will definitely take revenge on you. You're dead meat, no matter where you go. It can't be. Everyone will only think that everyone died in the Skyline mountain range. With millions of spiritual stones and a human skin mask worth hundreds of thousands, I can change my name." Ron strode over and slashed the young master's neck with his long saber. "The heart of a demonic beast is mine." Ron finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was worth risking his life for a priceless heart of a demonic beast. Even though Lin Bai was the young master of the Lin family, and he had been a team leader for half his life, he couldn't control himself in the face of such a treasure. Especially this time, the entire mercenary team was almost annihilated. Just as Ron was about to take the heart of a demonic beast, "Is this the wind cloud weave?" A figure appeared in the forest without warning. This person was Lin Fei, who had used the teleportation talisman to come here. The moment he appeared, he immediately activated the origin seal technique. A vast and mighty pressure came crashing down on him. Even though Lin Fei was strong, he still felt a rare sense of terror. When the origin seal technique was activated, the terrifying pressure gradually disappeared. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "If I had come rashly, I'm afraid that the will of the heavens and earth of this territory would have killed me." The strong smell of blood assailed his nostrils. A saber light slashed down. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, shattering the saber light. When Ron saw Lin Fei, he was shocked. Without saying a word, he directly slashed with his saber. Lin Fei grabbed the saber light and clapped his hands. A force crashed into Ron's body, causing Captain Ron to explode into a bloody mist. He even dares to make a move against a little guy. He's really bold. Lin Fei shook his head. "I didn't control my strength well. I wanted to ask about the situation in this weave." Scanning the surroundings, it was not difficult to guess what had happened, especially when there was a corpse that had just died. A crystal-like object flew out and landed on Lin Fei's body. "It contains energy without expending any energy." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. With a flip of his hand, he put it away. Before he could completely seal his strength, several auras rushed in his direction. Without a doubt, they were demonic beast. "Let's go." Lin Fei turned and left. After activating the origin seal technique, he would have 3 days to recover his strength. As for how much he could recover, he did not know. At the very least, he could protect himself. Lin Fei's luck was not bad. In an uninhabited valley, he found an underground cave. The only demonic beasts inside were all killed by Lin Fei. Me, Han Jiang, and the flaming lion should have entered the wind cloud weave. This weave is very big. Before we become strong enough, everyone will keep a low profile and cultivate their strength. Lin Fei sat cross-legged. "If I want to get that thing, I'm afraid I'll have to wait 300 to 400 years. His strength was disappearing bit by bit. This was a very unpleasant feeling. The will of heaven and earth in this weave was exceptionally strong. It was at least 10 times stronger than their world. The invisible pressure was almost enough to make one collapse. "System, are you still there?" Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei's greatest reliance on how to be faster than Han Jiang and the others was the system. "Master, the will of the world here is very strong. It's beyond my imagination. In the wind cloud weave, I can't help Master at all," the system said for the first time. Lin Fei was speechless. "You're the system. A mere will could make the system afraid." Lin Fei did not dare to believe this was true. "Master, as long as your strength increases, I can borrow Master's strength to avoid the will of heaven scanning and help Master," the system said. This answer was really confusing. Master, if you want to increase your strength, I think you can take the path of physique cultivation and the way of the sword. Lin Fei's body was extraordinary. Even if his strength was sealed, his physical body would not be weakened much. As long as he had enough time, he could definitely cultivate it back. System. Are you still there? This time, the system really did not reply. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down against the will of heaven in this area. Even the system had to be obedient. With his current strength, he had no choice but to be obedient. Fortunately, I still have many treasures. Lin Fei decided to cultivate his physical body first. As for the rest, he would take it step by step and think about it when the time came. The primordial seal technique was very powerful. Right now, Lin Fei did not have a shred of strength in his body. He was no different from a person who had just been born. After all, the birth of some powerful people would cause quite a commotion. Fleshy body. I'll continue cultivating the pinnacle of fleshy body. This fleshy body cultivation technique that came from a pinnacle cosmos god was indeed the most powerful body cultivation technique that Lin Fei had learned so far. Within 3 days, relying on treasures and resources, Lin Fei's strength recovered at an extremely fast pace. Hutian breakthrough. Xiantian breakthrough. The laws of the heaven Tao in the wind cloud weave are powerful. Breaking through isn't as easy as breaking through in my original world. No wonder that Kang Lin gave us 1,000 years. Lin Fei finally had a sudden realization. He had broken through twice, and each time, he felt a huge pressure. This was the pressure from the heaven Tao. As for this world, Lin Fei did not understand much. After breaking through to the Xiantian realm, he did not continue breaking through. Sword intent fusion. Some of the things that he had collected previously could finally be put to use. The only thing he did not expect was to use them here. A lump of sword intent fused into Lin Fei's body. Sword immortals were known as the strongest combat power. Lin Fei had seen it before. His fleshy body focused on defense, and his sword intent focused on offense. It could be considered a perfect combination. The sword intent gradually fused within his body. Chapter 3541. Celestial Pole Mountain Range. A figure shuttled through the forest. A demonic beast leaped out of the forest and spat out a green wind blade. It slashed at the moving figure and blocked his path. A sword intent spread out and shattered the green wind blade like a long whip. The wind blade fragments and fallen leaves flew everywhere. The sword intent was like a black dot that pierced through the demonic beast's head, leaving behind a thumb-sized hole. There are so many demonic beasts in this mountain range. Lin Fei had no idea how many demonic beasts he had killed. Along the way, demonic beasts kept attacking him. Fortunately, his physical body had broken through to the Xiantian realm, and he had even fused the massacre sword intent. His sword intent could sweep through the world. At least in this forest, Lin Fei would have no problem protecting himself. Once I'm out of this mountain range, I'll scout out the situation. Lin Fei did not know where exactly he was. The suppression in the windy weave was extremely strong. In the universe over there, Xiantian realm cultivators could fly, but in this world, Xiantian realm cultivators could not. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. Hence, he had a pair of legs to travel. I'm finally out. He stood on a hillside and looked into the distance. In the distance, a huge city stood tall, majestic and magnificent. From here, it's about 200 to 300 li. That's not too far. Lin Fei regretted not capturing a demonic beast as a mount. Luckily, I've cultivated my physical body to the extreme. My physical body is strong, so this journey is not difficult at all. Lin Fei dashed down the hillside. Someone's in front. The surrounding forest became sparse. A winding official road was faintly discernible. From time to time, the sound of horses galloping could be heard, kicking up a cloud of dust. This was his first time in the windy weave, so Lin Fei planned to take things one step at a time. 1,000 years was not a long time, and he could not rush it. Moreover, the windy weave was not ordinary. The people here were generally stronger. Lin Fei finally stepped onto the official road. This official road was not very wide, and there were very few people on it. Lin Bai is here. Quick, chase after them. Lin Fei sprinted on the official road. Not long after, he heard the hurried sound of hooves behind him, bringing up a large amount of dust. Lin Bai. But why do I feel like these people are coming for me? Lin Fei stopped and looked at the people who had caught up. The people who caught up were all dressed in martial attire. There were more than a dozen of them, and every one of them had their faces covered, revealing only a pair of eyes. Kill. The well-dressed men at the forefront all took out their bows, raised their hands and shot at Lin Fei. In an instant, dozens of arrows whistled over, fast and fierce. That arrow had an extremely strong penetrative power. Lin Fei was very unhappy. He had just left the official road and he was ambushed. These guys relied on bows and crossbows to bring him a bit of a threat. It just so happens that I'm not familiar with this place. Let's grab one of them and ask. Lin Fei turned and pounced at the dozen of them. The massacre sword intent was like a long black rope, knocking away the arrows, which fell on the official road or the trees. None of the arrows could threaten Lin Fei. Fart. Fart. The massacre sword intent pierced through those people. These people were not inborn realm experts. How could they withstand the attack of the massacre sword intent? In a single exchange, they were thrown off their horses, and the official road was littered with corpses. You are not Lin Bai. Who are you? The burly man leading the group didn't dare to move at this moment. A sword intent stopped at his throat, and he felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Lin Fei pounced over, slammed his palm on his dantian, and carried the burly man into the forest at the side. Half an hour later, Lin Fei came out of the forest. Perhaps it was because this place was remote, but he wasn't discovered. Those mounts didn't leave either, but were grazing nearby. After choosing a mount, Lin Fei mounted it and went straight to the big city. What the hell? My appearance is actually the same as that guy who died. No wonder that person wanted to kill me. When Lin Fei thought of the reason why the other party wanted to kill him, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that this appearance was exactly the same as Lin Bai, the young master of the Lin family in Black Glow City not far away. They came to kill Lin Bai because the Lin family and the Yang family were enemies, to the extent that they couldn't tolerate each other. Both families were fighting for the position of the city lord. Lin Bai was very favored in the Lin family. Therefore, the Yang family wanted to provoke the Lin family and make the Lin family act first. At that time, the Yang family would have the opportunity to join forces to besiege the Lin family and completely remove the Lin family from Black Glow City. This Lin Bai, who had run out of Black Glow City without permission, was a very good incentive. Lin Fei sat on his mount, which galloped like the wind at an extremely fast speed. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The Lin family probably doesn't know that the city lord of Black Glow City and the Yang family have joined forces. They're waiting for the Lin family to make a mistake. Once the Lin family can't control themselves, they'll make a move. Or perhaps the city lord will pretend to help them, and then fall out with them. Lin Fei laughed mischievously. One could imagine the situation of the Lin family. Since I look similar to this Lin Bai, I'll pretend to be Lin Bai since I'm in the Windy Weave and need a status. According to the burly man, Lin Fei didn't know much. If he wanted to know more, he had to go to Black Glow City. There was no doubt that he would know more there. A few hours later, Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of Black Glow City. At this time, martial artists were entering and exiting the city. Their cultivation levels weren't high. Most of them were at the Hutian realm, but there were also some at the Xiantian realm. In Lin Fei's eyes, there was almost no difference. Apart from that, there was a treasure hanging on the city gate of Black Glow City. It was a treasure that emitted a unique aura. Everyone who passed by would be illuminated by it. Lin Fei made a mental note of this treasure. He rode his mount into the city gate. Young Master Bai. Young Master Bai. Everyone in Black Glow City knew of young Master Lin Bai's identity. From the moment he entered the city gate, several groups of people came up to greet him. Lin Fei ignored them and observed his surroundings, silently feeling out this otherworldly city. Most of the martial artists are at the Hutian realm. There are also quite a few at the Xiantian realm, but their auras aren't very strong. For the time being, Lin Fei hadn't seen a powerful Xiantian realm martial artist. After strolling around the city, a middle-aged martial artist brought a few guards to find Lin Fei. Young Master Bai, Master has been looking for you for a long time. Go back quickly. When the middle-aged martial artist saw Lin Bai, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. But when he walked up, he realized that there was something different about the young master today. But he couldn't tell. Lead the way, Lin Fei said in a low voice. The Lin mansion was huge. Inside the Lin mansion, Lin Fei sensed several powerful auras. They were all Xiantian realm martial artists. Chapter 3542. As a large family with a long history in Black Glow City, the Lin family's foundation was unquestionable. Although Lin Fei was going to impersonate Lin Bai, he did not think that he would call a stranger father. He was only borrowing the identity and would not be suspected. Little Bai, who allowed you to leave Black Glow City and go to the Celestial Pole Mountain Range? That's the world of demonic beasts. You've really got guts. In the study, the family head, Lin Zhentian, slammed the table and roared. While Lin Zhentian was roaring, Lin Fei was also sizing up this Xiantian expert. His aura was extremely strong and could be considered powerful. Get back to your own courtyard immediately. Without my permission, you're not allowed to come out. Lin Zhentian was extremely worried about his youngest son. For example, this time, he was impressed that his son had the guts to go to the Celestial Pole Mountain Range. Lin Zhentian really wanted to slap his youngest son to death when he went to the world of demonic beasts. Lin Fei turned around and left. This was good as well. It would save him a lot of trouble. Lin Zhentian was obviously in a fit of anger and did not pay attention to Lin Fei's situation. In addition, the study was dim, so he did not notice anything wrong. Lin Fei used some tricks and returned to Lin Bai's courtyard. It was a rather large courtyard, which showed how much the Lin family doted on him. It's good that I'm not going out. I can improve my strength in peace. In the wind cloud weave, Lin Fei's greatest reliance was still improving his strength. He had to improve his physical body limit. The other was to practice sword arts. The art of sword was a combination of the massacre sword intent and the massacre sword art. This was what Lin Fei had obtained in the past. He had given up on it after learning it for a while. Now that he was in the wind cloud weave, it was a good time for him to change his fighting style. He had both fighting and defense. Such a good thing was hard to find. My physical body limit can hold more Xiantian true qi, so the massacre sword art will be more powerful and last longer in battle. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Lin Fei took out some resources and began cultivating. Cultivating the physical body limit step by step was the most time-consuming, so Lin Fei could not rush it. He understood the principle of haste, not speed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lin Fei had been in Windy Weave for a month now. The pressure between heaven and earth was getting more and more familiar. During this period, no one came to disturb him. His 3 meals would be delivered to him, and all of them were demon beast meat that greatly nourished his qi and blood. Looking at the time, those people shouldn't be able to hold it in any longer. Lin Fei had never forgotten the words of the burly man. During this month, Lin Fei had been secretly paying attention. Through the servants, he indirectly knew that the conflict between the Lin family and the Yang family had been very fierce recently. It seemed like they were going to fight, and the casualties in the dark were also increasing. Another few days passed. Young Master Bai, something bad has happened. Our Lin family is surrounded. On this day, the housekeeper ran in a panic. His face was deathly pale and his body was trembling slightly. Master wants you to hurry over. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the room, had actually sensed the appearance of a few Xiantian auras. Every single one of them was extremely strong and was not inferior to Lin Zhentian's. It's finally time to make a move. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fei stood up, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Only when there was chaos would he have a suitable opportunity to make a move. The changes in his body in a short month had been spread by the surrounding servants. Currently, everyone in the Lin family knew that young Master Bai's temperament had changed drastically. It was as if he was possessed. He practiced his sword every day and did not allow anyone to disturb him. Naturally, this was an act that Lin Fei had put on. If he did not practice his sword diligently, how could he comprehend sword intent? Lin Fei wanted to make himself into a genius who had an epiphany. That way, no one would suspect him afterwards. If he could use the teleportation talisman to come to Windy Weave, others could as well. Lin Fei did not want to reveal his identity as an outsider. If he accidentally alerted the enemy, that would be the biggest problem. At this time, the Lin family was surrounded by martial artists. The outer perimeter of the huge Lin family was filled with martial artists armed with bows and crossbows. Any martial artist who dared to show their face would be shot dead in an instant. The specially made crossbows were equipped with special arrowheads that specialized in breaking through protective chi. Even if it was a Xiantian martial artist, if surrounded, it would be difficult to escape without paying a price. Lord City Lord, what are you doing? Lin Zhentian brought his men out with a sullen face. The City Lord of Black Glow City was a burly man in black armor. He sat on a mount and looked down from above. Lin Zhentian, you colluded with the demon race and attempted to join forces with them to seize Black Glow City. The evidence is conclusive. Men, attack. Shoo. Arrows rained down on him. Pu. In a single exchange, many of the martial artists who followed Lin Zhentian out were riddled with holes. Lin Zhentian's pair of iron fists punched out repeatedly, the wind from his fists sweeping away the arrows. He grabbed the martial artists beside him and retreated into the Lin family. Kill them, leave no one alive. The City Lord of Black Glow City ordered. Yang Tian, the head of the Yang family, who was sitting on a mount beside him, revealed a trace of pride. Lord City Lord, if you and I join forces, Lin Zhentian will have no chance to resist. Today is the day the Lin family perishes. Yang Tian had been looking forward to this day for a long time. After paying a huge price, his wish was finally fulfilled. The martial artists outside began to attack inside. The first batch were martial artists with shields, and the second batch were martial artists with bows. They constantly shot arrows, suppressing the martial artists of the Lin family. The entire Lin family was in chaos. One by one, the martial artists were shot to death on the spot. Whether they surrendered or not, the result was the same. Su. The Xiantian martial artists of the Lin family all gathered together. There were 8 of them. At this moment, all of them had faces full of anger. Master, they are going to kill us all. Break out immediately. Lin Zhentian did not expect the City Lord to suddenly kill them. He directly brought his men to surround the Lin family, catching them off guard. Our Lin family has been able to stand tall in Black Glow City for so long. If they want to eat up our Lin family, then they will have to pay the price. Lin Zhentian snorted coldly. Follow me. Lin Zhentian led the Xiantian martial artists to retrieve their shields. Each of them held a shield in their hands and charged out. City Lord Black Glow, you have slandered our Lin family. Prepare to pay the price. Lin Zhentian took the lead and charged out. The arrows were blocked by the shields. The explosive power of an Xiantian martial artist was terrifying. Especially with the cooperation of 8 Xiantian martial artists, they successfully tore open a path. Are all of you out? We have been waiting for you for a long time. The City Lord Black Glow laughed loudly. At this moment, 3 of the 8 Xiantian martial artists attacked their companions without warning. After a few bangs, the 3 Xiantian martial artists were successfully ambushed. They flew out and were seriously injured. Lin Zhentian's eyes were bloodshot. Why did you do that? This kind of betrayal was undoubtedly unacceptable to Lin Zhentian. Lin Zhentian, the Lin family is on the verge of extinction. Do you want them to die together with your Lin family? The City Lord Black Glow laughed. Your Lin family no longer has the glory of the past. It is better for you to accept your fate. With a wave of his hand, the 8 Xiantian martial artists surrounded them. Chapter 35-43. Black Glow City's Lin family. Under the encirclement of the army, with archers on the outside and a Xiantian stage martial artist involved, no matter how fiercely Lin Zhentian resisted, he was still being suppressed. This time, they came prepared. Lin Zhentian, accept your fate. Yang Tian's aura continued to erupt as he unleashed one killing move after another. In between, he used a few secret techniques, causing Lin Zhentian to retreat and leaving many wounds on his body. Secret technique, triple layer wave. Yang Tian took advantage of Lin Zhentian's injuries and struck out with a secret technique. One punch followed by another, and the 3 punches combined into one, heavily injuring Lin Zhentian and knocking over a building, causing dust to fly everywhere. The mayor of the city looked at him indifferently. The Lin family can indeed be removed from the list. It was not the first time that the mayor of Black Glow City wanted to destroy the Lin family. Now, he had finally succeeded. Out of the 8 Xiantian realm warriors, 3 had defected and 3 had been ambushed. The remaining 2 Xiantian realm warriors were on the verge of death and had no more fighting power. The situation was completely under their control. Lin Zhentian, you've lost. Yang Tian rushed forward with large strides, leaving only an afterimage. I'll send you to hell now. A punch aimed at Lin Zhentian's temple. He wanted to kill Lin Zhentian. Lin Zhentian, who had been severely injured by the triple layer wave, had his Yantian true chi in a mess and could not be used. He had underestimated Yang Tian, who had actually mastered a secret technique like the triple layer wave. Both of their strengths were about the same, so they could not withstand the power of the secret technique. Lin Zhentian was extremely unwilling, but he could only watch as Yang Tian punched at his temple. As long as he died, the Lin family would be finished. Lin Zhentian could clearly see the sinister smile on Yang Tian's face. Am I going to die? Lin Zhentian was unwilling. The Lin family, which had been passed down for so long, was finally going to be destroyed in his hands. Lin Zhentian, go to hell. Yang Tian rushed to within 3 feet and punched at his temple with his left fist. If nothing went wrong, there would be a crisp sound reverberating through the air. How pleasing to the ears. Yang Tian had waited for this day for a long time. Buzz. Just as he was about to strike Lin Zhentian's temple, Yang Tian heard a soft groan. Following that, a black ray of light flashed past, and a sharp pain came from his arm. Ah, my palm. Unknowingly, Yang Tian's fist was only left with his wrist. His palm was missing and was bleeding profusely. Who did it? Yang Tian was shocked and turned around to retreat. As a Xiantian realm martial artist, ordinary swords and spears would not be able to injure him. But now, his palm had been chopped off. Rage and fear shrouded his heart at the same time. When the inborn experts saw this scene, they could not help but gasp. Could it be that the Lin family was hiding an expert? Just now, no one had seen clearly what it was. It was simply too fast. All that was left in front of them was a black light. The Lin family isn't that easy to kill. A faint voice came from afar. A young man in black walked over, holding a sword in front of him. It's young Master Lin Bai. Could he be an expert? The servants and disciples of the Lin family who were hiding from the pursuers widened their eyes. Everyone knew that Lin Bai was the playboy of the Lin family and was not skilled in martial arts. Lin Bai. Lin Zhentian, who had just escaped death, turned his head to look at his son, Lin Bai, who was walking over. His face was also filled with disbelief. What an act! Kill him. Many martial artists who were chasing after the disciples of the Lin family turned around and attacked Lin Bai. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These martial artists were not weak, but when they got close, they all held their necks and fell. No one could get within 10 feet of him. 3, 10, 20. In the blink of an eye, 50 to 60 people had died. Not a single martial artist could stop him. Use the crossbows and shoot him to death. Crossbows had always been a martial artist's nightmare. If they did not dodge, they would be shot full of holes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrows were like rain, hurled over. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, flew out with his slaughter sword intent, splitting into hundreds of sword lights, forming a giant sword shield. When the arrows hit the sword light, they were all bounced off. This was a defensive move that Lin Fei had created himself, flowing light. The sword intent turned into flowing light, more like flowing water, flowing slowly. Not a single arrow could pierce through. Lin Fei controlled the slaughter sword intent. The black sword intent was like flowing light, piercing through the martial artists one by one. Not a single martial artist could stop the power of the sword. Pu. The martial artists of the Lin family who were killed fell one by one. Fear shrouded these martial artists. That kid is too strong. Run. I don't want to die here. Hundreds of martial artists were killed instantly. The martial artists who rushed in all had a mental breakdown. They all turned around and ran out. Young master, you are too powerful. Our Lin family can be saved. The disciples of the Lin family all cheered. A moment ago, they were running for their lives, and now it was their turn. No one could imagine that the young master's strength was so strong. This is my son. Lin Zhentian's mind was blank, unable to accept this scene for a while. When did his strength reach this realm? Lin Bai, you destroyed my palm, I will kill you. Yang Tian, who had stopped the bleeding, stared at the other party with resentment. With a wave of his hand, 3 short thorns flew over. It was one of his most famous hidden weapons. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The short thorns were like flowing light, attacking from the top, middle, and bottom at an extremely fast speed. Yang Tian rushed up and slashed down with his single blade. How could he accept having his palm cut off by a trash of the Lin family? Only by killing the other party could he vent his anger. The city master of Black Glow City sat on his mount. At this time, he was also uncertain. He was clear about the experts of the Lin family, but Lin Bai was definitely not among them. The scene in front of him truly told the city master that everyone had underestimated Lin Bai of the Lin family. This guy has actually cultivated sword intent. The city master of Black Glow City was envious and jealous. Even he couldn't master intent. Only a stronger martial artist could master it. It was rare to hear of someone mastering it at the innate realm. With a sweep of sword intent, the short thorns flew to both sides and pierced into the wall. Go to hell! The sound of breaking wind arrived. Yang Tian's single blade had already slashed down. The flowing light easily caught Yang Tian's single blade. No matter how Yang Tian struggled, he could not take a step forward. You are too weak. Lin Fei shook his head, and a sword intent pierced through the other party's forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Yang Tian fell to the ground with a thud, no longer breathing. Now it's your turn. Lin Fei burst out with super-fast speed, pouncing towards the innate realm martial artists. The slaughter sword intent was like a flowing light, splitting into thousands and attacking the innate realm martial artist. Puff puff puff. Chapter 3544. Lin Fei strode forward majestically. Every time he unleashed his slaughter sword intent, a Xiantian lord's head would fall to the ground. Everyone could only see a stream of sword intent shuttling back and forth like a stream of light, ending with the fall of a Xiantian lord every time. In a short period of time, as many as 5 Xiantian lords had fallen. The remaining Xiantian lords turned and ran after witnessing the power of the sword intent. His sword intent is too terrifying. We can't stop him at all. What the hell? How old is that kid? Let's go, or else we'll lose our lives. The Xiantian lords who had escaped all sucked in a breath of cold air. That person's sword intent was too terrifying. In the face of that murderous sword intent, if they could not withstand it, they would die. How cruel was that? To be able to become a Xiantian lord, which one of them was not capable? But at this moment, every Xiantian lord was trembling in fear. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He did not chase after these Xiantian lords. Black Glow City Lord, I heard that you are the #1 expert of Black Glow City. I hope you don't disappoint me. Lin Fei's body trembled as he passed through the void. The slaughter sword intent slashed through the air, and a long river flowed down like a crescent moon, meandering. This was the second move of Lin Fei's self-created slaughter sword technique, Crescent Moon. The first move was defensive. Then the second move was offensive. The slaughter sword intent turned into a river that descended from the sky like a crescent moon. In that instant, the hair on the Black Glow City Lord's body stood on end. He reached out and grabbed the long spear beside his mount. With himself as the center, he turned into a spinning top. With the long black spear in hand, he thrust it forward. Ding ding dang dang dang. The second move of the slaughter sword technique, Crescent Moon, meandered majestically. The Black Glow City Lord's speed became slower and slower. Sword intent constantly rushed into his body, riddling it with holes. How can he be so strong? The Black Glow City Lord was a beat too slow. As the crescent moon descended, the Black Glow City Lord, who had tried to annihilate the Lin family, was riddled with holes. This City Lord is a little weak. Lin Fei was not very satisfied. I thought he could withstand the third move of my slaughter sword art, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand the second move. His spear art is very rough and not refined. The City Lord is dead. The Lin family's Lin Bai is actually so powerful. Black Glow City's #1 expert. The cultivators who were about to encircle and annihilate the Lin family all threw down their weapons, turned around, and ran. In less than a moment, there was no one left at the entrance of the Lin family, except for the corpses. Black Glow City Lord died just like that. Lin Zhentian felt like he was dreaming. Killing a Xiantian expert was as easy as killing an ant. He remembered that between Xiantian experts, if their strength was similar, it would take at least 10 moves to determine the winner. If it was a life and death battle, it would take at least 100 moves. He easily killed the City Lord of Black Brilliance in a single exchange. Lin Zhentian couldn't believe that such combat strength was real. This was done by his son. After killing the City Lord of Black Brilliant City, Lin Fei returned to his courtyard. As for the aftermath, Lin Fei didn't deal with it. He believed that Lin Zhentian would know what to do. In fact, after Lin Zhentian recovered from his injuries, he led the remaining experts of the Lin family to raid the Yang family and uproot this old rival. After settling the Yang family, Lin Zhentian took over the management of Black Brilliant City temporarily on the grounds that the Yang family had colluded with the demon race. Everyone knew that from the moment Lin Zhentian took over the management of Black Brilliant City, the Lin family had transformed from a large family to the #1 family. No one dared to question it. After all, the Lin family had produced the #1 expert of Black Brilliant City, Lin Bai. This was someone who had easily killed several Xiantian experts and was even the original #1 expert of Black Brilliant City. In the library of the City Lord's mansion. Ever since the Lin family moved into the City Lord's mansion, Lin Fei had been staying in the library for several days. On a table in the library, there were many ancient books piled up. A black figure was flipping through the books until he reached the last page. The Wind and Rain Weave is quite interesting. It actually merged several universes and evolved into a great world. Its surface area is even larger than the weave I came from. Lin Fei closed the book. The realms in this weave's great world are also very different. There are a total of 3 major realms. The first is the mortal realm, which includes acquired, Xiantian, and golden core realms. After the mortal realm is the divine realm, which includes the heaven immortal realm and the heavenly god realm. The last realm is the emperor realm, which includes the divine king realm, the divine lord realm, and the god emperor realm. These were the 3 major realms. To reach the divine realm, I have to cultivate a realm. These days in the library, Lin Fei had gained a lot. He had made up for his understanding of the wind and rain weave. In 1,000 years, I have to cultivate to the Emperor realm to have a chance of retrieving that item. The Emperor realm has to be at least the Divine Lord realm. My current strength should be similar to that of a Heaven Immortal. As for the specific details, I will only know after fighting. After breaking through the limits of his physical body, Lin Fei's strength was extremely formidable. Another few days passed. Lin Fei came out of the library. During this period of time, Lin Fei had more or less learned about the various powers in the wind and rain weave. For example, the current Black Glow City was only the smallest border city of the Southern Fire Empire. Young Master is out. The moment Lin Fei walked out of the library, someone immediately went to inform the old master. The Lin family had moved into the City Lord Manor. The happiest ones were the disciples of the Lin family. Everyone knew that the Lin family had produced a genius, the #1 expert of Black Glow City. Even the previous expert had been killed in a single move. Lin Fei did not go far. Lin Zhentian strode over. In a short period of time, Lin Zhentian's aura had changed significantly. As the acting City Lord, he had imperceptibly increased the prestige of a superior. Xiaobai. Lin Zhentian looked over. This glance gave him a very unfamiliar feeling. "Tell them to leave," Lin Fei said calmly. Lin Zhentian waved his hand behind him. "All of you can leave." After a short period of time, there was no one around. "You're not Lin Bai," Lin Zhentian said. "Yes, I'm not Lin Bai. I just look a little like him," Lin Fei nodded. "Your son was killed by a martial artist in the Skygrade mountain range. I happened to pass by and helped him deal with that person. Under his request, I came to Black Glow City. Now that the matter has been resolved, I'm preparing to leave Black Glow City." To Lin Fei, he could not find anything useful here, and at the same time, he lacked a platform. Lin Zhentian smiled bitterly. "Thank you, Senior, for your help. I knew that my son was useless. No matter what, Senior has done our Lin family a great favor. Without you, the Lin family would now be prisoners. You should thank your son," Lin Fei said. "Useless people often have obsessions. I just happened to appear and do a small thing." Lin Zhentian felt very bitter. Chapter 35-45. The fact that Lin Fei was not Lin Bai was not leaked. After Lin Zhentian learned of the cause and effect, he chose to be Lin Fei's subordinate. Although Black Glow City was in the hands of the Lin family, it would be a huge blow to the Lin family if word got out that there was no top expert presiding over it. Lin Zhentian was very clear on this point. Although he did not know that Lin Fei was coming to the Lin family, there was no doubt that the Lin family had taken advantage of him. Lin Fei, who had been preparing to leave Black Glow City, was in no hurry to do so. According to Lin Zhentian, if he wanted to be known by the higher-ups, he had to display the power of the godly realm. As an outsider, Lin Fei did not know much about the godly realm. It was not as detailed as the native Lin Zhentian. Break through to the godly realm? It was not difficult for Lin Fei at all. Mortal realm, postnatal, carnate, and golden core. There were corresponding cultivation routes in the library. Lin Fei wanted to stay in the wind cloud weave for hundreds or even nearly 1,000 years. Everything would be done according to the rules of the wind cloud weave. Is this the golden core? In Lin Fei's body, the rich and boundless carnate true qi circulated and condensed into a spinning golden core. Once the golden core was formed, it released even stronger carnate true qi as it rotated. The strongest golden core in the mortal realm is indeed incomparable to the carnate realm, Lin Fei thought to himself. In the wind cloud weave, to be stronger than others, one's realm has to be able to keep up. If one's realm is insufficient, it means that one's strength is lacking. Unless one obtains an opportunity, one can forget about surpassing others. For example, the current Lin Fei. Once the golden core was formed, it would be the size of a fist and release even greater strength. Even if one did not condense a golden core, Lin Fei's body could accumulate large amounts of carnate true qi. Others could only withstand 30% carnate true qi, but he could withstand 100% carnate true qi. This was the difference. Black Glow City Lord's strength was extraordinary, but he could not withstand the power of Lin Fei's sword moves. If he could not withstand it, he would die. The golden core was formed. From Lin Fei's point of view, it was not difficult at all. After the golden core is the divine stage, which is the heaven celestial stage. I need to transform the golden core into a realm. The size of the realm determines the level of my strength. My golden core is bigger than everyone else's. It won't be a problem for me to break through to the divine stage. Lin Fei had already flipped through the relevant books. In the wind cloud weave, it was extremely difficult to cultivate one's physical body to become a sage. Very few people would cultivate their physical bodies unless they had a large number of treasures to assist them. However, in the wind cloud weave, all of the treasures were under the control of the top-notch powers. Not only did they possess the treasures, but even the information about them was tightly sealed. Outsiders had no right to learn about them. It was rare to see someone like Lin Fei who had cultivated his physique to such a degree. Divine realm, break. Lin Fei's deep voice reverberated in his throat. Under Lin Fei's control, the originally spinning golden core made a cracking sound and turned into a golden liquid. This was breaking the core. The first step. The second step was to create the realm. This step could not be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be simple. It depended on the individual's comprehension ability. To Lin Fei, who had consumed a large number of treasures, his comprehension ability was naturally top-notch. Open your realm. The realm was not difficult at all. Lin Fei easily passed through it. The realm began to expand. 1. 5 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 25 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 75 kilometers. After the realm expanded, Lin Fei's spiritual perception enveloped the entire Black Glow City. Every action was clearly seen by him. A 75-kilometer realm. Once the realm was formed, Lin Fei's aura also changed. The divine realm means that one can control divine power. The mortal realm meant controlling carnate true qi. After reaching the divine realm, carnate true qi was replaced by divine power. Quicksand. He once again used the defensive sword move, Quicksand. His defense was even stronger than before. It was watertight and difficult to find any flaws. Crescent moon. The sword slashed out, leaving only a crescent moon in the world. Under the crescent moon, there was only death. First level Heaven Immortal. Lin Fei's current realm. There were a total of 5 levels in the Heaven Immortal realm. After breaking through the 5 levels, he would be a 5th-level heaven god. On the way to Black Glow City, a huge flying mount spread its wings and soared high into the sky, covering a distance of 20 to 30 li in a single leap. That bastard Black Glow actually lost Black Glow City. What a piece of trash. A good plan was ruined just like that. A fat martial artist said coldly with a bad temper. Sir, we knew it early, so it doesn't matter. As long as we subdue the Lin family before the royal family, Black Glow City will always be in our hand. If that old thing Lin Zhentian doesn't know what's good for him, we can just kill him and support another disciple of the Lin family. The fat martial artist snorted. I heard that the one who killed the trash was a playboy from the Lin family. The Lin family really hid their strength well. A golden core of the mortal realm. On the other side, a flying mount flew at an extremely fast speed. Its target was also Black Glow City. Big Brother will definitely be faster than them. More than 10 people sat on the mount, led by a man and a woman who were both at the carnate realm of the mortal realm. There was also a middle-aged golden core martial artist. I didn't expect the Lin family to have such a hidden expert. The one who killed Black Glow must be a golden core of the mortal realm. The one who was called Big Brother was a young master dressed in luxurious clothes. However, his expression was solemn. Our royal family must rope in Lin Zhentian and Lin Bai. This young master dressed in luxurious clothes was a prince of the royal family. Although the Southern Fire Empire looked peaceful, the internal strife was intense. Since the old emperor did not have much time left, his sons began to fight over him. Some tried to rope him in, some tried to assassinate him. Everyone wanted to become the new emperor of the Southern Fire Empire. A place like Black Glow City had also become a place for princes to fight over. Previously, the mayor of Black Glow City was a supporter of another prince, but with his death, some people were tempted. For example, Prince Li Tianhua. Beside him was one of the old emperor's daughters, Li Tianyin. This time, he came to recruit the Lin family. After all, a golden core martial artist who was suspected to be a golden core martial artist had a high chance of becoming a godly state expert. In the wind cloud weave, many people were stuck at this step. Li Tianhua did not want to give up this hope. A godly state martial artist had great influence and could influence a small-scale war. In the entire Southern Fire Empire, the number of godly state experts could be counted on one hand. Black Glow City, the mayor's mansion. Lin Fei lived in a small courtyard. In a few days, he had mastered the use of divine power. When he used the massacre sword technique, his power increased by more than 10 times. If he had killed the previous mayor of Black Glow City, a wisp of sword intent would have been enough to kill him. This was the strength of a heaven immortal. Senior, the people from the Southern Fire Empire are here. Lin Zhentian reported. According to the news we received, the 5th prince of the Southern Fire Empire, Li Tianhua, is here too. Chapter 3546. The first to arrive were not the troops of the Southern Fire Empire's 5th prince, Li Tianhua. It was the gloomy, fat martial artist Shen Liu who had arrived a step earlier. They barged into the city lord's mansion and flashed their identity tokens. The troops of the Southern Fire Empire's third prince had intimidated the Lin family into not daring to act rashly. The third prince's background was indeed not one that anyone could afford to offend. The third prince could deal with them with a single word. Inside the conference hall, the gloomy, fat martial artist Shen Liu was drinking tea, waiting for Lin Zhentian to appear. Lin Zhentian, we've waited for you for so long. Do you think that you can resist the Empire just because you control Black Glow City? Or do you have thoughts of colluding with the demon race? As soon as Lin Zhentian appeared at the door, Shen Liu slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into pieces. Shards flew everywhere as he glared at Lin Zhentian. This was all part of Shen Liu's plan. First, he would take Lin Zhentian down a notch. The moment Lin Zhentian reacted inappropriately, he would immediately take him down. If Lin Zhentian couldn't even handle a good show of strength, then he was not qualified to cooperate with the third prince. Lin Zhentian was calm and indifferent. Everyone has come from afar. Do you think that I, Lin Zhentian, am easy to bully? If so, then you can all scram. With Lin Fei supporting him, Lin Zhentian was someone with confidence. Shen Liu's expression changed and he laughed. City Lord Lin, don't be angry. I was just joking. The Lin family has been around for so long. How could they collude with the demon race? It was just a joke to liven things up. Did Brother Lin take it seriously? Lin Zhentian strode in. Lin Fei walked behind him, unhurried. The people from the Southern Fire Empire had arrived. Lin Fei definitely had to come and meet them. To find out the whereabouts of that arm, he had to mobilize enough people to search for it, or become a very important person. This required Lin Fei to climb up step by step. The South Fire Empire was a very good platform. There were countless small empires like the South Fire Empire in the Windcloud Weave, and there were even more top-tier empires above them. Each top-tier empire controlled dozens or even hundreds of small empires. Shen Liu didn't pay attention to Lin Fei. After stepping into the so-called God state of the Windcloud Weave, as long as Lin Fei willed it, no one would be able to detect it, even if the fat warrior, Shen Liu, had the strength of a golden core in the mortal realm. I don't like to joke around. If you have something to say, just say it. It was rare for Lin Zhentian to be able to face the Imperial Prince's men with such confidence. Shen Liu's heart trembled. The Lin Zhentian in front of him was somewhat different from the information he had received. He seemed to have become more domineering. Could it be that he didn't know the consequences of offending the third prince? Our third prince said that as long as Brother Lin is willing to pledge allegiance to His Highness, Black Glow City will be your small fief from now on. Shen Liu said, as long as His Highness's matter is done, your Lin family will get a general and a noble title that can be passed down for generations. Such conditions could be considered generous. Black Glow City was not one of those big cities, but the third prince needed the people of every city to support him. If it was before, Lin Zhentian might have agreed. It was different now. A mere condition was no longer enough to move him. If he really agreed to the third prince, the Lin family's future would not have a good ending. Who didn't know that the third prince was narrow-minded and bloodthirsty? He purely relied on his strength to suppress everyone. The third prince's conditions are not bad. I need to consider this matter for a while. I am temporarily unable to give you the answer you want, Lin Zhentian said tactfully. Rejected. Shen Liu's heart sank. Lin Zhentian, the conditions that His Highness has set are not something that just anyone can enjoy. Are you sure you have considered it clearly? The Xiantian warrior beside the fat warrior shouted. I heard that Lin Zhentian is a straightforward person. When did he become so wishy-washy? Could it be that you want to reject the third prince's good intentions? Lin Zhentian had long heard that the third prince's men were not easy to negotiate with. Do you want to force me? Lin Zhentian shouted. Shen Liu had personally come this time because he wanted to end this quickly. Lin Zhentian's behavior was different from what he had imagined, whether it was because he had placed bets on both sides or because he had other ideas. None of this was in line with the fat warrior's calculations. Lin Zhentian, let me ask you again. Do you want to submit to our third prince? Numerous auras locked onto Lin Zhentian. A Xiantian aura came crashing down. Clap clap clap, the Southern Fire Empire is really overbearing. Lin Fei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly clapped his hands. Lin Zhentian's Xiantian aura was shattered by this voice, and he recovered. Who are you? Shun Liu was shocked. A single action had shattered their Xiantian aura. This person was an expert. Lin Fei picked up a cup of tea and said, a person who is interested in your Southern Fire Empire. However, the people you brought here are quite overbearing. I personally don't like them. Overbearing? Don't like them? Shun Liu had yet to react, and his body shivered uncontrollably. The young man flicked his finger, and a ray of sword chi shot out, piercing through the bodies of the Xiantian warriors he brought with him. Puff, puff, puff. The Xiantian warriors standing beside him fell to the ground one by one, lifeless. Chill. A terrifying chill enveloped his body in an instant. You are an immortal state expert. To be able to kill the Xiantian warriors with a flick of his finger, Shun Liu trembled in fear and fell to the ground with a thud. Don't kill me, I'm just an errand boy. Immortal state expert, the fat warrior would not dare to resist even if he was given 100 gut. No matter how strong an ordinary golden core was, it would be difficult to kill a Xiantian warrior in an instant. Especially the Xiantian warriors he brought this time, all of them had survived through life and death situations. To be killed before they could even resist, who else could it be other than an immortal state expert? Clap, clap, clap. Pretty smart. Lin Fei laughed. Now stand up obediently. Of course, you can also try to run away from me. Shun Liu squeezed out an ugly smile. I'll stand, I'll stand. At this moment, Shun Liu was extremely aggrieved. If he had known that the Lin family had such a powerful expert, he would not have dared to come even if he was given 100 guts. An ordinary golden core was nothing to him. In front of an immortal state expert, life or death was just a matter of a word. Lin Zhentian knew that this senior was very powerful, but he did not expect that he would be able to kill all the Xiantian warriors in an instant. This strength was truly terrifying. The Lin family had really met a benefactor this time. Tell me about the Southern Fire Empire. It's best if you think clearly before you speak. Lin Fei said calmly. The fifth prince's heavenly flame has not arrived yet. If you don't speak clearly, my sword will cut down. Don't, I'll speak, I'll speak. Every time Lin Fei asked, Shun Liu would answer honestly, even spilling out some secret. Who would dare to lie to an immortal state expert? Lin Zhentian simply stood guard outside. Chapter 3547. Black Glow City, City Lord's Mansion. The fifth prince Li Tianhua arrived at the City Lord's mansion in the shortest time possible. A piece of bad news told them that Third Brother's troops had entered the City Lord's mansion one step ahead, but they were still a step too late. Big brother, we can't go in. With the third prince's subordinate style, Lin Zhentian might already be under their control. Princess Li Tianyin, who was dressed in a tight outfit, tried to stop them. If we go in, we'll be walking right into a trap. I'm still a step too late. Li Tianhua was unwilling to accept this. The third prince's subordinates had arrived first, and Li Tianhua was very clear about his third brother's subordinate style of doing things. Basically, no one would be able to resist their threats and enticements. No matter what, since we are already here, we must meet that Lin Zhentian. Li Tianhua said in a low voice, little sister, wait for us outside. No matter how savage third brother's subordinates are, they won't dare to act recklessly. The princes of the empire fought fiercely, but for the time being, no one dared to kill each other. The old emperor was still alive. Big brother, I'll go with you. Li Tianyin shook his head. You and I are both mortal innates. This time, we have Uncle Yong's protection. They won't dare to act recklessly. Uncle Yong was a mortal golden core warrior. He was one of the best among the golden core cultivators. Similarly, a mortal golden core warrior could fight against 3 to 4 of them. Only the royal family of the empire possessed such strength. Your Highness, Princess, there are no experts in Black Glow City. With this old man here, no one would dare to make a move. Zhong Yong stood ramrod straight. Unless a few mortal golden core cultivators come, no one can hurt His Highness and the princess. Zhong Yong had the courage to say this. The fifth prince of the Southern Fire Empire, Li Tianhua and Li Tianyin, hearing the report from outside, Lin Fei asked Lin Zhentian to bring them in. He gained a rough understanding of the Southern Fire Empire from cultivator Shen Liu. Killing the Lord of Black Brilliance has caused quite a commotion. Lin Fei realized that his appearance had broken the balance of the Southern Fire Empire. For now, the balance had indeed been broken. A mortal golden core was not worthy of being moved. The immortal state was different. They were qualified to stand out and speak. They could even influence a war. Shen Liu. Li Tianhua cautiously entered. When he saw Shen Liu, one of the third prince's lackeys, he could not help but shoot out a cold glare. At the same time, Li Tianhua noticed a black-clothed young man sitting on a golden horse and a large saber. Based on his experience as a member of the royal family and the relevant information, this person's identity appeared in his mind. Black Glow City's #1 expert, Lin Bai. Li Tianhua turned around and said, "If I'm not wrong, I've heard about what happened in the Southern Fire Empire. It's not impossible for me to stand on your side." Lin Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense, getting straight to the point. "As long as you satisfy one of my conditions, I want the empire to enter the 13 God Nation." From Shen Liu's mouth, Lin Fei learned a secret. Even empires like the Southern Fire Empire had a spot in their possession. That spot would allow Lin Fei to take a step further and come into contact with higher levels. The matter of the quota was worthy of Lin Fei's help. "This is impossible." Li Tianyin noticed this young man. "Not everyone can decide on the quota. Your request is too difficult." Lin Fei said with a smile. "It's said that the quota is in the hands of the old emperor. Once the old emperor dies, the quota will fall into the hands of the new emperor. It's only a matter of a word to whom the quota is given. Anyway, the quota of the Southern Fire Empire is basically given to others. It doesn't matter who you give it to." This was the first time that Li Tianhua had seen someone so straightforward. The quota to enter the 13 God Nations was indeed one of the most precious things in the Southern Fire Empire. It was at least one of the top 3 things in the empire. "Why should I believe you? You should know that the Southern Fire Empire only has the quota of the 13 God Nations. We've never really used it." Li Tianhua did not know why this young man was so obsessed with the quota. "I can help you become the emperor." Lin Fei stood up. "I can easily decide your life and death." Boom. The power of the immortal state crushed Li Tianhua and the others. Li Tianhua and the others almost suffocated. Even Zhong Yong, who was a mortal golden core cultivator, was panting and couldn't move his body. Immortal state. Li Tianhua finally agreed to give up the quota. A immortal state expert. If he hadn't come here personally, Li Tianhua believed that he would have missed this opportunity. In just a small city, there was a great deity, an expert who had stepped into the deity realm. The other party only wanted one quota. As long as Li Tianhua was not stupid, he would definitely not refuse. With an immortal state expert standing behind him, Li Tianhua had the confidence to fight for the position. Lin Fei, Li Tianhua, and the others left Black Glow City together. Lin Zhentian was a step behind them, leading the experts of his clan to the Southern Fire Empire's capital. If he did not grasp such an opportunity, then he would not be Lin Zhentian. On the back of a bird. Lin Fei sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Li Tianhua and Li Tianyin felt like they were dreaming. Being so young and having the strength of an immortal state expert made them feel that it was unrealistic. However, the aura of an immortal state expert couldn't be faked. They had seen the aura of an immortal state expert before, and it was exactly the same as what they were facing. Because of Lin Fei's participation, no one dared to make a sound and they just sat there obediently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Half a day later, when the bird entered the sky above a valley, beams of black light shot out from the valley below. Giant arrows as thick as an arm pierced through the bird's abdomen at lightning speed, causing blood to flow. "Your Highness, watch out." The bird was injured and fell onto the rocks in the valley. The ambush came quickly. By the time Li Tianhua and Li Tianyin reacted, The bird had already fallen down like a meteor and turned into a pile of meat paste. Zhong Yong shouted and spread his wings. He grabbed the prince and the princess with each hand and landed on a rock. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark green arrows rained down on them like black rain, not giving them any chance to catch their breath. Watch out, those are military crossbows. Li Tianhua was infuriated. Those were obviously military equipment, and they were now attacking them. Everyone activated their innate true qi and activated their innate true qi to defend themselves. They retreated while repelling the arrows, but it was still very difficult. There were constantly guards who couldn't hold on and were struck by the arrows, dying on the spot. The fear of death enveloped them. Hey, suddenly, a red mist spread out in the valley, accompanied by an eerie and terrifying sound. Wherever the red mist passed, the rocks cracked and the flowers and grass rotted. It was a desolate place. Oh no, the Saint of Poison is here. Zhong Yong's expression changed. Chapter 35-48. The poisonous red mist continued to sweep over. A figure could be vaguely seen in the red mist as he spoke in a sinister voice. Your Highness, Princess, I've been waiting here for a long time to deal with you. It's your fortune to be able to die from my red luan poison miasma. The sinister voice was like a chilly wind that made one's hair stand on end. Let's go. The Poison Saint was a terrifying existence in the Southern Fire Empire. Even Golden Core mortal cultivators had to retreat from his terrifying poison attacks. It was rumored that the Poison Saint had once used poison to escape from a deity realm expert. In the Southern Fire Empire, the Poison Saint was someone who could not be offended. The poisonous red mist surrounded them from all directions. Zhong Yong took the initiative to break out of the encirclement, but he couldn't withstand the poison. Before he even got close, the poison prevented him from circulating his innate true qi, and his flesh was replaced by burning heat. Under such circumstances, they couldn't break out at all. It must be my brothers who did it. Li Tianhua tried to calm himself down. The Poison Saint, who was skilled in using poison, would never attack. No one could force him to show himself, let alone defeat him. Senior, save me. Li Tianhua could only count on Senior Lin Bai. Lin Fei had only agreed to help because of a spot in the 13 divine nations. Now, it seemed that this matter was not going to be easy. For the position of emperor, the competition seemed to be quite fierce. The poisonous red mist was extremely powerful. It could be said that no one in the mortal realm could withstand it. If it was inhaled into the body, one would be unable to circulate their innate true qi. If one touched it, it would corrode one's flesh. Such a poison expert would never fail. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lin Fei this time. Crescent moon. Lin Fei released his slaughter sword intent. It was like a crescent moon that rose in the red mist. The poisonous red mist was torn apart, and a figure fell out. Then, the red mist dissipated. There was a bloody hole between the eyebrows of the person called the Poison Saint. He looked like he had died with a grievance. The Poison Saint is still not strong enough. This poison could only threaten mortal realm experts, so Lin Fei didn't really care about it. Li Tianhua and Li Tianyin secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. A deity realm expert was so terrifyingly strong that even the Poison Saint of the Southern Fire Empire couldn't withstand a single sword strike and died. It's still a day's journey to the Southern Fire Empire. I'll take you there. If he could ambush them once, there would definitely be a second time. Lin Fei didn't want Li Tianhua to die in front of him. Go. Lin Fei waved his hand. Divine power surged out and wrapped around the three of them. They turned into a stream of light and flew away. Within the stormwind weave, anyone who had reached the deity realm could fly and burrow into the ground. This was the best proof of being in the deity realm. Even an ultimate martialist at the mortal realm would not be able to break through the rules of the stormwind weave. Senior, that's the Southern Fire Imperial Capital. When Li Tianhua saw the Imperial Capital again, he finally relaxed. A Poison Saint had almost caused him to drink resentfully in the underworld. Li Tianhua knew that the most intense competition had arrived. In a remote place, Lin Fei landed and revealed himself. A group of people entered the Southern Fire Empire's imperial capital from the city gate. The Southern Fire Empire's imperial capital was very big. As soon as Li Tianhua entered the imperial capital, a group of guards immediately arrived. A group of people escorted him into the imperial mansion. Almost all of the sons of the old emperor had been conferred the title of prince and could open a mansion in the imperial capital. Li Tianhua was also a prince. Senior, the conditions are too simple. Please forgive me. Li Tianhua walked into the imperial mansion and felt relieved. Lin Fei said lightly, "Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. I like peace and quiet. By the way, bring all the books you've collected here. I'll arrange for someone to bring them to you immediately." Li Tianhua immediately made the arrangements. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in thought. There are many experts in the Southern Fire Empire. In my senses, there are 3 deity realm experts. One of them should be at level 3 or level 4. He should be the strongest expert in the Southern Fire Empire. Lin Fei had thought that this trip wouldn't be difficult, so his interest was piqued by the presence of a level 3 or level 4 Heaven Immortal expert. Just like that, Lin Fei stayed in the Wang Mansion. Usually, no one would come to this area. Other than studying sword techniques, Lin Fei would flip through the books of Windy Weave. The number of books here was not something the City Lord Mansion of Black Glory City could compare to. The more he understood about Windy Weave, the more curious Lin Fei was about who Kang Lin's master was. An extraterritorial god emperor? Some of the books recorded some secrets. For example, every time an extraterritorial god emperor came to Windy Weave, there would be a war. The people of the Southern Fire Empire know too little. Lin Fei closed the last book. In order to satisfy Lin Fei, Li Tianhua had not only taken out the books he had collected, but he had also obtained many books from the imperial palace. He knew that Lin Fei liked all kinds of books about the local customs and customs. Only by obtaining a slot and entering the 13 divine nations will I have a chance to learn about those big secret. Lin Fei was quite disappointed that he couldn't find any clues. I wonder how well Han Jiang and that blazing lion are doing. Time passed day by day in the imperial mansion. Apart from the initial period when Lin Fei flipped through the books, he spent the rest of his time practicing his sword techniques or suppressing his aura while tasting various delicacies in the imperial capital. As long as the old emperor was still alive, he wouldn't have a chance to make a move. According to the records in the books, Windy Weave had a certain level of protection for those with great merit. For example, the emperor had established an empire where everyone lived in peace and contentment. If anyone tried to assassinate the emperor, even if they succeeded, they would be killed by the heavenly Tao the next moment. The greater the merit, the heavier the punishment. In Windy Weave, very few people would try to assassinate those with great merit. For example, the old emperor. The princes under him competed fiercely, but none of them dared to do so. The only thing they could do was wait for the old emperor to pass away. Lin Fei had no choice but to submit to this rule. In addition, killing mortals was also a sin. The slightest carelessness would result in punishment from the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei stayed in the imperial mansion for 3 years. 3 years passed very quickly. Lin Fei tasted all kinds of delicacies in the imperial capital of the Southern Fire Empire. And on the last day of those 3 years, the old emperor passed away. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the courtyard, could clearly feel the changes in the world when the old emperor passed away. Tonight is destined to be lively. Lin Fei took out a flask of wine and poured himself a cup. After waiting for 3 years, it's finally time to act. Lin Fei didn't deliberately try to understand the situation during these 3 years, but he knew how intense the internal struggle in the imperial palace was. There were now 4 divine realm experts instead of 3. 2 of them were external reinforcements. 4 divine realm experts were enough to change everything tonight. Senior, I would like you to accompany me into the imperial palace. Chapter 3549. After the death of the old emperor, all the forces in the Southern Fire Empire took action. The most intense moment had come. The person who would become the emperor of the Southern Fire Empire would be tonight. The edict would not be of any use at all. Strength was king. Li Tianhua had pinned all his hopes on Lin Fei this time. 3 years, and everything would be decided tonight. Li Tianhua had called over 100 guards, all of whom were clad in black armor. They were top-notch elites. Apart from them, there were also 6 golden core cultivators of the mortal realm. It was a powerful lineup. They went straight to the palace. Swoosh, swoosh. It was quiet on the streets of the imperial capital. When Li Tianhua's men passed through the streets, many figures appeared in the dark with all kinds of crossbows in their hands and shot at them. Defend. The black-armored guards in front all raised their shields and formed a large shield. Fifth Prince, the first prince said that you can't go anywhere tonight. An army appeared in front of them and blocked their way after the array was removed. It's my brother's men. Li Tianhua's heart sank. The leader is a mortal golden core expert, Liu Huan. He can fight 4 or 5 mortal golden core experts at once. He's a top mortal expert. Mortal golden core experts were also divided into different levels. The weaker ones fought 1-on-1. Those who were slightly stronger fought 1-on-2 or even 1-on-3. Only mortal golden core experts like Liu Huan could fight 4 or 5 mortal golden core experts at once. Not just anyone could recruit a top mortal expert of this level. My brother really thinks highly of me. He left such a person to block my way. Li Tianhua cupped his hands at Lin Fei. Please help me, senior. Liu Huan alone could block most of Li Tianhua's power. It would be extremely difficult to break through. Don't worry, Your Highness. Lin Fei said with a smile. I'll take you to the palace now. Fifth Prince, as long as you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Liu Huan didn't think Li Tianhua would dare to rush over. The fifth prince was influential, but he didn't have any powerful experts around him. Tonight's battle did not lie with the fifth prince. What Liu Huan needed to do was to suppress the fifth prince, Li Tianhua. Once the victor was decided in the palace, no one would be able to turn the tables. They, who had contributed to the dragon ascension, could also obtain merit experience and become a protective shield. This was also why martial artists were willing to participate in the fight for the throne. I want to go to the palace. No one can stop me, Li Tianhua shouted. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his hand. Divine power wrapped around the Li heaven flame, and he soared into the air, passing everyone and disappearing into the night. It was possible to see that he was heading toward the imperial palace. Oh no, the fifth prince actually invited a god realm expert. Liu Huan cursed inwardly. The fifth prince, who was the most hopeless, had secretly invited a godly state martial artist. The situation tonight was unpredictable. Inform the first prince immediately. Lin Fei brought the blazing heavenly flame and headed straight for the imperial palace. Looking down from above, Li Tianhua discovered that the streets leading to the imperial palace were all heavily guarded. He could not help but feel a trace of bitterness. Compared to them, there was a huge gap. They are fighting. The fluctuation of the godly state martial artist quietly spread. A total of 4 godly state martial artists. A good show is about to begin. Lin Fei approached the imperial palace with Li Tianhua. Swish, 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 swish. Arrows shot over like flowing lights. The imperial palace is an important place. No one is allowed to enter. A shout was heard. Get lost. The godly state martial artist's power exploded and crushed them like a mountain. Regardless of the cultivation level of the ordinary people, they were all sent flying. Lin Fei rushed into the imperial palace. Found him. Outside the imperial hall, 4 figures were engaged in a chaotic battle. All of them deliberately restrained the range of their power, causing the fluctuations to be confined to a very small area. We are not late, Lin Fei said with a smile. Everyone, we are not late. Li Tianhua regained his freedom. At this moment, facing his brothers, he was also under great pressure, especially the 4 godly state martial artists. Xiao Wu, you actually invited a godly state martial artist. We have all underestimated you. In the distance, a few guards protected a middle-aged martial artist in a purple robe. You should not have come. It is not your turn to become the emperor. None of the 4 princes present were more powerful than Li Tianhua. Although Li Tianhua had brought a godly state martial artist, it was not useful at this moment. This was because the four godly state martial artists who were originally fighting joined forces and attacked Lin Fei together. Xiao Wu, I forgot to tell you that any godly state martial artist who enters the imperial palace will be the target of our joint attack, the eldest prince said calmly. So, you are out. Oh no, it is a trap. Li Tianhua's expression changed drastically. This was completely different from what he had imagined. They would actually exclude an outsider first. How could this be? This was unexpected. The four godly state martial artists that charged over were extremely powerful. As if they had discussed it beforehand, they attacked from four different directions. Good timing. After stepping into the godly state martial artist of the Wind Cloud territory, Lin Fei had never met a worthy opponent. Now that four of them came at once, it was a good time to test his strength. Flowing water. Hua, hua. The slaughter sword will turned into black flowing water and covered his entire body in an instant. The attacks of the four godly state martial artists landed on the black flowing water, but they could not split it at all. Under the impact of the black flowing water, their power was greatly suppressed. Crescent moon. A crescent moon appeared, and wherever it passed, sword radiance would shoot out. Who are you? There is no one like you in the Nanhua Empire. The crescent moon made them feel how powerful this person was. The sharp sword will almost cut through their armor, making their hair stand on end. In a 1 versus 4 situation, they could not gain the upper hand at all. They were even forced back by the sword. It was different from what they had imagined. You guys talk too much. Take my third move. With one move, Lin Fei had a general idea of their strength. Dark Night. The crescent moon was not enough to deal with them, so Lin Fei used the third move, Dark Night. The black sword will slashed out, and all the light disappeared instantly. The entire world seemed to have fallen into darkness. It was so quiet that no one could hear or see anything. This was the first time Lin Fei used Dark Night. We can't block it anymore. Too powerful. Bang, bang, bang. The four figures were sent flying, knocking over several buildings, and each of them spat out blood. If you don't want to die, leave the palace. The darkness disappeared, and Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Let's go. The four godly state martial artists were scared out of their wits. They could not block that sword at all, and there was only fear left in their hearts. They did not know where this guy came from to be so terrifying. The dark night turned into sword radiance, and it was like a monstrous wave that penetrated every inch of the sky. They could not block it at all. Chapter 3550. Just like that, we won. Li Tianhua was dumbfounded. The terrifying scene from before was still playing in his mind. That suffocating feeling was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. After the four immortal state experts pounced on him, Li Tianhua was in despair. He had never heard of an immortal state expert that could fight against four immortal state experts at once. But the result, Li Tianhua was dumbfounded. He had invited a great expert from the Black Glow City. Yes, from now on, you are the new emperor of the Southern Fire Empire. Lin Fei walked back. The first prince and the other three princes were paralyzed on the ground. With the four immortal state experts gone, they had completely lost the ability to compete. As for the guards, how could mortal realm experts fight against immortal state experts? We actually lost. The throne is mine. I just need to kill you. The first prince, who was in despair, suddenly unleashed his aura and pounced at Li Tianhua. His fist was filled with terrifying killing intent. Stubborn. Lin Fei was ready to kill him with one slash. Even though the first prince had a trace of a special aura, Lin Fei still killed him without hesitation. Senior, leave this man to me. Li Tianhua turned around and threw a punch at the first prince. The two of them immediately started fighting. The shadows of their fists were like mountains. The sound of the punches was louder than the one before. In the end, the first prince was sent flying and fell on the ground. Big brother, you lost. Li Tianhua was covered in blood, but he stood straight. After the first prince was defeated, no one else dared to challenge him. The rest was simple. Lin Fei didn't do anything. Li Tianhua's men took control of the palace and the army outside. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. With an immortal state overseeing the palace, no one dared to be dishonest. When the sun rose the next day, Li Tianhua ascended to the supreme throne and became the new emperor of the Southern Fire Empire. The fact that Li Tianhua became the emperor shocked many people. More people knew that there was an immortal state expert behind the new emperor. He defeated 4 immortal state experts by himself. How many people could achieve such a result? Is this merit? In a side hall. Suddenly, Lin Fei had an indescribable thing on him. Based on the experience gained from flipping through a large number of ancient books, he determined that this was a special kind of energy merit. Interesting. With merit added to his body, Lin Fei vaguely felt as if he was protected by the heavenly Tao. No wonder everyone wants to obtain merit. With the protection of merit, it's like having a trump card. Lin Fei did not have much merit on him, but he knew that anyone who wanted to kill him would not have a good time. It is true that those who have obtained great merit cannot be easily killed. The consequences are unbearable, Lin Fei told himself. In the future, he had to be careful when dealing with people with great merit. Going against the laws of the heavenly Tao in order to kill a person would not end well. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Li Tianhua had ascended to the throne. Lin Fei had been living in the side hall all this time. Apart from going to read the ancient books, he never left the side hall. He didn't even participate in the new emperor's banquet. On this day, Li Tianhua came to the side hall alone. Ever since Lin Fei started living in the side hall, this area had been classified as a forbidden area. Outsiders were forbidden from entering, and violators would be severely punished. Li Tianhua walked into the side hall, putting away the pride he had outside. No one knew better than him that without the senior's help, he would at most be an idle king today. This was a good outcome. If not, he would be exiled to the border. That would be the most despairing moment. Senior, today, this junior is here to fulfill a promise. Li Tianhua took out an ancient sword medallion and said, "This is the ancient sword medallion that I have the right to open after my ascension. With this ancient sword medallion, I can enter the 13 god nations in 50 years. Now, I will give this ancient sword medallion to Senior." Lin Fei did not urge Li Tianhua to do so. No one could go back on their word after making a promise. "Thank you." Lin Fei waved his hand, and the black ancient sword token floated over and landed in his hand. As soon as he grasped the sword token, he felt a mysterious power lock onto him. Lin Fei could vaguely sense that behind this power was an enormous world. It was the rumored 13 god nations, the strongest 13 god nations of the wind cloud weave in ancient times. After obtaining the ancient sword token, Lin Fei left the imperial palace and moved into a manor on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Naturally, this was provided by Li Tianhua. For the next 50 years, I will be living in this manor. Once the ancient sword token was in someone's possession, it would release a unique fluctuation after 30 years. A fight for the ancient sword token would then begin. Only the strong could enter the 13 god nations. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of experts there will be in 30 years. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, closed the information on the 13 god nations, and began to cultivate in silence. He flicked his finger. 20 years passed. Lin Fei kept a low profile in the manor. The imperial capital had also forgotten about the godly state expert. During this time, Lin Fei had helped Li Tianhua kill a godly state expert once. After that, he did not fight again and spent most of his time cultivating in the manor. If he was bored, he would go to the imperial capital for a walk. Buzz. Buzz. On this day, the ancient sword token that he had been storing flew out and emitted a buzzing sound. 20 years have passed. The boring days will never return. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and put away the ancient sword medallion. Just now, a supreme power locked onto me. At the same time, I can vaguely sense the vague location of the ancient sword medallion in the wind cloud weave. They should be able to find me through this fluctuation. A defensive battle is about to begin. A sword intent flew out and floated in front of Lin Fei, emitting a cold killing intent. Inside a palace, a figure walked out, pinched his fingers, and gazed toward the east. The closest ancient sword token should be in the Southern Fire Empire. After some divination, this person summoned a disciple. The ancient sword tokens of the 13 god nations have appeared. The closest ancient sword token is in the Southern Fire Empire. Go and get it. Understood. 2 figures soared into the sky. Ha ha ha, the 13 god nations have appeared again. In the boundless mountains, a figure shot into the sky. With a shake of his body, a black dragon rushed into the void, roaring and tearing the void apart. This time, no one can stand in my way. The closest ancient sword token is in the Southern Fire Empire. On the ground, someone was running with large strides. Each step covered a distance of a few hundred meters. I remember that the Southern Fire Empire is a small empire. I must hurry there as soon as possible, lest someone beat me to it. It is the easiest ancient sword spirit to get. Dong, dong, dong. Chapter 3551. The Southern Fire Empire. The imperial capital. It had been 20 years since Li Tianhua took the throne. Under his leadership, the empire had developed rapidly and became more prosperous with each passing day. Compared to before he ascended the throne, the strength of the empire had increased by 5 or 6 times. It was all thanks to Senior Lin. The 13 divine nations have appeared. I hope Senior can stop them. Li Tianhua was now a mortal golden core cultivator. The blazing heaven fire in the mortal golden core naturally sensed the slight fluctuation that appeared in the world. He hoped that the senior in the suburbs could stop the fight. The stronger the senior was, the more the Southern Fire Empire would benefit. Send someone to the suburbs and keep an eye on the villa. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Boom. A beam of light flew over from afar. It was extremely fast. It landed not far away from the villa. The ground shook and a middle-aged man crawled out of the ground. Damn it, this minor teleportation talisman is so unreliable. I'm in such a mess every time. The middle-aged man crawled out of the pit and shook off the dirt on his body. It's up ahead. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. The ancient sword token was nearby. I'm faster than anyone else this time. The middle-aged man laughed and disappeared into the forest. A villa appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The ancient sword token is in the villa. Interesting. The ancient sword token isn't in the hands of the imperial capital's emperor. The middle-aged man remembered that the emperor of the Southern Fire Empire had handed over the ancient sword token the last time. Hand over the ancient sword token. The middle-aged man reached out and slapped the villa. A giant hand dozens of meters wide completely covered the villa. This palm contained the power of an immortal state warrior. Buzz. The palm pressed down and the void was torn apart. Meanwhile, at this time, a strand of sword intent flew out from below, expanding with the wind, turning into 100 jong in size like a long river. With a wong-wong sound, it swept towards the large palm. The enormous force pushed the giant hand back a long distance. Sword immortal. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. So what? Buzz. Another wisp of sword essence came toward him. In an instant, it transformed into an expanse of night. Within the night, sword insight surged explosively and covered the heavens and the earth, and it drowned the middle-aged man within it. A disheveled figure was flung away, crashing into a patch of forest. Then, he stood up in a sorry state. Thank you for showing mercy. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, The strength of a god realm heavenly immortal. In a courtyard of the villa. Lin Fei drank by himself. After 20 years of training my sword intent, the power of my sword moves has increased. One dark night is enough to defeat my opponent. Second-level heaven immortal experts were of no interest to him for the time being. I hope more experts of the 4th or 5th level of the heaven immortal realm come. Lin Fei poured himself another cup. I won't be lonely for the next 20 years. Lin Fei smiled and drank the wine in his glass. That expert swordsman in the villa is too powerful. The renowned spear King Zhong Tongxian was repelled before he could even block a single sword. This is the most 12 immortal state masters in a year. There were many experts gathered outside the villa. These experts were all defeated by the people inside. That sword Dao was extremely powerful and straightforward. Either he could resist it or he could not. It was just that simple. Every expert who was defeated was grateful to the people in the villa. If the opponent had not shown mercy, at least half of the experts who came to take the ancient sword token would have been killed or injured. After being defeated, some experts left, while others chose to watch from the side. Everyone wanted to know how long the expert in the villa could last. Currently, those who came to fight for the ancient sword token were all ordinary immortal state experts. The true experts had not appeared yet. It's been 5 years. Lin Fei used another sword intent to create Dark Knight Killer move and forced back a third-layer Heaven Immortal expert. Looking at the time, those great experts should be here soon. In the past 5 years, the strongest expert was only a third-level Heaven Immortal. At this level, Lin Fei could defeat them with one sword strike. For Lin Fei, who had been idle for 20 years, he had seen many Heaven Immortal battle techniques. He had to admit that the moves of the Windy Wind Dominion were more focused on power. Ordinary moves could often explode with great power. Lin Fei was glad that he chose to be a sword immortal. The 6th year. A huge black dragon unleashed its dragon aura unscrupulously. Everywhere it passed, people were thrown off their feet. Dragon aura. When the black dragon entered the Southern Fire Empire, the martial artists in the cities were in chaos. I can feel the aura of the ancient sword token. It's just ahead. The black dragon entered the void and traveled through the void. Those martial artists did not dare to face the black astral wind head-on. When it appeared again, the black dragon roared at the sky. The entire imperial capital was in a state of panic. The black dragon of the dragon race. Li Tianhua looked up at the huge figure in the sky and took a deep breath. The black dragon is one of the top 3 combat dragons in the dragon race. I wonder if Senior can withstand the black dragon's attack. Li Tianhua could not help but worry. The black dragon before him was at least a 4th-layer Heaven Immortal expert. Combined with the black dragon's innate ability, even a 5th-layer Heaven Immortal expert could not defeat the black dragon. The ancient sword token is in the manor. Black Dragon Borge smelled the aura of the ancient sword token. Before he reached the sky above the manor, he opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of dragon flames from dozens of li away. The dragon flames descended from the sky and turned into a towering inferno. In an instant, the area around the manor turned into a sea of fire. Any building that stood in front of the dragon flames turned into ashes in less than a breath's time. Run. The dragon race is really something. Why is that bastard Black Dragon Borge here? Run for your life. The experts who stayed outside the manor immediately turned around and fled. A few unlucky second-layer Heaven Immortal Realm experts were accidentally hit by the dragon flames and were engulfed by a layer of flames. After a series of cries, they were turned into a pile of ashes in less than 3 breaths' time. No one can possess the ancient sword token in front of the Great Borge. Black Dragon Borge sneered. His huge figure shuttled across the sky above the manor ruins and reached his claws into the flames. Buzz. As soon as the dragon claws reached below, a black stream of light slashed at the dragon claws. Ah, my claws. A streak of sword light left a large gash on Borge's claw, and a piece of dragon meat fell off. You black dragon destroyed my manor. There's no need for you to leave today. A figure walked out of the dragon flames. The figure was surrounded by a black sword intent. The dragon flames were blocked by the black stream of light. Chapter 3552. Black Dragon Borge is here. I don't think the master of the villa will be able to stop him. I heard that Black Dragon Borge is a violent fellow who does things according to his whims. His strength is unfathomable. Rumor has it that he once fought a heavenly god. I heard that Black Dragon Borge destroyed a city for a treasure, and nothing happened to him afterward. Is that the master of the villa? He's so young. The black dragon's strongest point is his defense, but he was cut open by a sword. Capturing Black Dragon Borge as a mount. The immortal state expert who escaped the dragon flame attack. The immortal state experts who witnessed this scene looked at each other. Capturing Black Dragon Borge as a mount. This master of the villa seemed to be very daring. The dragon tribe was a special power in the Windcloud Weave. They didn't need to cultivate, and with the passage of time, Their strength would increase and break through as time passed. Although many people wanted to capture a dragon as a mount, no one dared to do it. Capturing a dragon was equivalent to offending the entire dragon race. No one was willing to do such a thing. Foolish human, how dare you say you want to capture the Great Borge as a mount? Who gave you the courage to do so? Black Dragon Borge's eyes glinted fiercely as he slashed at the human. The Great Borge is going to eat you. You have a lot of blood and chi in you. The dragon race rarely ate humans, but if they met someone with a strong blood and chi, they would treat them as a great tonic. For example, this black-robed young man had a strong blood and Black Dragon Borge was very interested in him. Tail whip. Black Dragon Borge swung his huge tail through the air. Boom. Boom. Space seemed to be locked. Dragon prowess, confinement. Black Dragon Borge's tail whipped the void and swept at Lin Fei. The master of the villa is too confident. Every race in the dragon race strives to become a sage through physical strength. No one is willing to fight him head-on. The dragon race was famous for their strength. Black Dragon Borge was the most competitive of the dragon clan, and he displayed his brutality and cruelty to the extreme. The first move was the divine dragon swings its tail. It was obvious that he wanted to kill his opponent. Is this the strength of you dark dragons? The void behind Lin Fei began to crumble. Black light flowed continuously on Lin Fei's body. The divine dragon tail whip did not harm Lin Fei at all. You're actually fine. Boom boom boom. Black Dragon Borge lashed out again, leaving only a black afterimage. Meanwhile, outside the area where Black Dragon and Lin Fei were fighting, on top of a mountain peak stood 3 young experts. I didn't expect the Southern Fire Empire to have such an expert. That guy's sword intent is very powerful. If I'm not mistaken, that black-robed kid is a sword celestial. He's very strong in sword Dao. I wonder which sect he's from. All 3 of them were experts from the same sect. The ancient sword token was too important. The ancient sword medallion of the Southern Fire Empire was one of the most sought-after items. Let's hope that both of them are heavily injured. That way, our chances of obtaining the ancient sword token will be greater. A great expert at the peak of the Heaven Celestial stage was very difficult to deal with. Boom boom boom. One moment, Black Dragon Borge was swinging his tail, and the next, his claws were like knives. His huge body became very agile, and every attack was filled with violence. Lin Fei's body was protected by the flowing light, and his celestial massacre sword met the dragon's tail and claws again and again. The dragon race of the Windcloud Weave is much stronger than I imagined. No one in the same realm is a match for him. If not for my sword intent flowing light and my extreme physique, I would not have been able to withstand such attack. Lin Fei wielded the celestial massacre sword. Black Dragon Borge's strength should be at this level. The dragon race that specializes in strength is almost at its limit. Lin Fei had a rough understanding of Black Dragon Borge's strength. Strong. It did not exceed Lin Fei's limits. In other words, Black Dragon Borge was no match for him. Night. The celestial massacre sword intent slashed out, and the sword intent turned into a dark night. In an instant, the sky turned into a dark night, filled with a peaceful aura. Boom boom boom. Black Dragon Borge was attacked by an endless stream of sword intent, each one extremely powerful and fast. Black Dragon Borge managed to deflect some of the sword intent attacks, but could not block the rest. Foolish human, you can't hurt me at all. Black Dragon Borge shattered the sword intent with a claw. We black dragons are best at defense. Clang. Clang. The celestial massacre sword intent continuously struck Black Dragon Borge. Again. Another dark night. Lin Fei had never thought that night would be enough to defeat Black Dragon Borge. The dragon race was famous for their powerful defense. Aurora. The celestial massacre sword intent flew out, condensing into a black dot of light. At this moment, there was only a black dot left in the world, and it grew larger and larger. You're still far from being able to hurt the Great Borge. Black Dragon Borge swiped at the black dot with his claw. In the eyes of a black dragon, there was nothing that could not be broken, and the same went for human techniques. Boom. The dragon claw struck the black dot at an extremely fast speed. A terrifying power exploded from the black dot, and the dragon claw that it was so proud of was broken inch by inch. The black dot spread along the dragon claw, and wherever it passed, it left wounds and flesh everywhere it passed. How did the great Borge get injured? The black dot followed, cutting through the dragon race's proud defense circle by circle, and its huge body was completely engulfed. For the first time, the dragon race's powerful recovery ability could not keep up with the speed. This is a move that I have specially developed for experts with strong defense. Lin Fei smiled. Not bad, right? Don't even think of hurting the great Borge with human techniques. Boom boom boom. Black Dragon Borge continued to grow in size, trying to escape the black dot's attack. But no matter how big he grew, the black dot was like a bone-eating worm, corroding the black dragon's flesh inch by inch. Not long after, half of Black Dragon Borge's body was left with white bones. It was a ghastly sight. Ah! Black Dragon Borge screamed. As the black dot corroded, Black Dragon Borge felt his aura weakening. He could not exert any strength, and the smell of death shrouded his heart. Is the great Borge really going to die in here? Black Dragon Borge never thought that he would lose to a human expert. Now, choose to die, or be my mount. With a hum, the Celestial Massacre Sword pierced through Black Dragon Borge's physical defense and stabbed into his huge head. Don't kill me. I surrender. I'll be your mount. Chapter 3553. Don't kill me. The Great Borge admits defeat. The Aurora shredded Black Dragon Borge's powerful body in circles. No matter how much Borge struggled, he could not break free. He was firmly restrained. The threat of death crushed Borge's proud head. He had no choice but to lower his head. However, the venomous look in his eyes never dissipated. As long as Borge was given the chance, he would tear apart this lowly human brat before him. Boom, boom, boom. The Aurora constantly tore apart Borge's body. That doesn't sound like you're admitting defeat. Then I'd better kill you. Lin Fei laughed heartily. I've never killed a dragon in my life, much less eaten dragon meat. I'll use you as an example. Lin Fei controlled the sword, intent to continue destroying the black dragon. The human race experts who had escaped in the distance also looked at each other. Black Dragon Borge is defeated. Half his body is about to be torn apart. Sword immortal. What a powerful sword immortal. Most people were excited that the Villa Master had defeated Borge. Black Dragon Borge was very powerful and famous. Who knew how many people had suffered because of him? For example, Black Dragon Borge had killed many experts with his dragon flame. Because of this, everyone hated Black Dragon Borge to the core. On a distant mountain peak. What a powerful sword move. It's so powerful to be able to break through Borge's powerful defense. That black-clothed man is so powerful. He's probably a fifth firmament sky immortal. The trio's expressions turned solemn. The Southern Fire Empire's ancient sword token had always been a target of contention. There had never been an expert of this level. It'll be difficult for us to get the token. Regardless, we have to give it a try. I don't think that person can use such a powerful sword move consecutively. This is our chance. Even Borge was defeated. That person must be a fifth firmament sky immortal expert. Unless a sky god takes action, no one will be able to snatch the ancient sword token. Let's give it up. He's too powerful. Even I can't withstand that sword move. I'm scared. Let's give it up. There are 13 divine nations in the Windcloud Weave, and the Southern Fire Empire isn't the only one with the ancient sword medallion. That fellow is ridiculously strong, and there's no chance of victory if we try to snatch it. Worse comes to worst, both sides will suffer. It's not worth it. The immortal state warriors hiding in the dark shook their heads and changed their minds. I won't participate in the fight anymore. Given Black Dragon Borge's strength, even they didn't have 100% chance of winning against him. A 30 to 70 chance was already the limit. I admit defeat. Stop fighting. The Great Borge has really admitted defeat. Black Dragon Borge's rather large body expanded and shrank from time to time, but he was still unable to escape from the Aurora's attack. More than half of his bones were exposed in the air. Lin Fei said indifferently, if you don't want to die, then give up resisting. Let me plant my sword intent in your mind and control your life and death. Black Dragon Borge struggled. How could he be willing to be implanted with sword intent? No, absolutely not. Borge said angrily. I'm a member of the dragon race. You can't do this to me. Then I'll kill you and eat your flesh. Lin Fei was unmoved. After exchanging blows with Black Dragon Borge, he knew that the strength of the dragon race in the Windcloud Weave was limited to their strong physical defenses. Once their physical defenses were breached, the dragon race would not be as strong as they had imagined. You win. Black Dragon Borge's large heart was exposed, causing him to break out in cold sweat. If you treat a member of the dragon race like this today, the experts of the dragon race will make you regret it another day. Black Dragon Borge lowered his head. He gave up resisting. Lin Fei controlled the slaughter sword intent and condensed it into a sword Dao seed, which he inserted into Black Dragon Borge's mind. The sword Dao seed took root in Black Dragon Borge's mind and turned into a towering tree. The aurora also disappeared. Black Dragon Borge's lost flesh and blood rapidly recovered. Not long after, he recovered to his original state. However, his aura had not recovered to its peak state. Damn sword intent. Black Dragon Borge did not dare to attack. The sword intent of the towering tree moved even though there was no wind. Wisps of sword intent swam around, causing Black Dragon Borge to break out in cold sweat. Your body is too big. Transform. Lin Fei shouted at Black Dragon Borge. Also, from today onwards, you will be my mount, Little Black. As long as you obediently become my mount, I will set you free after 1,000 years. You will set me free. Black Dragon Borge's eyes lit up. If it was true, 1,000 years wasn't impossible to accept. To the dragon race, a nap would take a few hundred years. 1,000 years was really not a long time. A mount like you will only last for 1,000 years. Lin Fei said disdainfully, it is your fortune to be my mount. Ordinary people are not qualified. Black Dragon Borge felt as if his heart had been stabbed. Many people wanted a dragon as a mount, but this guy looked at it with disdain. Yet, Black Dragon Borge could not find any words to refute. He could easily defeat him now. Then in 1,000 years, he would probably become a heavenly god expert. At that time, he would probably have to change his mount. It might even be a heavenly god mount. His heavenly immortal mount could indeed be pushed aside. Black Dragon Borge was suddenly very displeased. This was the first time a dragon had encountered such a grievance. After Lin Fei defeated Black Dragon Borge, the godly state expert hiding in the dark left quietly. Within the range of his senses, there were very few godly state experts left. After this battle, I'm afraid no one will dare to snatch the ancient sword token from me. According to the records, only godly state heavenly immortals are allowed to enter the 13 holy kingdoms. Heavenly gods are not allowed to enter. In the Windcloud Weave, heavenly gods rarely dare to attack heavenly immortals. Black Dragon Borge's strength was at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. There was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. The villa has been destroyed, we can go somewhere else. Lin Fei glared at the bald brawny man behind him. It was Black Dragon Borge. After being glared at, he lowered his head obediently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as this thought came to Lin Fei, 3 black rays of light shot towards him. With a thought, the rays of light arrived in front of him. Boom! Boom! The rays of light pierced through the void and locked onto Lin Fei. Then, they turned into a black torrent that engulfed Lin Fei and Black Dragon Borge. The void was violently torn apart, leaving a huge black hole. It was a ghastly sight. That looks like the godly archery technique. Someone exclaimed. The godly archery technique was one of the top sects in the God of War Empire. The Southern Fire Empire was a small empire in the God of War Empire. After being hit by the godly archery technique, he will probably be crippled. That arrow just now should be the explosive archery technique. Once it locks onto its target, it will self-destruct. It is extremely powerful and unstoppable. Many people sighed. Chapter 3554. The God of War Empire's godly archer attacking the owner of the villa had indeed shocked many people. Such a top sect would rarely come to such a small place. Although the Southern Fire Empire was an empire, it was indeed a small empire in front of the God of War Empire. The God of War Empire only had to move their lips, and the Southern Fire Empire would fall into dire straits. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 streaks of light flew over from afar. Each of them carried a large bow on their back. The bow was black and had a special luster. The 3 of us will attack together and use the explosive godly archery. No matter how strong that person is, he won't be able to withstand it. Not to mention that he has already fought with Black Dragon Borge. He definitely won't be able to withstand it. Even if he can withstand it, he won't be much better off. The 3 of them were very confident. In the God of War Empire, godly shooting was infamous. The most powerful experts in the sect did not need to leave the sect. With a single arrow, the world would be shaken, and they could kill people from thousands of miles away. Such a mystic technique was in no way inferior to sword immortals. Sword immortals could behead someone from 10,000 people. A godly shot could do the same. Hoo. In the collapsing void, a figure walked out. Behind him was the ferocious-looking Black Dragon Borge. His body was covered in wounds and blood was flowing freely. A large piece of flesh was missing from his left upper arm. How dare you attack the Great Borge? Borge is very, very angry. Roar. Dark Dragon Borge's body shook, and his huge body rushed into the void. A huge dragon tail swept across the sky. Boom boom boom. The void exploded on the spot. The 3 godly archer experts looked at each other. Battle armors appeared in front of them, covering them from head to toe. Their bodies also gradually dissipated. Black Dragon Borge's attack had only destroyed the shadows left behind by the 3 of them. You still want to leave? Black Dragon Borge dove into the void and gave chase. Is this the power of a godly shot? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Their long-range attacks are extremely powerful, and their close-range defense is also impressive. However, compared to the Dragon Clan, they are still far inferior. Lin Fei did not stop Black Dragon Borge from chasing after them. Black Dragon wielded the power of space and was a great expert in the Tao of space. Boom boom boom. Far away in the void, energy fluctuations kept coming. I don't think we can catch up. Not long after, Black Dragon Borge returned, full of anger. They used a secret technique to run away. If not for the fact that I haven't fully recovered from my injuries, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Black Dragon Borge gnashed his teeth. Lin Fei had flipped through the ancient records and knew about the God of War Empire. He also knew about those top sects and factions. The might of those 3 arrows earlier on was immense, possessing the might of a level 5 heavenly immortal. They were filled with the power of destruction and laceration. If one could not withstand it, death would await them. Let's go to the palace and find another place to stay. On a distant mountain peak. The 3 figures seemed to be in a very sorry state. The dragon race's space Tao is indeed terrifying. In the void, we have no chance to attack at all. Black Dragon Borge's strength is indeed ferocious. We can only give up on the ancient sword badge. That person can withstand the attacks of our explosive divine arrows. He's a top 5th firmament sky immortal expert and is in possession of powerful defensive means. The 3 of them sighed. This was the first time someone had escaped unscathed from their arrows. This was a big blow to them. The news that a level 5 heavenly immortal expert had appeared in the Southern Fire Empire quickly spread within the empire and to the neighboring empires. This was especially so for the battle with Black Dragon Borge. It had been vividly described. Defeating Black Dragon Borge single-handedly and making him submit to him, turning him into a mount. Countless experts were envious of him. A mount of the dragon race. Apart from that, his archery skills, which allowed him to shoot with his physical body, were also discussed enthusiastically. The Southern Fire Empire had gained a lot from this battle. At the very least, the surrounding empires that were eyeing them covetously would not act recklessly for the time being. The God of War Empire controlled empires of all sizes and would never interfere. They would not interfere in wars between empires. As long as they did not grow to a point where they could threaten the God of War Empire, they would never interfere. The Emperor of the Southern Fire Empire, Li Tianhua, had even held a grand banquet for this. He had even sent troops to reclaim the territories that the Southern Fire Empire had lost. Li Tianhua was very grateful to Lin Fei. In a manor near a mountain, Black Dragon Borge, who had transformed into a bald brawny man, was sent flying by a sword. Not right, again. After the manor was destroyed by Black Dragon Borge, Li Tianhua immediately prepared a new one for Lin Fei. It was even more luxurious and exquisite than the previous one. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and stayed there. From then on, Black Dragon Borge began to suffer. The powerful defense of the Black Dragon race became the target of his sword practice. At first, he was able to withstand it and did not use the move Aurora. As Lin Fei's understanding of the sword Dao deepened, the power of his sword moves also increased. Black Dragon Borge began to be unable to withstand it. One strike was enough to make his scalp go numb. Again. On the training field, Lin Fei honed his sword Dao with one strike after another. With Black Dragon Borge as a punching bag, his understanding of the sword Dao increased rapidly. Black Dragon Borge was covered in wounds every day. Black water torrent. Boom. 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 Raindrops fell from the sky. The raindrops were formed from sword intent and were lifelike. One could feel the cold and wet aura of the raindrops. Black Dragon Borge's body was covered in scales, and a black demonic wind protected his body. However, it could not block the onslaught of the rain. Every raindrop was as heavy as 1,000 catties, and when it hit his body, his bones were almost broken. I admit defeat, I can't take it anymore. After a few breaths, Black Dragon Borge was lying on the ground with sword wounds all over his body. This is too scary. How long has it been? I, the great Black Dragon Borge, can't even withstand a killing move from a human. Black Dragon Borge wanted to cry. After all, he was a black dragon that specialized in defense. Whoever becomes the enemy of this human will become a nightmare for the rest of their lives. Black Water Torrent, this sword move is a success. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this sword move. Since his battle with Black Dragon Borge, after 3 years, the 5th sword move, Black Water Torrent, had been completed. Compared to Aurora, this sword move had a larger attack range. It was like continuous rain, and once it was executed, there was no other way to deal with it other than forcefully withstanding it. If he could not withstand it, he would die. Black Water Torrent was like a torrential downpour. It was an extremely domineering and ferocious attack. Someone's coming. Lin Fei put away the Divine Massacre sword and looked outside the manor. Little Black, go and see what they do. Yi Xiaolong turned and left the training field. Elder, I heard that Lin Bai is a sword immortal and spends his time studying the sword Dao. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with such a person. Chapter 35-55. Inside the manor. An old man and a young man were invited into the manor. My master is inside. You can go in. By the way, let me remind you that it's best to restrain your temper in the manor. Black Dragon Borge reminded them before leaving. The dignified Black Dragon of the Dragon Clan actually submitted to a human. It's really unbelievable. That person is only at the Heaven Celestial stage, the black-haired young man said softly. You should know that the Dragon Clan has a martial emperor. Black Dragon Borge has a violent temper. This Lin Bai is quite capable. Most people can't tame him. The elder laughed. Let's go in. The yard was not very big. After coming to the Windcloud Weave, Lin Fei had gradually fallen in love with the quiet and leisurely pace. In the yard, Lin Fei sat under a tree, leisurely sipping tea. He did not exude any aura, looking no different from an ordinary person. Who would have believed that this young man had not only defeated Black Dragon Borge, but had even made him his mount? Please forgive me for my sudden visit, exalted immortal Lin. The elder cupped his fists at Lin Fei. Have a seat. Lin Fei smiled and pointed. It's been a long time since an esteemed guest visited my tiny yard. A 5th firmament sky immortal expert. It's no wonder the birds on the tree chirped so happily this morning. The elder had converged his aura, but he had still been seen through at a glance. It was enough to prove that he was in no way weaker than him. Perhaps he had made the right decision to come. Exalted immortal Lin has a good eye, said the elder with a smile. Little dragon, take it out. The young man called Little Dragon took out a black box and opened it to face Lin Fei. This is our Heavenly Essence School's first visit. Here's a small gift. I hope you won't mind. The elder smiled. The moment the box was opened, Lin Fei could not help but be drawn over. Inside the box was a fist-sized crimson stone. It emitted a hazy glow, but it was this item that had piqued his interest. Sky God Sword Embryo. As a sword immortal, the nurturing intrinsic flying sword produced a gentle vibration the moment the box was opened. Lin Fei, who had browsed through a large number of ancient books, recognized this stone at a glance. It was an essential god stone for sword immortals. It was priceless and extremely difficult to find. Exalted Immortal Lin has good eyesight. This is indeed the deity sword embryo. It was obtained by the seniors of our Sky Yuan sect in a certain space outside the heavens, the old man said with a smile. This is a small token of our Sky Yuan sect. The Heaven Yuan Gate is so generous. They gave me the embryo of the deity sword the first time we met. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This Qianyuan school was indeed domineering. It was no wonder they were one of the top sects in the War God Empire. The value of an item depends on who it's for, the old man said unhurriedly. A genius like Exalted Immortal Lin is most suited to use the deity sword embryo. What do you want from me? Lin Fei took a sip of tea. You should know that there is no such thing as an undeserved reward. I will not casually accept such a tempting gift. A deity sword embryo was of great help to Lin Fei. Disregarding everything else, refining the Sky God sword embryo would allow the intrinsic flying sword to be upgraded to the Sky God level. Having its quality improved was a huge temptation for any sword immortal. Lin Fei was very tempted. However, he knew very well that it was not easy to take such a treasure that was delivered to his doorstep. Exalted Immortal Lin, since you put it that way, I'll get straight to the point. The old man had been observing Lin Fei all this while, but he did not sense any impulsiveness from him. This was something no ordinary person could do. I wish for Exalted Immortal Lin to bring a person into the 13 divine kingdoms and escort him to one of them. This deity sword embryo belongs to Exalted Immortal Lin. Lin Fei was enlightened. So that was what he had in mind. Every ancient sword token had a quota for bringing people. An ancient sword token could bring at most 3 people into the 13 divine kingdoms. Those who attempted to enter the 13 divine kingdoms but failed to obtain an ancient sword token would use this method. Lin Fei never expected that such a thing would happen to him. In comparison, this was a very good deal. The old man was very nervous as well. If not for Lin Fei defeating Black Dragon Borge and displaying strength that matched the Sky Immortal realm, the Heavenly Essence sect would have sent out experts. But now, no one dared to make a move. Dealing with Lin Fei alone was equivalent to dealing with Black Dragon Borge. The chances of success were extremely low. It was because of this reason that the old man had come personally. I'll take this deal, Lin Fei said with a smile. If I don't agree to such a generous offer from the Heavenly Essence sect, I might regret it for the rest of my life. The old man revealed a smile as he heaved a sigh of relief. It was a done deal. Before the 13 divine kingdoms open, I will personally send the person over. From now on, this deity sword embryo belongs to Exalted Immortal Lin, said the old man. Happy working with you. The 13 divine kingdoms are ancient divine kingdoms. Despite the passage of time, there are still many precious treasures left in the divine kingdoms. Among them, there are treasures that Sky God realm experts and even the Arch realm experts covet. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as he admired the deity sword embryo in his hand. Every time the 3 divine kingdoms open, everyone in the Windcloud Dominion will be focused on seeking a chance to enter the 13 divine kingdoms. I have 3 spots on hand. Once one is taken away, there will still be one left. Hee. How could Lin Fei miss out on a chance to reap the benefits? The 13 divine kingdoms gather experts from all over the world. True top experts might even have peak 5th firmament sky immortals. Lin Fei did not dare be careless. It involved whether he could go further or step onto a higher and bigger platform. He could not afford to make any mistakes during his trip to the 13 divine kingdoms. With this deity sword embryo, my intrinsic flying sword can step into the sky god realm. The intrinsic flying sword also needed constant breakthroughs. If not for the Heavenly Essence sect sending him the deity sword embryo, Lin Fei would have gone out to search for it sooner or later. It might have taken him some time. I'll refine it now. The intrinsic flying sword flew out and faced the deity sword embryo, letting out a joyful sword hum. Eat to your heart's content. Lin Fei fused the deity sword embryo into his intrinsic flying sword and began refining it. Rumbling divine powers enveloped the intrinsic flying sword as he began refining it. While Lin Fei entered seclusion, Black Dragon Borge became a guardian, not daring to have any thoughts. The Divine Annihilation Sword constantly reminded Black Dragon Borge that if he had any thoughts, the Divine Annihilation Sword would blast his head apart. He would be deader than dead. Ever since the Heavenly Essence sect's experts came, perhaps because the news had spread, many people came when they caught wind of it. Just like the Heavenly Essence sect's experts, all those who came were extremely polite. Not only that, they even gave gifts and left their names. Black Dragon Borge could not help but feel envious. Back when he was running amok, these humans were not that polite. They even took the initiative to give him gifts. Roar. A month later, a dragon's roar came from afar, resounding through the world. Several dragons charged out of the void, emitting waves of dragon might. Chapter 3556. Black Dragon Borge, get out here. Black Dragon Borge, get out here. Black Dragon Borge, get out here. A loud rumble reverberated through the air. The Southern Fire Empire's experts all gasped. This is bad. The Dragon Tribe's experts are here. They must be after that person. This is bad. The Dragon Tribe must have heard the news. After all, few people in the Wind Cloud Weave dare to use a dragon as a mount, let alone a black dragon. Not everyone can withstand the wrath of the Dragon Clan. Many people were gloating. Outside the manor, several giant dragons arrived in the sky. A loud rumble set off turbulent airwaves as they crashed into the manor. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrier appeared and covered the entire manor. Why are you here? Black Dragon Borge dashed out, his face turning gloomy and terrifying. The giant dragons in the sky turned into burly figures, glaring angrily with cold mockery on their faces. Borge, you're truly a disgrace to our dragon race. To think that you would run off to become a mount for a human. The leader of the group was a huge man with a black face. His face was filled with killing intent as he shouted out. Rama, what does it have to do with you that I'm a mount for a human? Borge roared. I don't want to see you now. Scram. I don't want to see your face. The black-faced giant, Rama, was a member of the Black Dragon Tribe. Borge, you're wrong. We're not leaving today. We're bringing you back. Rama mocked. The Dragon Tribe cannot afford to lose face like this. After a discussion among the Dragon Elders, they've decided to let me bring you back to be punished by the Black Dragon Tribe. How is that possible? Borge was shocked. Nothing's impossible, Rama said. Because of you, the Dragon Tribe has been shamed. You should just go back and accept your punishment. Borge knew very well that once he returned to the Dragon Tribe, his punishment would not be light. However, he would not dare to let Borge leave even if he was given 100 guts. The terrifying sword intent would let him know what death was. Right, let that human brat come out. Rama's eyes flashed with coldness. The elders said that besides bringing you back, that human brat must face the Dragon Tribe's wrath. You have to deal with him. No one can come out unscathed after humiliating the Dragon Clan. Luo Mo's killing intent sword. Borge, if you don't want to suffer too much, then get that kid to come out. You might even be able to atone for your crimes and reduce your punishment. Atone for his crimes? Borge sneered in his heart. There's no need to shout. I'm out by myself. Lin Fei strode over with large strides. Little Black, are you going to suffer? Lin Fei stared at Borge with a smile. Borge shuddered when he was stared at by this gaze. Do you want to take me back? Maybe I can atone for my crimes, Lin Fei said with a smile. Borge actually wanted to as well. There was no need to doubt the strength of the dragon race. However, when he thought about the restrictions that the other party had left behind, He knew that if he left this place or went to the other party's side, he might very well lose his life. Borge was afraid. I wouldn't dare. Borge lowered his head, not daring to look at him. Borge, you are trash. Trash of the Black Dragon clan, Luo Mo snorted. Human brat, I don't care who you are. You have offended the Dragon clan. Now, I'm giving you two choices. Either be killed by me or come with me. I think you should choose the second one. You might even be able to live. A fifth firmament sky immortal expert had decent strength. However, in front of the Dragon clan, it was really not enough. A celestial god expert was able to beat the other party into submission. Those experts who were watching from afar seemed to have expected this. The Dragon clan had always been very overbearing. If they said they would deal with you, they would definitely deal with you. There would definitely not be a third choice. Borge did not dare to make a sound, but he secretly transmitted his voice. Master, this Luo Mo is an enemy of my Dragon clan. He has always been not my match and has always harbored deep hatred for me. This time, he found an opportunity. Maybe he is the one behind this. Borge was very afraid of Lin Fei. No wonder you came so fiercely. To be honest, your Dragon clan is indeed overbearing, Lin Fei replied. However, I like overbearing fellows because I will be even more overbearing than them. Even more overbearing? Borge silently mourned for Luo Mo for 3 minutes. Human brat, have you thought it through? Luo Mo was not in a hurry. He looked like he had already defeated Lin Fei. You should know that our Dragon clan's patience is limited. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fei laughed out loud. I choose the third one. That is to deal with you guys. It just so happens that my mana is still lacking a few guards. Seeing that you guys are strong and fit, you are very suitable to be guards. Luo Mo's gaze turned cold. His eyes also revealed a ruthless look. Good. You brat have guts to talk to me like this. Then I'll just kill you. Luo Mo stretched out his hand and pointed. Kill this brat. Those who don't listen to the Dragon clan, kill them all. The 5 figures behind him turned into 5 afterimages. 5 fist winds directly blasted over. The fist winds alternated, sealing the sky and locking the earth like an inescapable net. Master, be careful. This is our Black Dragon clan's joint attack technique. Under the joint attack, the power of a peak 5th firmament sky immortal is even stronger. Borge reminded. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed. The massacre sword intent was like a stream of light. A crescent moon appeared. Bang! 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 The fist winds were torn apart. The crescent moon swept across the 5 of them. Blood rained down. Master's strength is even stronger. He broke the joint attack technique with one sword. Borge secretly took a deep breath. His thoughts instantly cleared up. Luo Mo, you have kicked a metal plate this time. Withdraw. The massacre sword intent split into sword silks that filled the sky. The dense sword silks wrapped around the muscular man. The sword silks embedded into his flesh and wrapped around him tightly like a mummy. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed. The 5 mummies flew over and landed in the manor. Little Black, watch carefully. Lin Fei did not look at the muscular man on the ground from start to end. Now it's your turn. Lin Fei laughed. The massacre sword expanded with the wind. It became the size of a door and slashed across the sky. I am not a fool like Borge. Don't even think about it. The door whistled. With a loud sound, the black dragon, Luo Mo, was sent flying and crashed into a huge mountain. Go! The massacre sword flew into the void with a swoosh. Under a small mountain, half of Luo Mo's body was almost smashed. Blood flowed continuously. His face was extremely distorted. I am going to kill you. I am going to kill you. Fart. In the void, a huge sword stabbed into the scales that the black dragon was so proud of. It pierced through his chest. Blood dripped and dyed the rocks below red. I am actually injured. The massacre sword flew back with Luo Mo roar. Chapter 3557. Roar. 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 A huge black dragon almost covered the sky. A demonic wind blew past, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The void was constantly shaken. Even so, the door-sized sword kept piercing into Ra's body. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. This is just the beginning. You are quite capable to be so presumptuous in my territory. With a thought from Lin Fei, the sword started to spin. Sharp sword light shot out from the black dragon's body. Swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, Black Dragon Ra was riddled with holes. Each wound was the size of a fist. Many people gasped in shock at this scene. Such power was terrifying. Rumble. Black Dragon Ra fell from the sky and smashed a huge pit on the ground. It hurts so much. Ra rolled on the ground in pain. His huge body crushed the ground, causing the ground to crack and shake. Ah! Stop! The sword light kept piercing Ra's body. In everyone's eyes, the dragon race's best defense was now vulnerable as it was ravaged by the opponent's sword. I'll stop when you're convinced. Lin Fei said indifferently. Bastard, I am from the dragon race. The black dragon race. You are going against the dragon race. Roar. His claws slammed on the ground, creating huge pits. Our dragon race will not let you off. Luo Mo did not expect that the human clan expert who defeated Borge would be so powerful. A natal flying sword was enough to make him collapse. His tough body was cut open like tofu. Even though the Black Dragon race had a strong recovery ability, they could not withstand the attack of the sword light for a long time. Stop bragging. You dragon race experts are not my match. Are you going to let the heavenly god expert take action? You should know that as long as I do not advance, the heavenly god expert will not dare to take action. Do you think the dragon race can take revenge on me? Lin Fei said disapprovingly. Ra was dumbfounded. He could not find any reason to refute. If I do not advance to the heavenly god realm, you can only watch. I can even take care of your dragon clan's experts below the celestial god realm from time to time. For example, trash like you. Lin Fei said with a smile, what do you think of my suggestion? You're shameless. Luo Mo roared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sword light continued to shoot out. Rama started to struggle again. The ground was covered in blood. That huge sword was like the sea stabilizing divine needle, not moving an inch. His struggles and roars lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. This person couldn't hold on any longer. Don't fight anymore. I'm convinced. Under the ravages of the large sword, Rama was on the verge of death. The injuries on his body healed at an extremely slow pace. That was because his strength was almost completely depleted. His injuries completely erupted and almost crushed Rama. Lin Fei shook his head. Weren't you very strong-willed earlier? You're only SOSO. Actually, if you weren't a dragon, I could have decapitated you with that sword strike just now. For trash like you, I'll kill as many as I can. Who asked me to be lacking guards recently? Luo Mo suddenly felt like he had just escaped from death. So race had its advantages too. Rama did not doubt the other party's words at all. The other party's intrinsic flying sword was too terrifying. I'm willing to be your guard. Rama lost his temper after being tortured by the large sword. From today onwards, the few of you will be under Little Black's control. If any of you are disobedient, I don't mind killing you. I'll make a charcoal roasted dragon meat and sprinkle some spices on it. I guarantee that it'll be delicious. Luo Mo and the other dragons shuddered involuntarily. There was nothing more despairing than being roasted and eaten. Thank you, Master. I'll definitely discipline them well. Borge suppressed his joy and glanced at Rama smugly, as though he was saying, to think that all of you would have such a day. Do well. Lin Fei patted Borge's shoulder and turned to walk back to the villa. Rama, if you're disobedient in the future, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Borge chuckled. The Black Dragon race came to seek revenge, but the outcome was beyond everyone's imagination. That person's strength was truly unfathomable. How terrifying. A few experts from the dragon race had joined forces and yet they were easily defeated by that person. The dragon race's defense had become a huge joke. Such a scene would have been too frightening if they had not seen it with their own eyes. The upper echelons of the Southern Fire Empire cheered excitedly. Ever since he defeated Black Dragon Borge that year, they had regarded him as the #1 expert of the Southern Fire Empire. The stronger the #1 expert was, the more benefits the Southern Fire Empire would receive. For example, in recent years, the expansion of the Empire's territory was due to the influence of the #1 expert. After that, Li Tianhua personally visited the villa to thank Lin Fei. After the villa gained a few more experts from the dragon race as guards. No one dared to come to this area and cause trouble. A single expert from the dragon race was enough to make one feel good, not to mention that there were several of them in the villa. This place was described as a dragon's lair and a tiger's den, and everyone believed it. In the room, the intrinsic flying sword flew back and forth around Lin Fei. Its speed was not very fast, but in the next second, the intrinsic flying sword strangely appeared in another place. It stabbed and then slashed, using all sorts of sword techniques. My massacre sword technique has succeeded in one move again. Ever since he easily defeated Black Dragon Rama and set up the restriction, Lin Fei had been studying the massacre sword technique in peace. First move, quicksand. Second move, crescent moon. Third move, dark night. Fourth move, aurora. Fifth move, black water torrent. Sixth move, sly sword. From then on, Lin Fei had mastered 6 sword techniques. Each of them was extremely powerful, especially after he had completely refined the Sky God sword embryo. The moves had become even more ferocious. Once I use this 6th move, no matter how strong a defense is, it will not be able to withstand the endless attacks. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this sword technique. It was precisely because of the appearance of Black Dragon and the others that he was able to create this sword technique. For Lin Fei, who had accumulated a lot of knowledge, it was not difficult to create a sword technique. Days passed one after another. News of Black Dragon's death in the Southern Fire Empire spread. There was no movement from the dragon race, as if they had no intention of taking revenge. This left everyone dumbfounded. Since when did the dragon race become so amiable? Everyone began guessing if he had a powerful backer. For him to possess extraordinary strength at such a young age. This also gave the factions that attempted to exchange for a spot from Lin Fei a headache. The dragon race as guards. No one dared to use force. With them, countless factions stopped in their tracks. There were even more that were blocked outside the manor. As for the #1 expert of Southern Fire, he never left his residence. It was rumored that he had been cultivating in seclusion. Many people were astonished. To enter seclusion despite his strength, was he trying to break through the heavens? Was he going to fight a sky god as a 5th firmament sky immortal? More people were curious about the realm of the #1 expert of the Southern Fire Empire. From beginning to end, no one knew what realm he was at. All they knew was that a 5th firmament sky immortal expert was definitely not his match. Chapter 3558. After the Dragon Clan came, all the major forces that came to visit were extremely polite. Everyone's goal was the same, which was to obtain the 2 slots under the ancient sword badge. There was no need to offend Lin Fei. No one dared to think too much about the Heaven Origin sect taking 1 slot. Thus, the remaining 2 slots became even more important. The competition became even more intense. People kept coming, hoping to take a chance. It would be best if they could obtain one of the slots. So far, apart from the Heaven Origin sect, no one else had obtained it. Boom! A beam of light flew out of the manor. Several figures crashed outside like meteors. Hee, a few more unlucky people. How dare they show off in front of the #1 expert of the Southern Fire Empire? I really don't know what they're thinking. This scene had happened countless times over the years. Everyone had a very deep impression of this #1 expert. Li Tianhua of the Southern Fire Empire is here to pay a visit to Senior Lin. Li Tianhua brought a few people to the manor. Over the years, the Southern Fire Empire had benefited immensely because of Lin Fei's existence. Lin Fei's status had been rising, and Li Tianhua felt great pressure every time he visited. Your Majesty, we'll have to trouble you this time. Several people behind Li Tianhua concealed their auras. This is what I should do. It's not difficult to bring you in to see that senior, but I can't guarantee that he will give up one of the slot. Li Tianhua said tactfully. That's fine. We'll naturally have a way to persuade him once we meet him. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in green. Soon after, a guard came out, surrounded by demonic winds. He was a member of the dragon clan. Follow me. The manor was huge, and it was very quiet. Finally, they arrived at the lake in the manor. Master, they're here. Lin Fei sat by the lake and was fishing, looking very relaxed. Your Majesty, you look good. Lin Fei stood up with a smile and took a step forward, arriving in front of them. Li Tianhua replied, thanks to Senior, the Southern Fire Empire is prospering, and I, as the Emperor, have become much more relaxed. Who are these people? Lin Fei looked at the people behind Li Tianhua. If it had been anyone else, Lin Fei wouldn't have bothered with them. However, Blazing Heavenly Flame was different. Back then, it was because of Blazing Heavenly Flame that he had been able to obtain the Ancient Sword Medallion and gain the qualifications to enter the 13 Divine Kingdoms. Exalted Immortal Lin, we're from the War God Empire's Heaven Secret Sec. The middle-aged man in green introduced himself. I'm Yi Tianhong. Li Tianhua said, Elder Yi has always been of great help to our Southfire Empire. Although Blazing Tianhua did not finish his words, Lin Fei understood what he was trying to say. If you want a quota, it's easy. If you can take out something that can move me, a mere quota will not be a problem. Lin Fei gave Li Tianhua face. The Heaven Origin School took a piece of the deity sword embryo. Yi Tianhong was secretly shocked when he heard this. The Sky Yuan sect is really generous. They are willing to take out such a treasure. The Empyrean God Sword embryo is a treasure that even a sword immortal cannot refuse. Everyone had been guessing what treasure the Sky Yuan sect would take out, but probably no one would have guessed that it would be the Empyrean God Sword embryo. Exalted Immortal Lin, our Heaven Secret sect has come with sincerity. Yi Tianhong's only worry was that this person would not give them a chance. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. This is an ancient treasure that our Yi Tianhong obtained from a special place. Lin Fei was really not interested in ordinary treasures now. The Empyrean Godsword embryo had allowed his natal flying sword to reach a higher level. His strength had increased tremendously. As long as the item is what I want, I can give you the quota. Even the remaining two are fine, Lin Fei said with a smile. Exalted Immortal Lin, please take a look. Yi Tianhong flipped his hand and a box the size of a fist appeared. This is the first item. It's a complete map of the Great Territory from ancient times. Li Tianhua was the first to take a deep breath. A complete map of the Great Territory? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as he said unhurriedly. Yes, this map belonged to a top expert from ancient times. He wandered the universe and is extremely precious. You won't be able to find a second complete map in the entire Windcloud Dominion. Even if there was one, it wouldn't be as complete as this one from the Heaven Secret Sect. There are countless dominions on this map, said Yi Tianhong solemnly. The box opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A complete map of the universe appeared. Lin Fei and company felt like they were traversing through the infinite cosmos. Dominions appeared in the cosmos one after another. There were countless of them, big and small. A complete map of the universe. Lin Fei kept staring at the map. One of the dominions was familiar to him. It was the Windcloud Dominion. And there were 3 dominions near the Windcloud Dominion. I can't believe I actually encountered a complete map of the universe. Lin Fei suppressed his excitement. He had always wanted to obtain a complete map of the universe, but he had never had the opportunity. From the ancient records he had read, a complete map of the universe was extremely rare. Even if one did exist, very few people would take it out. Controlling an additional dominions was equivalent to obtaining an additional place to obtain treasures. Any expert who had reached the immortal rank would never reveal such secrets. A dominions was a treasure, and its coordinates were extremely valuable. Such a complete map of the universe was a luxury everyone could only dream of. With a map of a dominions, one had a better chance of obtaining treasures than anyone else. This was also why immortal rank experts treated their dominions as treasures, and they would not easily share it with others. Lin Fei would never have imagined that the famous Heaven Secrets sect in the Wind Cloud Dominion would be able to take out such a valuable treasure. To Lin Fei, this was a priceless treasure. It was definitely a priceless treasure. Is this an opportunity? Lin Fei asked himself. This complete map of the universe should be a priceless treasure in the Wind Cloud Dominion. I'm quite curious. I'm not the only one with an ancient sword token. Why did you come looking for me? Lin Fei asked. Yi Tianhong explained, because we, the Heaven Fortune sect, don't want too many people to know about this. I believe that Immortal Lin will keep his mouth shut. If it were someone else, it would be the destruction of the Heaven Fortune sect. This was not wrong at all. To the peak experts of the Wind Cloud Dominion, this was definitely a great temptation. A mere Heaven Secrets sect could not withstand the attacks of a peak expert. Even if they handed it over, the Heaven Secrets sect would not have a good ending. Lin Fei suddenly understood. They must have taken a fancy to me. I'm just an unaffiliated person with no faction behind me, so it won't be easy for me to expose myself. I can give you the second slot for the ancient sword token, Lin Fei said. I'll take this map, and no one else will know about it. Don't worry. Chapter 3559. Yi Xiaolong willingly gave him the second spot. A complete star chart of the universe. To Lin Fei, who had been looking for a way home, there was nothing more tempting than this. Lin Fei had always hoped to find a star chart of the universe, but he had never found it. Even if he had the chance, it would be a very fragmented one. Compared to the one before him, there was a huge difference. A priceless treasure. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. For an unknown Heaven Secrets sect to possess such a treasure was truly inconceivable. Regardless of where they had obtained it, at least they had helped Lin Fei greatly. Lin Fei was secretly glad that he did not give up the spot too early. Otherwise, he would have missed a great opportunity. A complete star chart of the universe would be coveted by many. You still want the last spot? Lin Fei was quite surprised. A complete starry sky of the universe just happened to be sent to the bottom of his heart. Lin Fei was very happy to give up the second spot. But the third spot was not so simple. Yes, I hope Exalted Immortal Lin can help me. Yi Tianhong nodded. Lin Fei was even more curious. You have to know that a complete star chart of the universe is a priceless treasure. Anyone would be tempted, but the next treasure might not be as tempting. How would I know if I don't try? Yi Tianhong said. Then I'll give you this opportunity, Lin Fei said with a smile. I hope you can make my eyes light up again. Yi Tianhong did not take out the treasure this time, but said to Li Tianhua, Your Majesty, this thing is very precious. Li Tianhua understood. I understand. Everyone, including Li Tianhua and the people Yi Tianhong brought, left the lake. Yi Tianhong waved his hand and set up a formation. Once the formation was set up, from the outside, the two seemed to have disappeared. Making it so serious, I am really looking forward to it, Lin Fei said with a smile. Yi Tianhong said seriously, Now that no one is here, my formation can isolate all divine senses. This matter is very serious. I wonder if Exalted Immortal Lin knows of God Emperor Ji Heng. Yes, he is known as the #1 God Emperor in the Wind Cloud Weave. Lin Fei said. It's said that Emperor God Ji Heng had a mysterious background. He cultivated a powerful technique and defeated all the experts in the Windy Weave. He built a huge empire and ruled the Windy Weave for hundreds of thousands of years. It's a pity that he was overthrown. Lin Fei had read through a large number of ancient records and he was rather clear about the matter regarding Emperor God Ji Heng. This was no secret in the Wind Cloud Weave. Every martial artist knew about this. It was precisely because God Emperor Ji Heng was cruel and bloodthirsty. He ruled the empire with iron and blood that this #1 God Emperor was overthrown by others. In that case, Exalted Immortal Lin must have heard of the primordial the Arch Armor. It is a peerless armor personally refined by the #1 God Emperor. It is precisely because of this the Arch Armor that the #1 God Emperor was able to dominate the Wind Cloud Weave. No one could shake him. Yi Tianhong's tone was also solemn. Later on, the #1 God Emperor died in battle, and the Arch Armor was split into 6 parts that disappeared into the Wind Cloud Weave. After a long period of time, a total of 3 parts have been found, and my Heaven's Secrets sect knows where the 4th part is. Lin Fei really admired this Heaven's Secrets sect. They even knew such a secret. The number 1 God Emperor's primordial the Arch Armor was a household name. There was no one who did not know about it. Countless people had tried to find the Arch Armor's parts. But up until now, only 3 of the 6 parts had appeared. Even so, those who possessed the parts could still unleash their power. The Heaven's Secrets sect actually knew about the 4th part. Lin Fei was truly shocked. I can tell Exalted Immortal Lin the whereabouts of the 4th part and use it to exchange for the 3rd spot. Yi Tianhong said. I can guarantee that under the heavens, besides our Heaven's Secrets sect, no one else knows about the 4th part. The number 1 the Arch Armor. Lin Fei was indeed very tempted. That was a God Emperor armor. In the wind cloud weave that Lin Fei was from, the number 1 the Arch Armor was no less than an immortal rank. Such a treasure was indeed something that could move everyone's heart. This Heaven's Secrets sect is probably not simple, Lin Fei thought to himself. The wind cloud weave is a very deep place. There are many secrets that no one knows about. That means I have to retrieve the 4th part myself? Lin Fei could imagine that the place where the 4th component was located was definitely a dangerous place, an extremely dangerous place. Our Heaven's Secrets sect doesn't like that thing, Yi Tianhong said. However, with Exalted Immortal Lin's strength, you can definitely retrieve it, because that thing is in the 13 God Nations. What? The 13 God Nations? Lin Fei was shocked. If that was true, it was indeed a place that no one dared to imagine. Yi Tianhong took out a jade talisman. The whereabouts of the 4th part is in this jade talisman. Our Heaven's Secrets sect hopes to obtain the 3rd spot. If your Heaven's Secrets sect wants to give the number 1 the Arch Armor to me, then I won't stand on ceremony. The 3rd spot is yours. Lin Fei accepted the jade talisman with a smile. Many thanks to Exalted Immortal Lin. Yi Tianhong heaved a sigh of relief. The remaining 2 spots were in their hands. I'm very curious. Does your Heaven's Secrets sect know that there is a great treasure in the 13 God Nations? Otherwise, why would you be willing to take it out? Lin Fei asked curiously. I'm afraid that Exalted Immortal Lin will laugh at this. Yi Tianhong smiled bitterly. Actually, our Heaven's Secrets sect left a treasure in the 13 God Nations. After generations of investigation, we finally found some clues. No matter what price we have to pay, we must enter this time. How can mere worldly possessions be more important than the Heaven's Secrets sect's treasures? This explanation, Lin Fei did not completely believe it. No matter what the secret was, it had nothing to do with them. It was just a trade of spot. Borge, how much does your dragon race know about the number 1 Celestial Emperor? After Li Tianhua and Yi Tianhong left, Lin Fei called Black Dragon Borge over. Number 1 Celestial Emperor? That's a tyrant. Black Dragon Borge scrunched up his nose, as if the name terrified him greatly. Back then, countless people died in the hands of tyrants. Our dragon race suffered even greater losses. Lin Fei could hear the deep hatred in Borge's voice. That's right. Our dragon race once said that the number 1 Celestial Emperor was not from our wind cloud weave. He was an outsider. That's why we overthrew him in the end. Black Dragon Borge had said it casually. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. An outsider? How is that possible? Doesn't the wind cloud weave have the rules of the heavenly Tao? An absurd thought popped up in his mind. Could the arm that Kang Lin wanted us to find be the arm of the number 1 Celestial Emperor, God Emperor Jiyuheng? If that's true, then. Chapter 3560. Black Dragon Borge's careless words gave Lin Fei a lot of inspiration. Thinking back to Conlin's words, he couldn't help but think of this. He had some suspicions. If I am able to obtain a part of Emperor God Jiyuheng's the Arch Armor, I might be able to use the Arch Armor to sense the location of the number 1 Emperor God's corpse and confirm that arm. Black Dragon Borge didn't notice the slight change in Lin Fei. Master, let me tell you a secret. The number 1 God Emperor Jiyuheng is worthy of being the number 1 God Emperor of our wind cloud weave. Even after his death, his corpse is unbelievably strong. In the end, He was dismembered by many experts and the fight over his corpse was fierce. Is it really that strong? Could it be that your physical body? Lin Fei pretended to be surprised. In any case, the number one God Emperor's physical body is extremely powerful. It could be said that he has the number one physical body in the Wind Cloud Weave. Black Dragon Borge said enviously, our dragon race's physical defense is strong, but in front of that God Emperor, it's so weak that it can't even withstand a single blow. Back then, our old ancestor's physical body exploded in 3 punches. Fortunately, the number one God Emperor was eventually surrounded and killed. Lin Fei probed further, wanting to know more about the number one Celestial Emperor. Unfortunately, Borge didn't know much. No matter what, Lin Fei was slightly suspicious of the number one Emperor God Ji Yu Heng. Now that he had a clue, the next step would be easier. Not long after, Li Tianhua of the Southern Fire Empire released a piece of news. The 3 spots in Senior Lin's hands had already been traded. When this news spread, countless people were dumbfounded. The major powers that had tried to exchange their treasures for treasures were all dumbfounded. Everyone wanted to know who had taken the final 2 spots. The Southern Fire Empire stated that this was a secret and would not divulge it. 3 places were gone. This was a blow to many people. There were very few people who dared to fight for the ancient sword tokens. Since it was still early, he would try to obtain the ancient sword tokens from somewhere else. The Southern Fire Empire also fell into a rare moment of silence. The ancient sword token landed on Lin Fei's body. The Dragon Clan was guarding the manor, and unless a heavenly god stage powerhouse made a move, no one would be able to snatch it away. A heavenly god powerhouse would not dare to make a move even if he was given 100 guts. Time flew by. The remaining time passed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! In the skies above the Wind Cloud Weave, a divine kingdom that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers appeared without warning. No matter where one looked, one would be able to see the 13 divine nations shrouded in clouds and mist. The divine aura was vast and mighty. The 13 god nations have finally appeared. Another year of competition. I wonder what kind of experts will emerge this year. I remember the last time when the 13 divine nations disappeared, the Wind Cloud Weave gave birth to a total of 19 heavenly gods. 3 of them even used the treasures of the 13 divine nations to break through the god realm and step into the emperor realm, becoming god-king realm powerhouses of the Wind Cloud Weave. The 13 divine kingdoms were faintly discernible. One powerful aura after another walked out of the secret chamber, gazing at the 13 divine kingdoms in the sky. Are these the 13 divine nations? They're clearly in the clouds, but they're in another dimension. No, they're not just in one dimension, but thousands upon thousands of them. The divine aura of the 13 divine kingdoms rippled through the entire Wind Cloud Weave. Lin Fei walked out of the courtyard and looked at the 13 god kingdoms in the sky. Master, these 13 god kingdoms have a long history. They were the strongest existences that ruled over the Wind Cloud Weave in ancient times, Borge said. So what if they were the strongest? In the end, the 13 god kingdoms were still destroyed, leaving behind only 13 god kingdoms. Rama snorted coldly. I heard that the 13 god kingdoms are 13 treasures that surpass the emperor realm. Unfortunately, no one has ever been able to take down a god kingdom since ancient times. Lin Fei's heart stirred. From the moment he saw the 13 god kingdoms, Lin Fei felt that they were vast and mighty. That's not normal. The next day, the 13 god kingdoms appeared. The elder from the Heaven Essence sect brought a beautiful female disciple to the villa. Immortal Lin, I'm here to disturb you again. The elder cupped his hands. Lin Fei smiled. No worries. The elder introduced, Immortal Lin, this time, the Heaven Essence sect sent disciple Shui Yu to the 13 god kingdoms. She's a disciple of the War God Empire's Shui family. Lin Fei was not an ignorant rookie. War God Empire, Shui family. No matter who it was, they had to be on high alert. The Shui family was one of the 5 great families of the War God Empire. Shui Yu greets Immortal Lin. Shui Yu exuded a pure aura, and her voice was soft. She was a gentle girl from the Jiangnan River. I've accepted the Heaven Essence sect's bribe, so I'll naturally bring you into the 13 God Kingdoms. Lin Fei smiled. With just a glance, Lin Fei was secretly shocked by her potential. A fourth firmament sky immortal. Although she was only a fourth firmament sky immortal, Lin Fei sensed a terrifying aura from Shui Yu. It was likely that there was a supreme power sealed in her body. I thank you, Immortal Lin, the elder said gratefully. By the way, Immortal Lin, there's something I'd like to remind you of. In a few days, you'll descend upon the 13 God Kingdoms. However, everyone will be gathered at one place. There will be all sorts of killings there. Immortal Lin, you must be careful and not underestimate your enemies. Lin Fei nodded. Actually, he didn't need to be reminded. He was aware that no one had come to snatch the ancient sword token all these years. After the Heaven Essence sect delivered the Shui family disciple Shui Yu, the Heaven Secret sect came to visit in the evening. Yi Tianhong brought 2 young disciples with him. Their cultivation levels were not high. One was a 3rd firmament sky immortal, while the other was a 4th firmament sky immortal. Their cultivation levels were not high, but they were not low either. Longfei, Longhu, why aren't you greeting Immortal Lin? Yi Tianhong called out to the 2 disciples behind him with a smile. Yi Longfei and Yi Longhu were brimming with energy. There was even a hint of pride and arrogance in their eyes. Greetings, Immortal Lin, the 2 said in unison. There's no need to be so polite. Lin Fei smiled. Your 2 disciples are not bad. Yi Tianhong nodded. Immortal Lin, you have a good eye. Fei Long and Fei Hu are the most talented disciples in the history of our Heaven Secret sect. They have entered the 13 God Kingdoms with heavy responsibilities. I only hope that they can return safely. Lin Fei and Yi Tianhong chatted for a while longer before Yi Tianhong took his leave. 10 days after the 13 God Kingdoms appeared. Whoosh, whoosh. Beams of light enveloped the wind cloud dominion. The beams were like pillars of light. Wherever the pillars of light reached, there would be ancient sword tokens. Ha ha ha, the 13 God Kingdoms are finally here. What an exciting moment. I want to kill someone. Hee hee, the 13 God Kingdoms, here I come. In the sky, one figure after another was led into the 13 God Kingdoms. In the South Flame Empire, a pillar of light shot up from Lin Fei's mountain manor. The ancient sword medallion suddenly flew out of its sheath, emanating a faint glow that enveloped the 4 of them as they flew toward the 13 God Kingdoms. Irresistible power. Interesting. Chapter 3561. The 13 God nations were getting closer and closer. A majestic divine aura fell on everyone's bodies, giving them a warm feeling that was very comfortable. The 13 God nations. The closer they got to the 13 God nations, the more Lin Fei could sense the majestic aura coming from them. The pillar of light enveloped them as they passed through the endless space. Tens, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of them. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The receiving area of the 13 God nations is just ahead, Shui Yu of the Shui family said in a low voice. When they were about to reach the 13 God nations, a large, circular platform floating in the air appeared before Lin Fei's eyes. Your Shui family is indeed one of the top 5 families of the God of War Empire. You know the situation very well, Lin Fei said with a smile. Following the direction, he saw many people gathered on the large circular platform. It's not much of a secret. Shui Yu shook her head. It's the battles on the receiving area that are very cruel. There are frequent fights in the receiving area, such as fighting for the ancient sword medallion. It's also a test before entering the 13 God nations. The fights are actually for the ancient sword medallion. Anyone who manages to snatch the ancient sword medallion from the receiving area can receive 3 more people. Every time, the weaker celestial immortals with the ancient sword medallions are surrounded and attack. Shui Yu continued. Exalted Immortal Lin, you have to be careful. Lin Fei really didn't know much about this situation. But it didn't matter. There was nothing to be afraid of, whether it was a group fight or a one-on-one fight. Actually, I really like this kind of lively atmosphere. Here, Lin Fei wanted to see if those 2 had also come to the 13 God nations. If they did, Lin Fei wouldn't mind killing them. As an outsider, The fewer people who knew about this secret, the better. Lin Fei believed that those two had the same idea. After dealing with the danger of being exposed, he could slowly investigate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The group passed through dozens of spaces. They landed on the large circular platform. At this time, there were about 200 people gathered on the large circular platform. They all had different expressions on their faces and were on guard against each other. Lin Fei wasn't too early, but he wasn't too late either. For the time being, he could only stand near the edge of the large circular platform. From the outside, the circular platform didn't look very big. However, when they landed on the platform, the size of this place was indeed surprising. So many experts. Just their auras alone are no weaker than mine. This is what it means to be a gathering of experts. Lin Fei casually sized it up and was secretly shocked. For the time being, I haven't discovered the aura of those two fellows. In this kind of situation, Lin Fei did not dare to use his spiritual consciousness power to fully investigate. Once he used too much, it would be tantamount to offending these celestial immortal experts. Fairy Aqua Jade, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I didn't expect to bump into you here. Don't you think it's fate? A frivolous voice came from the left. Lin Fei turned around and saw a young man walking over with a frivolous look on his face. The people behind him seemed to be surrounding them, blocking their path of retreat. Feng Wuxing, I don't want to see you. Get lost now. After Aqua Jade recognized the person, she immediately changed her gentle demeanor and shouted at him, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. Feng Wuxing was obviously very bold. He laughed and said, Fairy Aqua Jade, you're really too charming when you're angry. My heart is beating wildly. As he spoke, he placed his hand on his chest. This scene fell into the eyes of many people. The Shui family of the God of War Empire and the Feng family of the Cloudy Wind Empire. This is going to be interesting. I know, right? The Shui family and the Feng family have been enemies for generations. The Shui family has arranged for many disciples to come here this time. However, the person who brought Fairy Aqua Jade in is very unfamiliar. If he doesn't have any background, he might be in trouble. It was very common for fights to break out at the receiving area. Shut up. Fairy Aqua Jade said as the waves behind her surged. If you say another word, I'll kill you. Feng Wuxing chuckled unscrupulously. Are you angry? Then make your move. Hit my chest a few times. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Lin Fei could sense a sense of sadism from the other party. He was obviously trying to provoke Aqua Jade and make her take the initiative to attack. Lin Fei noticed the gloating looks of the people around him. Then come at me. Feng Wuxing hooked his finger at Fairy Aqua Jade. I'll let you kill me at any time, as long as you can kill me. By the way, let me tell you that my worldly wind has reached the greater mastery realm. Yi Longfei, who was standing behind Lin Fei, sent a telepathic message. Immortal Lin, I'm afraid we're in trouble. Feng Wuxing is a disciple of the Feng family of the Cloudy Wind Empire. They have always been enemies with the Shui family of the War God Empire. I'm afraid they're going to target your ancient sword token. Without the ancient sword token, the power of the receiving area will kill us instantly. Lin Fei was still wondering if they were here because of Fairy Aqua Jade's beauty or for some other reason. Fairy Aqua Jade waved her hand, and a wave of water fell from the sky and slashed at him. You're too slow. Feng Wuxing seemed to have not moved at all. The wave of water that fell from the sky did not seem to have hit him at all. He was completely unharmed. The ultimate technique of the Feng family, Worldly Wind, is best at speed. Unless it's faster than the Worldly Wind, no one can hurt them. The Feng family is indeed the Feng family. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. What a shocking speed. It can even affect the changes in space. Fairy Aqua Jade's attack just now was extremely powerful. Feng Wuxing directly escaped into the space and traveled through at least a dozen spaces. After a while, the power of the wave was completely disintegrated by the space. This kind of move was really eye-catching. It seemed like he did not move, but he actually moved. Do you want to continue killing me? Feng Wuxing said proudly. His gaze swept across the area. The ancient sword token is with you, right? Hand it over, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Lin Fei yawned. They say that the welcoming ground is very lively. I didn't believe it at first, but I do now. This place is really interesting. You know that we're from the Feng family of the Cloudy Wind Empire. Are you going to hand it over or not? I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Once the time is up, you'll really die. Feng Wuxing laughed. Because I'll kill you with 1 punch. Hand over the ancient sword token. Hand over the ancient sword token. The few heaven immortals who had secretly surrounded them took a step forward. Their auras linked together, and their auras were like a mountain that crushed down on Lin Fei. Boom, boom, boom. The invisible mountain crushed down, and the void seemed to break apart layer by layer. Whoosh. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a sword intent tore apart the invisible crushing force. He shook his head slightly at Feng Wuxing. You're mistaken. I'm not the one handing over the ancient sword token. It's you. You want me to hand over the ancient sword token? Feng Wuxing laughed. Is there something wrong with your brain? Chapter 3562. Wind Cloud Empire's Feng Wuxing had taken the initiative to find Shureyu for the ancient sword token. The ancient sword token was very useful. Kill me. Feng Wuxing laughed. You. Lin Fei nodded seriously. Of course. I only need 1 strike to kill trash like you. I guarantee you won't feel any pain. Ha 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 ha, 1 strike to kill me? You're bragging too much. Feng Wuxing said viciously. You should know that there are many people who want to kill me, but no one has ever succeeded. Lin Fei extended his hand, and the divine slaughter sword landed in his hand. I never brag. Hum. The divine slaughter sword hummed softly and pierced into the space. Boom, boom, boom. The divine slaughter sword pierced through space, leaving behind a bowl-sized hole. You want to kill me with such a sword move? Feng Wuxing shook his head with a look of disdain. Faint spatial fluctuations appeared around him. Whoosh. The divine slaughter sword transformed into a formless afterimage and disappeared without a trace. Hey, where's the sword? Poof. Feng Wuxing's expression suddenly changed. He blocked with his left hand, and a hole appeared on his arm. The sword stabbed into Feng Wuxing's forehead, and the sword intent surged, shredding his head into pieces. Plop. Feng Wuxing fell head first. An ancient sword token rushed out and was caught by the divine slaughter sword, and it was brought back to Lin Fei. I already said that I'll kill you with 1 strike, so I'll definitely kill you with 1 strike. Lin Fei said indifferently. The guards that Feng Wuxing brought were all enraged. In the blink of an eye, their anger was replaced by endless fear. Save me. Bang, bang, bang. Without the protection of the ancient sword token, the guards were reduced to dust. That strike was so powerful. It surpassed the speed of young Master Feng's wind-walking the world. An expert, a sword immortal expert. Lin Fei had killed Feng Wuxing of the Feng family with a single strike. Many people feared him. The combat prowess of a sword immortal expert was something that everyone in the Stormy Weave feared. It's quiet now. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Everyone here, if anyone thinks that I, Lin Fei, am a pushover, feel free to attack me. I will take all of your attacks, but you must be prepared to be killed by me. A voice filled with killing intent echoed in the air above the large round platform. Many people's expressions changed slightly. Too arrogant. It's just a Feng clan disciple. Is he trying to warn us all? He wants to offend everyone. Lin Fei put away the divine slaughter sword. Fairy Waterjade, I'll help you solve your problem, Lin Fei said with a smile. I brought you in, so I'll bring you safely to the 13 divine nations. Waterjade Fairy said gratefully, thank you for your help, Immortal Lin. However, you killed Feng Wuxing of the Feng family. I'm afraid someone else from the Feng family will bear a grudge against you. It doesn't matter, Lin Fei said disapprovingly, it just so happens that I have nothing to do recently. I don't mind going on a killing spree. Waterjade Fairy had always felt that Immortal Lin's strength was at most a peak 5th firmament sky immortal. However, his strike had killed Feng Wuxing, who was skilled at speed. His strength was not as simple as a peak 5th firmament sky immortal. Immortal Lin, our Wang family wants the Feng family's ancient sword token. As long as you state your conditions, our Wang family will satisfy you. Our Bai family is willing to satisfy 3 of your requests, Immortal Lin. We only want this ancient sword token. No matter how rich your Bai family is, it is inferior to our Li family. Our Li family wants this ancient sword token. On the large round platform, a few important figures stepped forward in an attempt to exchange for the ancient sword token. I'll exchange the ancient sword token with anyone whose item interests me, Lin Fei replied. You can secretly send me a voice transmission. Lin Fei had no intention of keeping the ancient sword token he obtained. It was most useful to exchange something that was delivered to him for something good. Immortal Lin, what right do you have to exchange something that belongs to our Feng family? A person walked out from the crowd. Behind him were a few people who were glaring angrily. Feng family, Feng Wei. A 5th firmament sky immortal. He was extremely freakish and had monstrous talent. Feng Wei bellowed as he stared coldly at Lin Fei. This is my spoil of war. Can't I exchange it? Lin Fei said indifferently. If you want it, you can snatch it from me. As long as I'm dead, it's yours. When it's hot, it's possible that your item will be mine. Do you want to give it a try? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Feng Wei was the strongest person in the Feng family this time. He had the strength of a 5th firmament sky immortal. He had no intention of stopping his cousin, Feng Wuxing, from targeting the Shui family's Shurei. He could see through his cousin's intentions. A single ancient sword token was worth it. However, he had underestimated the other party. His cousin was killed by a single strike. Even the Feng family's windwalking the world movement technique could not dodge the strike. The Feng family's ancient sword token was gone. Feng Wei was on the verge of murder. His cousin had screwed the Feng family over before his death. Snatch. Feng Wei was not confident. Furthermore, this was the receiving ground. If he failed to snatch the ancient sword token back, the enemies of the Feng family would probably attack and kill them. The price was too great. If you don't dare to make a move, then scram. Lin Fei laughed. Everyone, you can start bidding. This is a rare opportunity. Young Master Feng, if you don't want to make a move, we will bid. Ha ha ha, the Feng family's ancient sword token, the experts mocked. Feng Wei's face began to contort. He roared inwardly, I'll kill you. I'll tear you apart. How dare you ruin my Feng family's plans? Once we enter the 13 divine nations, I'll definitely kill you and that Shui family girl. The ancient sword token was eventually exchanged for by a mysterious person. That person was dressed in black robes that alternated between illusion and reality. It was impossible to see his true form. I've obtained a pretty good item before even entering the 13 divine nations. My luck this time is pretty good. Lin Fei put away the item in satisfaction. It was a defensive treasure armor at the demigod level. It could withstand 3 attacks from 3rd firmament sky immortals and below. Even though it was only 3 times, Lin Fei was very satisfied. In the 13 divine nations, it might come in handy at any time. Treasures like this were basically controlled by people and rarely flowed outside. They were good items that had a price but no market. It's time. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During this time, there were dozens of battles on the large round platform. They were either enemies or snatching the ancient sword token. Lin Fei was besieged several times, but he resolved them one by one, leaving behind many corpses. After that, no one dared to underestimate a sword immortal expert like him. In the receiving ground, strength was king. Those who had the ancient sword token and were weaker were easily swallowed up. In a short time, dozens of people were gone. Whoosh! A terrifying energy enveloped them from the 13 divine kingdoms and fell on them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Everyone instantly felt like they were being teleported. Chapter 3563. Ancient. That was Lin Fei's greatest feeling. Immortal Lin, we're in luck. We've come to a relatively safe place. They were standing in a courtyard. Everywhere they looked, there were shadows of palaces. The courtyard was not very large, and it was empty. I heard that the 13 holy nations are filled with danger. Even if it's a safe place in front, there might be an alternate dimension. Every alternate dimension is filled with great terror and danger. Yi Fei Long said solemnly, it can be said that every corner is filled with great terror. Yi Fei Hu continued, however, while there are great terrors in the alternate dimension, there are also great opportunities. The two cupped their hands at Lin Fei. Immortal Lin, we're here for training. Thank you for bringing us here. Once we're in the 13 holy nations, we'll leave first. Lin Fei nodded. Have a safe journey. Yi Feilong and Yi Feilong dashed out of the courtyard one after the other. They didn't fly away. What about you? Lin Fei turned back. Immortal Lin, I'm going to leave too. Shueyu nodded. Our Shui family has a way to contact you. As long as you're careful, you'll be fine. All right. Lin Fei was not willing to take the three with him. Not to mention anything else, all three of them had their own secrets. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, that was all there was to it. Watching Shueyu depart, Lin Fei was in no hurry to leave the courtyard. The 13 holy nations are filled with danger, and alternate dimensions are everywhere. Lin Fei squinted. This is also a test for me. What I need now is a map of the 13 holy nations. The Southern Fire Empire was only a small empire. The maps of the 13 holy nations had always been in the hands of the major forces. The maps that had leaked out were all incomplete, or even altered. Lin Fei did not bother with a map of the 3 holy nations. The 13 holy nations, here I come. Rumble. Rumble. Black streaks of light swept across the place. Threads of sword will collided with the space. The strange spaces hidden in the space were constantly triggered by the sword intent, forming black cracks. The cracks were filled with a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. This is the 18th alternate dimension. Lin Fei took a detour from the side. The 13 divine nations are just as the rumors say. Danger lurks everywhere. If you're not careful, you'll fall head first. In the beginning, Lin Fei relied on his physical body. However, after encountering several different spaces, he no longer dared to let his guard down. Within those spatial cracks, there were some remnant wills left behind by some big shots. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and at the same time, they were guarding some treasures. Lin Fei broke a few alternate dimensions in a row and didn't dare to mess around anymore. Someone's coming. After witnessing the power of the alternate spaces, Lin Fei used his intrinsic flying sword to probe the path. The effects were immediately apparent as he avoided all the alternate spaces. During this period, the dangerous auras in several different spaces made Lin Fei somewhat afraid. Let's get the map first. Other than an outsider like Lin Fei, most of the experts that came to the 13 divine nations had backers. The map of the 13 divine nations was definitely more detailed. According to the map, the alternate dimension we're looking for should be in this area. Heavenly Immortal Dark North of the Black Heaven sect came to the area with 3 disciples and began searching for the spatial cracks. Everyone, be careful. Don't trigger any hidden alternate dimensions. Heavenly Immortal Dark North activated his treasure and carefully searched. Their Black Heaven sect was a first-rate sect, and they had paid a huge price to obtain an ancient sword token. It was all for the sake of entering the alternate dimensions to search for the treasures in those alternate dimensions. Boom, boom, boom. Before they could find the alternate dimension, a violent shockwave swept their way. A huge gust of wind swept across them like a torrential storm. Pua, pua, pua. The few of them were sent flying in an instant. Heavenly Immortal Dark North conjured his treasure and held it in front of him with a solemn expression. Who's there? There was a buzzing sound. A sharp divine sword pierced through Heavenly Immortal Darknorth's protective barrier and stabbed into his forehead. A drop of blood flowed down his forehead. Spare me, Elite. Heavenly Immortal Darknorth was a peak 4th level Heavenly Immortal. He did not dare to move now. The sword pierced through his treasure's protective barrier, and the aura of death enveloped his body. Heavenly Immortal Darknorth was so frightened that he did not dare to move. Hand over the map of the 13 divine nations. A hoarse voice was heard. I'll hand it over, I'll hand it over. Please spare our lives, Elite. Heavenly Immortal Dark North begged for mercy. He took out the map of the 13 divine nations and sent a surge of energy out from his hand. Elder, Elder. 3 disciples flew over. Only then did Heavenly Immortal Shen Ming come to his senses. The sword that he didn't dare to move had disappeared at some point, and he didn't even notice it. He didn't kill me. Is it just for a map of the 13 divine nations? Heavenly Immortal Dark North could not believe it was true. Every force that came to the 13 divine nations had a map of the 13 divine nations. It was just a matter of how detailed it was. Got it. With the help of the spatial rift, Lin Fei easily obtained the map of the 13 divine nations. Let me see what places are marked on this map of the 13 divine kingdoms. Lin Fei flipped open the map. It was a rather ordinary map, not as exquisite as Lin Fei had imagined. Each of the 13 divine nations had a map, and each kingdom had a place marked on it. This 4th-level Heavenly Immortal Expert sect is only SOSO. This map can only be SOSO. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. Fortunately, the largest divine nation mentioned by Heaven Secrets Sect Yi Tianhong has a simple mark on it. Lin Fei stared at a place. Roving Jade Divine Nation. According to rumors, Roving Jade Divine Nation is the largest of the 13 divine nations. It is the place with the most opportunities. It is said that Roving Jade Divine Nation has supreme pills that can help one ascend to the heavenly god realm. Lin Fei wanted to use the 13 divine nations to step onto the big stage of the Windy Weave. Roving Jade Divine Nation was his target. I'll go get the arch armor part of the first Celestial Emperor first. Even if it's useless to me, it can still become a treasure in my hands. I believe many people will be interested in it. If it really has something to do with that matter, I can get it faster than them. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as he calculated. After a detailed look, Lin Fei confirmed his location. It was the outermost divine nation. Chapter 3564. Ever since he determined the approximate location of the Azure Roving Divine Kingdom, Lin Fei set off for the Azure Roving Divine Kingdom. He had to pass through a total of 5 divine kingdoms along the way. Each divine kingdom was different and had different dangers. This should be the Skydance Divine Kingdom. It's said to be a supreme divine kingdom established by a great empress. As Lin Fei traversed the divine kingdom, flowers bloomed everywhere. They competed with each other in beauty, appearing extremely odd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Lin Fei stepped into a sea of flowers, leaves filled the sky. Each leaf was in no way inferior to a 5th firmament Sky Immortal's strike. Hundreds and thousands of attacks rained down on him. A divine kingdom is indeed a divine kingdom. Even a sea of flowers has such might. Black quicksand manifested from sword intent appeared around Lin Fei. He withstood the attacks of the falling leaves and strode forward. Every step he took covered an extremely great distance. There's an alternate space here. In the sea of flowers, a gigantic flower was eye-catching. The flower was extremely massive. It had 9 petals and each petal was a different color. It was 1,000 feet in size and had 9 colors. That's not right. There are 9 alternate spaces. Each petal contains an alternate space. Lin Fei's pupils constricted slightly. 9 alternate spaces on a single flower. It's indeed magical. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. There might be something good in the 9 alternate spaces. Lin Fei took more than 10 steps forward. Halt! Not far from the 9-colored flower, 5 figures appeared. This place has been reserved by our Joyous Union chapter. If you don't want to die, scram as far as you can. The 5 experts from the Joyous Union chapter released their auras. They were all at the 4th firmament Sky Immortal realm. The Cloudy Wind Empire's Joyous Union chapter. Memories related to the Joyous Union chapter surfaced in Lin Fei's mind. It's good that you know, said one of the 4th firmament Sky Immortal experts proudly. Scram immediately. Sorry, I'm very interested in these 9 alternate spaces. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, I'll give you a choice now. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. 3 seconds later, either you die or scram. The 9 alternate spaces were placed on a gigantic 9-colored flower. Lin Fei was extremely interested. Impudent. Kill him. He dares to threaten the joyous Union Sec. He doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. The 5/4 firmament sky immortal experts attacked together. Summoning a majestic silhouette, he punched out through the air. Everywhere the fist imprint passed, the void crumbled. A killing intent locked onto Lin Fei. Kill. Lin Fei slashed out with his sword, and the tyrannical fist mark was split open by the sword. The remaining power did not stop, and it also split open the summoned phantom with a sword. No matter how strong the phantom of a sky immortal is, there is still a limit. Lin Fei shook his head. The 5/4 firmament sky immortal experts that had jointly summoned the phantom spewed blood from the impact. Go. Realizing that they had met their match, the 5 of them turned around and fled into one of the flowers. I said to kill you, so you must die. A streak of sword intent streaked across their bodies. The 5/4 firmament sky immortal experts died on the spot. I told you that I'm going to kill you. Why don't you believe me? Lin Fei shook his head and rushed into a flower petal. There was indeed an alternate space hidden in the flower petal. The moment Lin Fei stepped into the alternate space, he found himself in a herbal garden that was filled with rich heaven and earth spiritual chi. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The most eye-catching thing in the herbal garden was a towering tree that blotted out the sky and nearly enveloped the entire herbal garden. At that moment, the tree's branches were like arms as they charged at Lin Fei. They were extremely powerful and were in no way inferior to a 5th firmament sky immortal. What a huge tree! It can even take the initiative to attack. The divine massacre sword flew out, and wherever the sword intent passed, the tree branches would be sliced down. A 10,000-year-old heaven essence grass, a 30,000-year-old yellow lotus. That's a 50,000-year-old sky god snow lotus. Lin Fei was dazzled by the sight. I really came to the right place. After 10,000 years, the herbs had all become treasures of the world. The herbs here were all of a certain grade, and nearly all of them could give birth to a sliver of sentience. After being used as medicine, top-grade pills could be refined. Again, after the towering tree had a portion of its branches destroyed by Lin Fei, it did not stop. It continued attacking. This time, it controlled the nearby vines to lash out in an overwhelming manner. From the looks of it, this towering tree is the overlord of this place. It controls everything here. Such a towering tree was extremely powerful. It was not something that just anyone could deal with. Black torrential water. Lin Fei powered his sword intent as black water poured down. The towering tree shook its branches, emitting a sharp sound. Large swaths of branches fell, and in a blink of an eye, the towering tree that blotted out the sky turned bare. Open. The slaughtering god sword pierced into the trunk of the tree. The sword light surged out and pierced through the towering tree, leaving behind thousands of sword holes. It was a sight to behold. Don't kill me. I submit. After Lin Fei's intrinsic flying sword transformed, a mere towering tree could not withstand the cleave of the divine sword. A ball of spiritual light rushed out of the tree and turned into an old man, rolling down towards Lin Fei. Interesting, a tree spirit has been born. Lin Fei was shocked. At this moment, the tree spirit was terrified. The newcomer was too terrifying. A flying sword was enough to seriously injure it. This was something that would have been impossible in the past. I like people who are useful. Do you think you're useful to me? Lin Fei said with a smile. The divine massacre sword flew back and landed behind him. Useful, really useful. Don't kill me. I know the situation of the heavenly dance divine nation best. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you all the secrets I know. I even know a big secret here, a secret that can transform people. The old tree spirit begged for mercy. To be able to break through any of her attacks so easily, it was indeed not something that the old tree spirit could withstand. Lin Fei was quite interested in the heavenly dance divine nation. It was rumored that the 13 divine nations had 13 peak emperor-grade treasures. Controlling one of them would give one the right to fight against a god emperor. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew for the time being. Lin Fei hoped that his strength could improve as quickly as possible. Entering the 13 divine nations, apart from stepping onto the great stage of the wind cloud weave, he also wanted to improve his strength. The wind cloud weave had very strong laws. After stepping into the fifth firmament sky immortal realm, Lin Fei sensed the terror of the nomological forces. If he followed the prescribed order, not to mention 1,000 years, even a few hundred years was not something that Lin Fei wished to see. The 13 divine nations were an opportunity. There were opportunities in the 13 divine nations. As long as one had the strength, breaking through to the sky god realm was not a problem. There were even some extremely lucky ones who could break through one or two major realms in one fell swoop. Senior, there's a place called the Myriad Essence Pool in the Heavenly Dance Divine Nation. It's a place specially prepared for cultivators at the Heaven Celestial stage. As long as you collect enough heaven and earth treasures, you can break through the shackles of the Heaven Celestial stage and step into the Heaven Celestial stage, the tree spirit said in a low voice. I think you need the Myriad Essence Pool. Using worldly treasures to break through to the sky immortal realm? Lin Fei looked around at the aged worldly treasures and came to a sudden realization. Chapter 3565. The Heavenly Dance Divine Nation had such an opportunity. This was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. This was not a small opportunity. The reputation of the 13 divine nations was well deserved. Using treasures to break through to the heavenly god realm was indeed a big move. Lin Fei immediately thought of the Joyous Union sect and wondered if they knew about this secret. Since the Joyous Union sect knew about this secret, other forces might know about it too. Interesting. This is really interesting. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. Tree spirit, you really know a lot. You even know such a secret. Tell me more about the Myriad Yuan Pool. The tree spirit indeed knew a lot. According to what he said, the tree spirit was the person in charge of this herb garden. They also had a name, the Treants. There would be a Treant in every herb garden. The Treants could manage everything in the manor and ensure that the herbs in the herb garden evolved into treasures. So, to open the Myriad Yuan Pool, we must collect more than 10 million years old. The longer the age, the better the effect. That's right. After the explanation, Lin Fei finally understood the function of the Myriad Yuan Pool. It was really magical. So, all the treasures in the 9 different spaces are the targets of collection? Senior, that is indeed the case. The Treant old man nodded repeatedly. Every herb garden can produce many treasures of the heavens and the earth, and the oldest can reach several 100,000 years of age. This herb garden's oldest is only 120,000 years old. No one in the Heavenly Dance Divine Nation controls it, and the treasures of the heavens and earth will return to dust if they exceed 500,000 years of age. What a waste! Lin Fei felt that it was a waste when he thought of the treasures returning to dust after 500,000 years. There's no time to lose. Let's collect the treasures in this herb garden first. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and started harvesting everything. He collected everything that was over 10,000 years old. For a moment, the entire herb garden became empty. Only the herbs that were thousands of years old were left. Senior, let's leave this place. No one in the Heavenly Dance Divine Nation controls it. We will return to dust sooner or later. Lin Fei did not kill the tree spirit. Instead, the tree spirit took the initiative to join him. You're quite bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you with my sword? Senior, you are a big shot, and I, the tree spirits, are insignificant existences. I am more familiar with the Heavenly Dance Divine Nation. Senior, you also need someone to show you the way. I may not be good at anything else, but I can show you the way, the old tree spirit said. As you wish. He came out of the alternate dimension. Boom boom boom. Dozens of attacks came head-on. Unbeknownst to him, there were already people standing guard outside. These people were not from the Joyous Union sect, but from another force. Someone has come out. Quickly come and kill this person. The quicksand defensive sword technique appeared. Only now did Lin Fei notice that what was attacking him was a group of puppets. They didn't have the slightest aura of life, but their attacks were extremely domineering, and they kept coming at him. The puppet warriors of the Divine Puppet Sect. Lin Fei quickly found the information. The Divine Puppet Sect was a special existence that refined puppets. Puppets were a small and unpopular branch, but they flourished in the hands of the Divine Puppet Sect. Every disciple of the Divine Puppet Sect had at least a few dozen puppet warriors with them. As these puppet warriors were refined with special materials, they were invulnerable and very difficult to destroy. Elder, this guy came out of the alternate dimension. He must have taken all the heaven and earth spirit items inside. The three young disciples controlled at least 50 puppet warriors. A grey-robed elder flew out of the alternate dimension. Lin Bai of the Southern Fire Empire. The grey-robed elder's eyes turned cold. I'm quite lucky. Hand over the heaven and earth spirit items you collected, leave everything you have, and you can get lost. Boom. The three puppet warriors behind the grey-robed elder rushed forward like a stream of light. I know you. You are the #1 expert of the Southern Fire Empire, and you are also a sword immortal. You have strong combat power, but in front of my puppet warriors, you are no match. The three puppet warriors attacked from 3 directions. The puppet warriors' power hit the quicksand defense. The huge shield kept changing shape, and a part of the power seeped in. Mph, looks like you know this secret too. Then you have heaven and earth spirit items in your hand. Lin Fei did not move, and the quicksand defense resisted the attack of the 3 puppet warriors. The grey-robed elder did not seem surprised by this. I really underestimated you. You even know such a secret of the heavenly dance divine nation, the grey-robed elder sneered. Unfortunately, you don't have the chance. The heavenly dance divine nation's myriad essence pool is not something you can covet. So, you can only die. The 3 puppet warriors that attacked Lin Fei suddenly turned into 3 black streams of light. They wrapped around Lin Fei's defensive shield and crushed it at an extremely fast speed. They actually seeped in. This was the first time Lin Fei saw a puppet warrior attack in this way. You didn't expect this, did you? The defense of a sword immortal is nothing in the eyes of the Divine Puppet Sect. The grey-robed elder sneered. Breaking your defense is a piece of cake. The #1 expert of the Southern Fire Empire is simply a joke. The 3 puppet warriors sneaked into the shield, turned into 3 black spears, and stabbed forward. What an amazing killer move. This kind of move, anyone who encountered it would panic and lose their sense of propriety. Lin Fei remained calm. But, this is far from enough. The same sword light slashed in front of Lin Fei. The 3 spears were cut in half. The 3 puppet warriors appeared. Kill. A crescent moon appeared and slashed the bodies of the 3 puppet warriors. The sturdy puppet warriors were cut into countless pieces on the spot. You actually killed this elder's puppet warriors. Lin Fei strode forward. You guys tried to kill me just now it's my turn. A crescent moon appeared. Tear. Heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart. One puppet warrior after another fell from the sky. The grey-robed elder then split into 2 halves. You're not a heavenly god, how dare you come to kill me? Lin Fei shook his head and started searching the elder's body. Finally, he found a storage ring. After checking it, his face was overjoyed. Sure enough, it's a collection of heaven and earth spiritual objects. The oldest one is actually 300,000 years old. This alternate dimension has been collected. Lin Fei entered one of the alternate dimensions, but the heaven and earth spiritual objects inside had disappeared. Next, Lin Fei immediately left the alternate dimension and entered the second alternate dimension. The heaven and earth spiritual objects in this alternate dimension were not collected. Collect. Lin Fei collected the heaven and earth spiritual objects one by one. Chapter 3566. Of the 9 petals, Lin Fei had been to 3 of them. This was the 4th petal. Joyous Union Sect and Divine Puppet Sect, Lin Fei had learned a lot. The secret of the 13 holy nations was not a secret to them. Someone is fighting. As soon as he entered this strange space, energy fluctuations wreaked havoc, crashing into Lin Fei's body like waves. Lin Fei searched along the way and saw people fighting. There were about 5 to 6 people on both sides, and more than 10 people were fighting. Joyous Union Sect and Divine Puppet Sect are fighting, but it seems that Joyous Union Sect is not their match. Lin Fei watched for a while and shook his head, Divine Puppet Sect is a special force with tyrannical strength. How can an ordinary first-rate force fight against them? They are being oppressed. Under the siege of puppet warriors, Joyous Union sect experts fell one by one. Lin Fei quietly watched until the last expert of the Joyous Union sect was surrounded and killed. Sir, you have been watching for so long, you have guts. A Divine Puppet Sect expert stared at Lin Fei. Su. More than 10 puppet warriors pounced over. You're right. I'm very bold. Hooah! A sword essence slashed across. The puppet warriors were all sent flying. Another sword essence slashed across. More than a dozen puppet warriors fell from the sky in pieces. You can actually destroy our Divine Puppet Sect's puppet warriors. The expert was shocked and revealed a cruel smile. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Not bad. Your foundation is good, you can be used to refine puppet. At this time, another 2 Divine Puppet Sect experts rushed over. Capture him alive. With a command, roughly 30 puppets charged over. 3 of them even knew how to use poison. A black fog rose up, and the sound of space tearing could be heard. All around Lin Fei, there were traces of puppet warriors. Under such an attack, it was only natural that Joyous Union sect would lose. Sword out. The slaughtering god sword turned into a black stream of light and flew past the puppet warriors. Wherever the sword passed, the puppet warriors were cut in half and fell from the sky. Looks like your puppet warriors are useless. Lin Fei shook his head. Now, hand over all your heaven and earth spiritual items. As soon as the puppet warrior died, the 3 experts of the Divine Puppets suffered a backlash. They all coughed up blood and stared at the scene in shock. Elder, come quickly, we can't hold them off any longer. The 3 of them turned around and ran, not taking Lin Fei's words seriously at all. Die. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He didn't want the chance given to him. He asked for it. The divine sword of massacre slashed across their bodies. In close combat, anyone below the heavenly god realm would definitely die. Return. The storage rings fell into Lin Fei's hands. With a flip of his hand, he put them away. Who are you? How dare you kill the experts of our Divine Puppet Sect? After the 3 experts died, a middle-aged elder flew over, followed by 3 puppet warriors. Someone who stole your things. Black water filled the sky. The elder of the Divine Puppet Sect was shrouded by the sword intent on the spot. The sword intent turned into rain, forcing them to defend. The divine sword of massacre rushed into the black water. When the elder blocked the black water, a sharp sword burst out and pierced the elder's forehead. Heavenly divine sword, the elder of the Divine Puppet Sect died on the spot. As expected, all the items are with this elder, not just one. Lin Fei laughed and took everything without hesitation. Wait, there's even a technique to control puppet warriors. What a bargain. 3-peak 5th firmament sky immortal puppet warriors. After Lin Fei confirmed that there was no one else, he chose to refine the puppet warriors on the spot. Done. After the time it takes for a joss stick to burn, Lin Fei beamed with joy. These are free thugs. The puppet warriors that he lost control of previously were now in Lin Fei's hands again. With these 3 free thugs, I reckon many people will have a headache. In the Heaven Dance Divine Nation, only the Joyous Union sect and the Divine Puppet Sect appeared. At this moment, they had all died here. In the next few petals, Lin Fei led the puppet warriors and collected all the heaven and earth spiritual objects along the way. Master, there are almost 80 million years old heaven and earth spiritual objects here. It's enough to activate the myriad essence pool once. The old tree spirit reported after counting. 80 million years old heaven and earth spiritual objects. That's quite a lot. Let's go to the myriad essence pool now. On a mountain in the Heaven Dance Divine Nation. This mountain was the tallest mountain in the Divine Nation. The entire mountain was covered in pure white snow. It's so cold. As soon as he approached the mountain, the terrifying chill caused a layer of frost to appear on Lin Fei's body. His feet were even covered in ice. Master, this is the Divine Chill Mountain, a treasure mountain. The chill here is extremely cold, and anyone who touches it will die. The myriad essence pool is right above. The old tree spirit said nervously. Back then, someone controlled it and could open up a passage. Now that there's no one controlling it, this divine chill mountain has become a dead end. Lin Fei looked up and saw a faintly discernible round platform on the snowy peak. It's fine. Although the chill here was terrifying, his sword intent was not to be trifled with. The chill here is indeed terrifying. Even my sword intent can barely withstand it. Lin Fei finally set foot on the peak. There were no palaces or houses here, only a round platform. However, it was filled with a pure yang aura, and the chill did not invade it. At that moment, Lin Fei's entire body was covered in a layer of ice. Crack, 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 crack. With a thought, Lin Fei shattered the ice on his body. This is the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei squinted. I really couldn't tell, but this pure yang aura is definitely something good. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a majestic aura swept across the world, covering the entire 13 divine nations. At this moment, everyone felt it. Master, someone has broken through to the heavenly god realm. Looking in the direction, Lin Fei saw a rainbow light pierce through the sky and land in the 13 divine nations, landing somewhere. Breaking through to the heavenly god realm here is not affected. Lin Fei felt it clearly. This was the aura of a heavenly god. No wonder everyone wants to come to the 13 divine nations. Who would want to miss the chance to become a heavenly god? Lin Fei squinted. Looks like my luck is not bad. Boom, boom, boom. A heavenly deity's aura appeared, followed closely by another. Again, Lin Fei frowned slightly. I have to break through to the heavenly god realm as soon as possible. Once I do, I will be stronger than them. The forces that entered the 13 divine nations exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. They were all terrifying. In a short time, 2 people had become heavenly gods. In the end, it would not just be 2 heavenly gods. Without becoming a heavenly god, one could forget about getting that item. Chapter 3567. In one of the 13 holy nations, in a great hall. At this moment, in this hall, a figure was bathed in the light, looking relaxed and satisfied. There were 4 people standing in 4 different directions around the hall, all of them emanating a cold and sinister aura. It was as if they were some sort of special existence. After a long time, the figure bathed in light landed on him. At this time, a golden power appeared behind this figure, like a rainbow. Congratulations on becoming a heavenly god, young master. The 4 knelt on one knee, their eyes filled with fervor. It feels great to step into the heavenly god realm. It's a pity that I have only absorbed 1 strand of heavenly god's power. This figure was a noble young master, full of arrogance. However, even with just 1 strand of heavenly god's power, I can easily kill a 5th-level sky immortal. The heavenly god realm was to transform divine power into heavenly god's power. Heavenly god's power needed to be constantly cultivated and refined. Therefore, the more heavenly god's power one had, the stronger one would be. When I ascended, did anyone else in the 13 holy nations ascend to the heavenly god realm? As a young master from a top faction, Zhong Tianquang did not think that he would be the only one to ascend to the heavenly god realm in the 13 holy nations. Zhong Tianquang was a disciple of the Zhong family from the Wind Cloud Weave. Not just anyone had the qualifications to use the surname Zhong as their surname. This Zhong family had been around for several generations and was recognized as a top family. Young master, when you ascended, someone else was ascending in another holy nation. According to our analysis, it should be the Long family. Zhong Tianquang's eyes turned cold. Long family, he, that must be Long Feihu of the Long family. This is interesting. Young master has ascended to the heavenly god realm. Even if Long Feihu succeeds, he will not be as strong as young master. Long Feihu will regret his actions. Young master is not someone he can fight. Zhong Tianquang chuckled. The 13 holy nations will have at least 13 heavenly gods. However, since I have become a heavenly god, they are no longer qualified. Similarly, in another place, a young master's aura changed drastically, and he had even condensed a strand of heavenly god's power. When I step into the heavenly god realm and condense a strand of heavenly god force, no one in the 13 divine kingdoms will be my match. Those treasures will also be opened by me. Long Feihu, who was covered in scales, said arrogantly. The Long clan possessed the bloodline of the Dragon clan. They were born with the talent to control the Dragon clan. For example, they had dragon scales as armor, making them impervious to swords and spears. They could almost ignore the attacks of enemies of the same realm. At the very least, they would be able to negate 60 to 70% of the power. The Long family had always been one of the top powers in the Wind Cloud Weave. Compared to Zhong Tianquang, Long Feihu only had an elder by his side. He was a peak 5th firmament sky immortal. Young master, that person from the Zhong family also achieved a breakthrough when you broke through. I reckon that he has also condensed the power of a heavenly god. The old man was expressionless, but he was extremely respectful toward Long Feihu. Zhong Tianquang is trash. It's the same even if he steps into the heavenly god realm. Long Feihu sneered disdainfully. He's definitely going to clean up the young masters of the other clans and seize the resources of the 13 divine nations so that he can condense heaven god energy. I know exactly what he's planning. Does he really think that he's the only one who can do that? Those secrets aren't secrets at all. Heavenly Dance Divine Nation. At the peak of a snowy mountain, in the Myriad Essence Pool. Lin Fei took out a storage ring and threw all the heaven and earth treasures into the Myriad Essence Pool. According to the tree spirit, the Myriad Essence Pool had its own intelligence. As long as the heaven and earth treasures were thrown into it, it would automatically react and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the first wave of heaven and earth treasures entered, the effects were immediately apparent. Ha ha ha, it's really starting to move. The originally lifeless Myriad Essence Pool finally began to unleash its power. Pure waves rose, and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good treasure, really good treasure. When I successfully break through, I must bring it back. It would be a waste not to bring such a treasure with him. Lin Fei could not bear to see such a waste. He had to bring it back. Master, when all the heaven and earth treasures enter and reach the bottom line of the Myriad Essence Pool, it will transform into a Myriad Essence Divine Pill. Once consumed, you can step into the heavenly god realm. Lin Fei was sure that this treasure was indeed very mystical and powerful. All the essence of the heaven and earth treasures had been extracted. At the same time, there seemed to be a special substance within the Myriad Essence Pool that enhanced the essence. It was extremely mysterious. It was because of this mystery that Lin Fei was even more certain that the Myriad Essence Pool could enhance one's strength. The 13 god nations of the Wind Cloud Weave are indeed full of secrets. They even have such a treasure. Lin Fei was waiting for the moment the Myriad Essence Divine Pill was formed. Large amounts of essence rose and began to spin in a certain position. Strands of essence began to fuse. At this point, all of Lin Fei's heaven and earth treasures had been thrown in. It's almost done. Lin Fei observed and arranged for the puppet warriors to stand guard outside. The chill of the divine chill mountain was only directed at those below. Those on the mountain peak were not affected at all. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the Myriad Essence Divine Pill. The tree spirit congratulated. The essence continued to condense. The shape of a pill began to appear. It became more and more condensed. It spun and spun. There was a terrifying energy within. Even Lin Fei was secretly shocked. At the same time, special runes emerged from the Myriad Essence Pool and embedded themselves into the pill. Not long after, a dark gold heavenly elixir of 10,000 essence was done. Strands of medicinal fragrance wafted in all directions. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the Myriad Essence Divine Pill. This was the first time he had seen such a pill. Eat it first. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the Myriad Essence Divine Pill. A terrifying torrent of energy erupted from his body. To advance from the heavenly immortal realm to the heavenly god realm, I need to condense all the god power in my body into the heavenly god realm. Only then can I be considered to have truly stepped into the heavenly god realm. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and began to condense. The Myriad Essence Divine Pill was like a guide, guiding Lin Fei to condense the heavenly god realm. Strands of god power began to condense, and an illusory golden energy appeared. The first step is done. Lin Fei was delighted and continued to condense. As long as I continue to condense, my heavenly god realm will be formed. Why were heavenly gods stronger than sky immortals? It was because the heavenly god realm was stronger. A strand of heavenly god realm was enough to defeat a fifth firmament sky immortal expert. The heavenly god realm was an energy that even fifth firmament sky immortals could not expel. It was even more destructive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the heavenly god realm was completely condensed, a pillar of light descended from the heavens. It emitted light that enveloped Lin Fei's entire body. The heavenly Tao's reward. The light contained a large amount of heavenly god realm power. This is a good opportunity. Absorb it all. Lin Fei's body had been strengthened step by step. Compared to the martial artists in the Windy Cloud Weave who only cultivated their cultivation techniques and did not cultivate their physical bodies, he was many times stronger. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 3568. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the summit of the Divine Frost Mountain, a huge black vortex appeared, devouring the divine light in a frenzy. A huge pillar of light descended from the sky, covering the entire summit. The 10,000-year-old ice melted in the blink of an eye. Bathed in the pillar of light, Lin Fei became incomparably holy, making people want to worship him. At this time, a thick power was being condensed behind him. This was the power of a god. Only by condensing the power of a god could one be considered to have stepped into the god realm and become a true god. Ha ha ha, someone is breaking through here. Who gave you the courage? The void was torn apart, and a figure walked out. The arrogant Zhong Tianquang's long hair danced in the wind. Such a thick power of a god belongs to me from now on. You can scram now. He raised his hand, and the power of a god merged into his palm. The god's palm descended from the sky, covering the entire summit. This attack had the power of a god. The god's palm shot out, and golden lines flowed in the palm as it slammed down on Lin Fei's head. Boom boom boom. The god's palm slammed down, and the void collapsed. Endless astral winds howled, cutting through everything around it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The puppet warriors shot up into the sky at the first instant, setting off a terrifying light as they attacked the god's palm. The golden lines flashed, shattering all the attacks. Zhong Tianquang stood with his hands behind his back, watching the struggle below with a cruel smile. If I kill this person and seize the power of a god, I will be able to condense a second god's palm, or even a third. My strength will soar, and I will be invincible. I will become the strongest existence in the 13 divine nations. Zhong Tianquang did not care about the people on the summit at all. Those below the god realm were all ants, unable to withstand a single blow. The 3 puppet warriors were strong, but they could not withstand the power of this palm. They were constantly being suppressed, and all their attacks were useless. Buzz! A stream of light flew out, splitting the mountain and splitting the ground, cutting open the god's palm. It was actually broken. Zhong Tianquang was shocked. He raised a hand in front of him, and a dazzling sword light pierced through. Get out of my way. He spread his fingers and closed them, trying to grab the flying sword. The flying sword that had stepped into the sky deity weapon disappeared with a whoosh, causing Zhong Tianquang's attack to miss. The massacre god sword appeared behind Zhong Tianquang's head and stabbed down. A heavenly god's power appeared and blocked the flying sword. Rip! The slaughtering god sword pierced through the layer of heavenly god protection. Fortunately, Zhong Tianquang had a lot of battle experience. At the critical moment, he tilted his body, and half of his body was pierced. Drops of blood flowed down from the wound. You injured this young master, you deserve to die. Zhong Tianquang roared. He was injured after stepping into the celestial god realm, so he couldn't take this lying down. He tried to grab the flying sword with one hand, but he missed again. Shoo shoo shoo. The flying sword disappeared, but when it reappeared, it transformed into dozens of sword shadows. Another sword pierced into Zhong Tianquang's body. The flying sword twisted and curled, taking away large chunks of flesh. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Before long, this prodigy was covered in wounds. This flying sword was too fast and too sharp. The heavenly god's power couldn't withstand a single stab from the flying sword. His physical body couldn't withstand the tearing and pulling. Zhong Tianquang was enraged. He mobilized the Heavenly God's power and pounced down. Heavenly God True Void Blade. Zhong Tianquang, who had given up on dealing with the flying sword, grabbed with one hand, and a golden divine blade appeared. It was formed from the Heavenly God's power. It slashed down, and wherever the blade passed, the void was split open. It was incomparably fierce. This young master will kill you. Let's see how you control it. Zhong Tianquang's face contorted. His first opponent had left him in such a sorry state, and he was even injured. This was a slap to the face. This was unacceptable. 3 puppet warriors flew toward him. Boom, boom, boom. Huge destructive power bloomed like fireworks, crashing against the Heavenly God True Void Blade, but only a portion of the Heavenly God's power was destroyed. The self-destruction of the puppet warriors still caused Zhong Tianquang to suffer greatly. Fortunately, at the critical moment, an artifact appeared on his body. But now, it was in tatters. In one exchange, the artifact was destroyed. My firmament artifact, you dare to use this young master's artifact. This young master will destroy you. The Heavenly God True Void Blade slashed down, and Zhong Tianquang slashed out dozens of times in one breath. Each slash turned into a giant that raised its fist and punched down. Dozens of giants clashed, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The Divine Chill Mountain, the #1 mountain, shook violently. Too strong. I wonder if Master can withstand it. The Tree Spirit Elder immediately hid himself, shivering in fear. Ha ha ha, anyone who dares to go against this young master will die. Zhong Tianquang laughed coldly. No one could survive the attack of a heavenly god. Below the heavenly god, all were ants. In the 13 god nations, there were no heavenly Dao rules. Zhong Tianquang could kill without fear of being punished by the heavenly Dao rules. The one above, is this your strength? The snowflakes in the sky scattered. A golden screen of light appeared, within which stood a young man with his hands clasped behind his back. You can't even kill me, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a heavenly god. I'm very angry that you interrupted my breakthrough, so I've decided to kill you with a single sword strike. On the peak of the mountain, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He did not look injured at all. Brat, you are actually fine. Zhong Tianquang was furious. It seems that you have broken through, but who gave you the courage? I am from the Zhong family, a top family in the Wind Cloud Weave. Do you know what the Zhong family represents? If you dare touch me, there will be no place for you in the entire Wind Cloud Weave. Top family? What's so great about that? If I want to kill you, I will. Lin Fei pointed with his fingers and stabbed out with his sword. A crescent moon appeared. Different from before, this crescent moon was golden in color. It shone with resplendent light, illuminating the entire world. True Void Divine Saber, break for me. Zhong Tianquang slashed with his saber. The power of the heavenly god was tyrannical, tearing everything apart. A mere crescent moon was nothing. He wanted to kill this brat. Rip. Zhong Tianquang's body went cold. He felt as if he had been struck by something. The crescent moon in front of him disappeared, and he fell into endless darkness as if he had fallen from the sky. Lin Fei shook his head. Is this the power of a first heaven god? Too weak. You only condensed the power of the heavenly god, and you dare to come out and pretend to be weak. You even dared to disturb my cultivation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Behind Lin Fei, 5 streams of the power of the heavenly gods appeared. Return. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The dissipating power of the heavenly god in Zhong Tianquang's body was forcibly pulled out. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. There was a series of crackling sounds, and his aura became much stronger. Chapter 3569. He had killed Zhong Tianquang with one strike, but Lin Fei did not think much of it. He dared to attack him while he was breaking through. If he did not kill the other party, he would not be Lin Fei. Rise. Lin Fei grabbed the myriad essence pool with both hands. It was a waste to leave such a treasure. He had to take it. Boom boom boom. The entire divine frost mountain was shaking. Ice and snow collapsed, and the void shook. But the myriad essence pool was as firm as a mountain and did not move at all. Lin Fei's hands expanded, but he could not grab the myriad essence pool. Heavenly God power, explode. One strand of heavenly God power was used up, turning into the purest energy that surged into his two arms. Boom, boom, boom. The myriad essence pool finally moved, and the ground around it cracked. Explode again. Lin Fei used up the second strand of heavenly God power and continued to pull the myriad essence pool out. The ground continued to crack, and the myriad essence pool emerged inch by inch. Come out! Lin Fei shouted. The power in his arms exploded again, and he pulled the myriad essence pool out. A huge cauldron was lifted up, and runes flashed all over it. They circled around the cauldron, coming out and going in. The myriad essence pool immediately became extraordinary. Keep. Lin Fei was in a great mood to use such a treasure. In the future, as long as I collect enough spirit items, it will be enough for me to break through. Lin Fei chuckled. Leaving it here is a waste. Keeping the myriad essence pool, heavenly God power surged under Lin Fei's feet, and drunken flower left in a beam of light. Not long after, 4 figures entered the divine frost mountain and saw Zhong Tianquang, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture. Ah, young master is dead. The 4 roared into the sky. There was a loud rumble, and an avalanche occurred. In a place where no one was safe. Lin Fei sat cross-legged and cultivated. In half a month, he recovered 5 strands of heavenly God power. I have to get some pills in the future. Absorption and recovery are too slow. With a total of 5 strands of heavenly God's power, the recovery time was too slow. Now that I've reached the heavenly God realm, I've condensed 5 strands of heavenly God energy. According to the ancient records, the heavenly God realm is just a process of accumulating heavenly God energy. The more I condense, the stronger I will be. Information about the heavenly God stage appeared in Lin Fei's mind. First layered heaven celestial deity, one needs to condense 100 strands of celestial deity power. Second firmament celestial deity, condensed 200 strands of celestial deity power. Third firmament celestial deity, condensing 300 strands of celestial deity power. Fourth firmament celestial deity, condensing 400 strands of celestial deity power. Fifth firmament celestial deity, condensing 500 strands of celestial deity power. Related information kept popping up. After reaching 500 strands of heavenly God's energy, one can condense another 500 strands of heavenly God's energy to cultivate a divine pellet and step into the God King realm. The more strands of heavenly God's energy, the higher the grade of the divine pellet, and the stronger the God King realm. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. There should be quite a number of heaven and earth spiritual items in the 13 divine nations. If I find all of them, it shouldn't be difficult to refine more myriad origin divine pills and condense heavenly God's energy. Lin Fei saw the miraculous myriad origin pool clearly. The terrifying medicinal effects of myriad origin divine pills were absolutely heaven-defying. Luckily, I took the myriad origin pool. I'm seriously too smart. Lin Fei released the tree spirit elder. 13 divine nations. Are you familiar with the other divine nations? You know which divine nation has more heaven and earth spiritual items. I want to refine another myriad origin divine pill. Knowing the method, it was impossible for Lin Fei to miss it. Master, refining myriad origin divine pills is actually not just about collecting heaven and earth spiritual items. There's actually another way. This is what the heavenly dance divine nation's upper echelons said back then. The tree spirit elder seemed to have thought of something. It said that one can use medicinal pills to fuse into a myriad origin divine pill. Lin Fei blinked. That works too. But that requires a huge amount of medicinal pills. In the wind cloud weave, medicinal pills have to be at least at the sky immortal level. Heavenly God pills and God King pills are all fine. Lin Fei was suddenly enlightened. Then tell me, in the 13 divine nations, which divine nations can produce pills, and the more the better. Yes, the heavenly Dan divine nation of the 13 divine nations is an alchemy divine nation. Everyone is an alchemy divine nation. They are known as the number 1 alchemy divine nation. The medicinal pills they refine are of extremely high grade, and everyone yearns for the God King pill. A God King pill can be refined into a divine pill and enter the God King realm in one fell swoop. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. No wonder, every time the 3 divine nations end, there will always be someone who breaks through to the God King realm. I'm afraid they've taken the medicinal pills of the 13 divine nations. If I don't go to such a good place, wouldn't I be missing out on an opportunity? Lead the way. Lin Fei was glad that he had not killed the elder tree spirit. He was a professional guide. Even if he had a map, it was still easier to have a guide than to fumble around. After stepping into the Sky God realm and condensing 5 strands of Sky God power, Lin Fei was even more sensitive to the danger of the 13 divine nations. His intrinsic flying sword, the divine slaughtering sword, could unleash its full power. Especially with the power of a Sky God, its strength would increase to a certain extent. The Heaven Essence sect had really given him something good. Boom, boom, boom. 2 Sky God auras erupted from a divine nation in the distance, tearing through the firmaments. It was extremely eye-catching. This aura is somewhat familiar. Lin Fei stopped and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Right, it's the Heaven Secrets sects Yi Feilong and Yi Feihu. They indeed have secrets. Both of them have broken through. Lin Fei had always felt that there was a problem with the Heaven Secrets sect. They know quite a lot of secrets. They're the arch-armor part of the number 1 Divine Emperor. Lin Fei felt that it was not very reliable. I hope the news is true. I'm not that easily fooled. Lin Fei lowered his head and hurried on his way. 3 months later, Lin Fei stepped into the Heavenly Dan Divine Nations. Compared to the Heavenly Dance Divine Nations, the Heavenly Dan Divine Nations was filled with countless palaces. It was quite spectacular. Master, those are all medicinal fields. They grow them and personally collect them to refine pills. As for our Heavenly Dance Divine Nations, we only grow spiritual objects of the world to extract their essence, the old tree spirit said. Lin Fei glanced at the palaces. Tell me, where is the most influential and largest alchemy sect in the Heavenly Dan Divine Nations? Since he was going, he would definitely go to the number 1 alchemy sect. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to go to those small sects. After traveling for another 10 days, a large group of palaces located in the mountains appeared before Lin Fei's eyes. That is the number 1 alchemy sect in the Heavenly Dan Divine Nations, the Yuan Dan School. Without getting close to the Yuan Dan sect, Lin Fei could smell the fragrance of elixirs. Looking in the direction of the fragrance, he saw that in the sky above the palace, there were children playing and playing. There were quite a number of them, and they were making crisp and melodious sounds. Good stuff, really good stuff. Chapter 3570. In the Yuan Dan School, there were shadows of pills everywhere. These pills flew into the sky and into the ground, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. No matter who saw it, they would be envious and fiery. Any one of them was a priceless pill, possessing a spirit that ordinary pills did not have. This was the biggest difference between high-grade pills and low-grade pills. Master, these pills all have a spirit, and at the same time, they also have a certain amount of strength, and are very difficult to deal with. It is said that the Heavenly Dan Divine Country once had an emperor pill that could transform into a human form, and was one of the experts of the Heavenly Dan Divine Country. The old man seemed to be recalling something. I can't miss out on so many pills. Lin Fei took a step forward and walked into the void. When he came out again, he was in the air above a palace and opened his 5 fingers. Get the hell over here. In the air above the palace, a group of children were playing with pills. Lin Fei's hand grabbed the pill, covering the sky and enveloping the pill, scaring the pill into fleeing. When they reached the edge of the palm, they all collided with a layer of invisible force, causing them to fall and have nowhere to run. All of them are Heaven Immortal level pills. There were dozens of them that had been condensed into pills. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Human clan, quickly let us out. Otherwise, when our boss comes, you're dead for sure. There was a threat from a pill. Was Lin Fei afraid of threats? Of course he wasn't afraid of threats. Your boss. Interesting, really interesting. Lin Fei flipped his hand and put them all away. The pills of the Heavenly Dan Divine Country are probably more than I imagined. It's just the right time to catch them all in one fell swoop. Lin Fei snorted and started to attack everywhere, collecting the pills. Don't run, you're all ours. After the heavenly god realm, Lin Fei's speed became even faster and his physical body became even stronger. He tore open the void time and time again, capturing the escaping pills. Not long after, he had harvested over 1,000 pills, all of which were heaven immortal level. They continued to go deeper into the palace. From time to time, pills would appear, but they would not be able to escape Lin Fei's palm. The number of pills was also increasing. In the palace ahead, there's a pill that surpasses the heavenly immortal grade. It must be a heavenly god grade pill. Lin Fei extended his divine sense and sensed a different kind of aura. He was overjoyed. He had finally found a heavenly deity grade medicinal pill. Boom! Before he got close, a beam of light rushed out of the palace, bringing with it a lingering fragrance as it streaked across the sky. You're mine. Several experts rushed out of the palace. The one in the lead opened his mouth and sucked in a breath. His body was like hell, devouring everything in the surroundings. The entire palace flew over, but before it could even get close, it was shredded to pieces by the black energy. The stream of light was sucked back, and a figure appeared. I'll fight you to the death. The figure formed by the pill raised his hand and punched out. The might of the attack exceeded the fifth firmament sky immortal realm and was just a little short of the heavenly god realm. Streaks of black air currents were blasted into nothingness. However, the pill was still unable to break free and was continuously sucked over. There's no need to struggle. Under my heaven-devouring art, you won't be able to withstand it. Just obediently let me eat you up. That person laughed out loud. His entire being was flushed with success, as if he had already won. Don't even think about it. A series of even stronger attacks erupted. Lin Fei saw everything clearly. Is this a heavenly god-level pill? To be able to erupt with this level of power. Unfortunately, I'm still lacking in strength to break through the other party's attack. What kind of judgment did Lin Fei have now? This heavenly god-level pill had consumed too much energy. Although it was very strong, there was still a gap between him and the other party. Hey, I'm taking this pill. Lin Fei laughed out loud. He took a step out of the void and came within the range of the heaven-devouring art. He reached out and grabbed. Heavenly god power surged out, forming a huge net that covered the pill. Bastard, how dare you snatch my pill? An incomparably domineering and sharp sword intent pierced out of the void, heading straight for Lin Fei's glabella. You're courting death. This sword strike surpassed the might of a fifth firmament sky immortal realm. Too weak. Lin Fei laughed out loud. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched the sword intent, shattering it into pieces. After absorbing a strand of heavenly god power, the strength of my physical body has also increased. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Hand over all the pills on you, and I'll spare your life. That's impossible. Lin Fei shook his head. He took a step forward and punched through the heaven and earth. His fist was covered in golden energy. The fist pierced through the other party. The other party was stunned. After being pierced, the remaining might exploded and tore him into pieces. Run, this person is a heavenly god. Run. The spectators turned and ran. Not running in front of a heavenly god expert was the same as courting death. A sword intent slashed through them, and all of them fell from the sky into pieces. Collect. Lin Fei didn't care about the other party's background. He gave him a choice, and if he didn't want it, then he'd just beat him to death. Anyway, he had no taboo. The harvest is not bad. Opening the storage ring, this guy had harvested more than 3,000 pills, of which there were dozens of heavenly god-level pills. Not only can I find pills, I can also rob them. Lin Fei muttered to himself, his divine sense immediately covering the sky above the palace, searching one by one. There's someone over there. The heavenly Dan Divine Nation's pills were so famous, how could there be a lack of people coming here to search for pills? Bringing a batch back would definitely be a great contribution. Inside a palace, 7 or 8 people were surrounding a few pills. The pill had taken form and was obviously losing. It wouldn't last long. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. Ha ha ha. Boom. Lin Fei came out from the void, raised his hand, and struck out with a golden palm that shook the heavens and the earth. With a single palm strike, the palace quietened down. Be honest and hand over the pills. You can avoid death. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, his jingguang shining brightly. Heavenly God expert. We'll give it to you. These people had good eyesight. Even if they were unwilling, facing a heavenly god, if they didn't hand it over, they would die. After taking the pills, Lin Fei turned around and left. Robbery. Right, that's for the best. Lin Fei continued to travel through the void, and every time he did, he would reap a bountiful harvest. The number of heavenly immortal level pills had already exceeded 20,000, and there were also 500 heavenly god level pills. Looks like there's no one left. There was no one in the vicinity of the palace. The number of people who could enter the 13 divine nations was limited, but there were very few of them. After all, not everyone would come for the pills. Sweep. Since there was no one else, Lin Fei rushed into the palaces one by one and harvested those pills. Those heavenly god level pills were not bad, but they were still far from a true heavenly god level. Awesome. Very quickly, this area was settled. He had harvested more than 30,000 heavenly immortal pills and more than 800 heavenly god pills. Lin Fei took out the myriad essence pool. Let's refine it first. Chapter 3571. The second time the myriad yuan pool refined a myriad yuan heavenly dan. This time, the effect was even faster. It was a completely purifying action, much faster than the first time. Done. Lin Fei had gained some experience, and the second refinement was even easier. There's actually more than 1 myriad yuan heavenly dan. Once the pill was formed, a total of 5 pills flew out, as if they had a mind of their own, wanting to escape. Come back. Lin Fei grabbed with his big hand, and the 5 pellets were grabbed back by a big hand. Traces of golden energy formed a large net, tightly trapping the pellets. This is truly unbelievable. After I refine and purify the pellets I collected, I can refine 5 myriad yuan heavenly dan. Lin Fei himself was shocked by this scene. Master, the pills of the heavenly dan divine nations have always been the most famous, and are also known as the number 1 pill. The effects of the pills are naturally terrifying, and it is rumored that their heavenly dan divine nations has a set of powerful cultivation techniques that are not weaker than our heavenly dance divine nations. The pills that they refine have always been in short supply. So that's how it is. No wonder. 13 divine nations, this is truly my blessed land. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised as he swallowed 5 myriad yuan heavenly dan. His body swelled up like a big ball that could explode at any time. Even me. The limit of his physical body displayed an unimaginable effect. Lin Fei continued to refine it, guiding the dense energy to condense it into the power of the gods. The first line was complete. The second line was complete. One after another, he condensed a total of 6 strands of Empyrean God's power. 11 strands of Empyrean God's power appeared behind Lin Fei, and the aura on his body became even more valiant. I've truly underestimated the effects of the myriad yuan heavenly dan. It's not just condensing 5 strands, but 6 strands of Empyrean God's power, allowing my strength to increase greatly in an instant. From the information that he had read, Lin Fei was very clear that the heavenly god realm was actually a process of accumulation. The stronger the limit, the stronger the God King realm would be. 1,000 years wasn't a long time, but Lin Fei didn't want to wait that long. He needed to increase his strength as soon as possible and become stronger. This required a solid foundation. Lin Fei had a whole new level of respect for the miraculous effects of the 10,000 origin pool. Fortunately, he brought such a precious treasure with him, and it became the greatest help in the heavenly god realm. I have already swept clean this palace. Next, I can go to another palace. In the heavenly Dan divine country, I should be able to stay for 2 to 3 years. Using 2 to 3 years to improve his strength was completely within the range of what Lin Fei could afford. If his strength didn't increase, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to go there easily. Jia. Little girl, you can't get away. A gloomy and frivolous voice came from the horizon. At this moment, Lin Fei couldn't listen to the movements around him, but the sound drilled into his ears. The ladies of the Shui family are indeed top-notch. You are a natural-born cauldron. After using you, I might even be able to take a step forward. Don't even think about it. Lin Fei wasn't prepared to care about small matters. Collecting the pills was the important thing. However, when the two words Shui family appeared in his ears, he couldn't help but think of the fairy Shui Yu that he had brought in. Could it be her? He released his divine sense, covering the surrounding sky. Lin Fei saw fairy Shui Yu, who was being chased. At this moment, she was in an extremely sorry state. She looked like she was on the verge of collapse, trying her best not to fall. Behind her, there were 3 people chasing after Shui Yu. From the looks of it, they looked like a cat playing with a mouse as they followed unhurriedly. This Shui Yu of the Shui family doesn't seem to be valued at all. She actually ended up in such a sorry state. Lin Fei shook his head. No matter what, I was the one who brought you in. I might as well help you. Who asked me to be a good person? Lin Fei was in a good mood. He took a step forward and walked into the void. Shui Yu, stop struggling. Just accept your fate. The one who was chasing her was a frivolous young master. The 2 guards behind him were peak 5th heaven sky immortal. Your Shui family can't wait for you to become my woman. The frivolous young master smiled sinisterly. Who asked you to be born from a lowly maid in the Shui family? If it wasn't for your talent, you would have died countless times. Liu Guang, I will definitely kill you. Fairy Shui Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. She turned around and slashed out dozens of sword lights. However, they were easily dispersed by Liu Guang. It seems that you are unwilling to accept your fate. Liu Guang sneered, then I can only use force. World Tyrant Fist. Liu Guang's body erupted with an extremely tyrannical aura. Like a sovereign descending upon the world, the aura surged into his fist art. Swish, swish, swish. The void collapsed. The power of the collision came crashing down. Fairy Shui Yu's strength was not bad. However, under the pressure of the void, she vomited blood on the spot. A fist mark whizzed over. Shui family's young lady, your situation doesn't look too good. Just as Fairy Shui Yu was in despair, this fist was so tyrannical that she couldn't block it. The crushing power of the void was too much for her to handle. A figure suddenly walked out of the void and stood in front of him. A light screen rose up and blocked all the collapsing void energy in front of him. Lin Fei casually grabbed and crushed the incoming fist mark. Senior Lin. Fairy Shui Yu's mind went blank. It took her a long time to recover. She recognized the person in front of her. If it wasn't that Senior Lin, who else could it be? Liu Guang was originally prepared to make Fairy Shui Yu suffer. However, the sudden appearance of this person ruined his plan. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Who are you? Liu Guang was very clear about the strength of his fist. The person in front of him could clearly block it. Hearing the other party call him Senior Lin, he naturally had to be careful. This time, those who could come to the 13 god nations all had powerful backgrounds. If he offended someone he shouldn't, Liu Guang wouldn't be able to handle their anger. Liu Guang was prepared to test the other party. If there was no background, he would go all out and kill the other party directly. You're in a bad situation. Speaking of which, you're quite lucky. I happen to be in this area. Otherwise, you'd really be in trouble. Lin Fei ignored the other party's words and said to Fairy Shui Yu. Fairy Shui Yu looked at Liu Guang with hatred. Senior Lin, please help me kill him. I'm willing to bring you to the Alchemy Divine Palace to retrieve the treasures left behind by the #1 Alchemy King. Liu Guang's expression changed. He had chased after Fairy Shui Yu not only to use her as a tripod, but also to find out about the treasures left behind by the #1 Alchemy King. But now, this bitch had actually told this senior. Liu Guang had a bad feeling. All right. Lin Fei's lips curled up. As you wish. They're just a few ants. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched out. Hua hua hua. Chapter 3572. Lin Fei, who had the power of 11 gods, was not someone to be trifled with. With a single punch, he killed Liu Guang. The experts following behind Liu Guang were struck by the shockwave of the punch and were instantly torn into pieces. They were all dead. Senior Lin, you broke through. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She could not believe that the scene in front of her was real. Liu Guang was extremely powerful, but in Senior Lin's hands, he could not even take a single punch and was directly turned into ashes. If this was not breaking through to the heavenly god realm, who else could it be? Your eyesight is not bad, I have indeed broken through. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not care about this person at all. Under the heavenly god realm, everyone was an ant. This was not a joke. Senior Lin, this little girl will bring you over now. This Liu Guang is chasing me because he wants to know about the treasure left behind by the number 1 pill god. Shui Yu was not worried at all. The title of number 1 pill god was very tempting. If there really is a treasure, I will leave a portion for you. Lin Fei laughed. The pills that he collected outside directly condensed the power of 6 gods. If he obtained the pills of the number 1 pill god, wouldn't he be able to fly? Master, your luck is really good. The number 1 pill god is the number 1 expert of the heavenly Dan divine country. He is formed from a pill and his strength is unfathomable. His alchemy skills are superb and no one can compare to him. The tree spirit's words had undoubtedly piqued Lin Fei's interest in this treasure trove. Lead the way. Lin Fei waved his hand and the power of the gods wrapped around Shui Yu as he walked into the void. Senior Lin, I accidentally obtained the pill god's treasure. I originally wanted to go in and take a look, but I still underestimated the terror of the pill god's treasure. Not only that, 3 top clans came. They are the Tai clan, the Void sect, and the Heaven sect. Shui Yu knew a lot of information and explained it in detail along the way. Lin Fei thought, no wonder no one came to the heavenly dance divine country. I was lucky to obtain the myriad essence pool. If they interfere, there will be a huge battle. Compared to the 10,000 essence pool, there were even better treasures. Lin Fei could not help but rejoice. No matter how good the other treasures were, after tasting the benefits of the myriad origin pool, they were in no way inferior to those treasures and elixirs. Not everyone could condense 11 strands of heavenly god energy in such a short period of time. The pill god's treasure had undoubtedly become something that Lin Fei was looking forward to. Senior Lin, that is the entrance to the pill god's treasure trove. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that the entrance to the pill god's treasure trove would be in such a place. It turned out that there was a mountain range ahead. At the same time, it was a very inconspicuous mountain range with basically no bright spots. The entrance is at the bottom of the lake. Lin Fei's perception enveloped the sky above the lake. Under his perception, he discovered 3 experts hidden at the bottom of the lake. They were all peak 5th firmament sky immortals and they had even set up an array formation. In order to prevent others from entering, they really put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei shook his head and dove into the bottom of the lake. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he stepped into the lake, the array formation unleashed its might. An illusory figure stepped across the sky and a vast power surged over. A saber light slashed across, splitting the void. What a powerful array formation, it summoned a heavenly god expert. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed. His small palm glowed and caught the saber light. The saber light was extraordinary, it could disappear from his hand and burst out with a resplendent might. This kind of might was definitely a nightmare for sky immortals. Break. Lin Fei opened his mouth and blew a force on the saber light, blowing it away. Along with the might of the saber, it disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! The sword light slashed across the sky and split the summoned heavenly god's illusory figure. The heavenly god's illusory figure was too weak, the strongest above sky immortals and the weakest among the heavenly gods. Lin Fei would kill however many of this kind of trash came. With the infusion of heavenly god's energy, the divine slaughter swords might skyrocketed and slashed through the illusory figure. The rest of you can also go together. The divine slaughter sword drilled into the void and after a dull sound, 5 figures fell out. The array formation lost control and a stone door appeared at the bottom of the lake. At this moment, the stone door was opened. Let's go in. Lin Fei waved his hand and took their storage rings and rushed through the stone door. They are in the innermost part. Lin Fei rushed through the stone door and walked through the passage. He smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. He took a light breath and all the pores on his body opened up. It was a wonderful feeling. This is definitely the pill god's treasure. Lin Fei confirmed that Shui Yu did not lie to him. He believed that she did not have the guts to lie to him. Not everyone could withstand the wrath of a heavenly god expert. At least among the 13 gods, Lin Fei had the confidence to say such words. There are energy fluctuations coming from ahead, there should be people fighting. Lin Fei's movement speed was very fast. As someone went in first, most of the arrangements left by the pill god were destroyed. Even if there were any left, they could not threaten Lin Fei at all. Boom boom boom. In the great palace, a large number of pills floated. These pills were of high quality, but they were all covered by a seal. A group of people were breaking the array. There were almost 20 experts at the scene who gave up fighting each other and joined forces to break the array. The power of the seal seemed to be somewhat stronger than expected. More than 20 people took out their treasures and attacked the power of the seal, creating a large light screen. At this moment, one of the people's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, someone broke in. We have lost contact with the arrangements left by our Tai family. Tai Xiong, who was dressed in black armor, suddenly changed his expression. He had lost contact with the array outside. He was the one who set up the array. Once it lost control, he would be the first to feel it. When Tai Xiong said this, the other 2 top forces' expressions also changed. Each of our 3 forces will send 2 experts to kill the intruder. Xu Tianxing, an expert from the Gate of Void, alternated between real and fake. What does everyone think? All right. Song Yuan from the sect of Vast Heavens nodded. No matter who the intruder was, anyone who broke into their arrangements had to die. The pill god's treasure was not allowed to be fought over by a 4th force. When the 3 forces joined forces, no one could stop them. There's no need to stop me, I'm already in. Laughter came from the palace. 2 figures appeared in the palace. Void slash. Xu Tianxing snorted coldly and raised his hand to slash down, using his hand as a blade. This slash alternated between real and fake. One moment it was fake, and the next moment it was real. It kept changing back and forth, extremely strange. Whoosh. The void slash streaked across Lin Fei's body like a ray of light. The Gate of Void was best at attacking real and fake. It was a very troublesome attack. Chapter 3573. An expert of the Gate of Void used a killing move the moment he attacked. It was impossible to guard against the real and the fake. This strike contained Xu Tianxing's perfect grasp of reality and illusion. Brother Xu's moves are becoming more and more proficient. Tai Xiong stopped attacking. This slash isn't any weaker than a heavenly god's attack, and it's even more bizarre. The person behind that kid seems to be Shui Yu of the Shui family. Something must have happened to Liu Guang, whom we sent over. Song Yuan's eyes turned cold. What a good disciple of the Shui family. Liu Guangzheng was sent by Song Yuan to capture Shurei. Now that Shurei was here, it meant that something had happened to Liu Guang. Senior Lin, this is the Void Gate's Void Real attack. It is extremely strange and you can't take it head-on. Shurei couldn't help but remind him. The Void Gate's attack was terrifying. It's all right. Lin Fei shook his head and made a grabbing motion in the air. A blade light suddenly burst out and slashed at Lin Fei's hand. Brat, you've been tricked. Xu Tianxing laughed loudly. The saber light transformed into specks of starlight that surged into his arm. The attack of the Void Gate isn't that easy to withstand. The saber light looked like it was going to drill into his arm and destroy everything. If it's this kind of attack, it's really insignificant. I'm not interested in it at all. A layer of light appeared on the surface of Lin Fei's arm. The illusory attacks of the saber lights were blocked outside, unable to break through that layer of defense. Xu Tianxing was quite surprised. Unhindered under heaven, he disappeared without a trace. When he appeared again, the saber light was like a storm, vigorous and vigorous. Every slash of the saber turned into an attack of nothingness, attacking Lin Fei from all directions. Lin Fei's entire body was engulfed by the attacks. That kid won't be able to withstand Brother Shu's unstoppable world. I don't know how many heavenly immortal experts have died under reigning the world. This kid will be the next one soon. Lin Fei, who was in the middle of the attack, was quite disappointed. Not to mention anything else, just the defense on his body couldn't be torn apart. A top-notch family force? That Void Gate expert, you really disappoint me. Lin Fei took a step forward and attacked. The illusory saber light attack shattered one after another. You also showed off a bit. Now, let me kill you. Buzz. A sword light flashed. A crescent moon appeared, illuminating the world. Clatter. Shu Tianxing fell to the ground, his body split in two. Because he had fallen so quickly, blood gushed out of him as he fell. Brother Shu is dead. This is impossible. Song Yuan and Tai Xiong were dumbfounded. If they were in Shu Tianxing's shoes, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. Shu Tianxing's ability to switch between real and fake was a top-notch life-saving technique. How fast was this sword? It was so fast that Shu Tianxing couldn't use his life-saving ability to switch between real and fake. You too, are you planning to be beaten to death by me, or? Lin Fei's gaze swept over them indifferently. The two of them felt as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. You killed Shu Tianxing. Who the hell are you? Tai Xiong looked fearfully at the young man who had killed Shu Tianxing. He actually didn't know him. I'm a disciple of the Vast Heaven sect. If you dare touch me, the Vast Heaven sect won't let you off. Song Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. The situation had changed too quickly. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Is that all you know how to say? It's so boring. Then let me repeat myself. Hand over everything you have, and I'll spare your lives. To put it in layman's terms, I'm robbing you." The Tai family, the Vast Heaven sect, and the remaining Void Gate disciples looked at each other. Robbing? Kid, you're courting death. A genius from the Vast Heaven sect was indignant. Let me kill you. Forget it, I'll just kill you. Lin Fei said with a smile. I've always been very hospitable to those who seek death. Whoosh. A sword beam streaked across. The genius in midair had his body split in two. He couldn't be more dead. Who else wants to kill me? Lin Fei smiled. Go ahead. I'll send you to your doorstep at any time. There'll be no pain. Everyone gasped. That genius was also a fourth firmament sky immortal. You have 3 breaths. Leave behind all your treasures and scram. Otherwise, 3 breaths will be the moment of your death. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. 1. Tai Xiong and Song Yuan exchanged looks. They really couldn't figure out the other party's background. However, they couldn't bear to give up everything on them, including the treasures left behind by the alchemy god. Kill. 2 peak 5th firmament sky immortal experts attacked from the left and right. Invincible iron fists. Boom. Boom. Fist seals surged into the sky. A phantom stood in the seal, augmenting the fist technique's might. It shook the void, causing it to collapse. Vast Heaven sect's Song Yuan extended his hand and grabbed. A sword landed in his hand, exuding boundless heavenly might. 3 swords of the vast heaven. He slashed out 3 times with one strike. Boundless heavenly might crushed over, suffocating everyone. Lin Fei thought that there would be sky gods here. It would be meaningless if they were all sky immortals. It looks like you've chosen death. Lin Fei took a step forward. Crescent moon slash. Another crescent moon appeared. Wherever it passed, the 3 swords of the vast heaven were slashed apart. The fist seals were split in half. The crescent moon slashed across their bodies. You're a sky god. Now that Lin Fei executed the massacring sword art and infused it with the power of a sky god, it wasn't something a sky immortal expert could resist. Run. The remaining sky immortal experts of the 3 factions were in an uproar. They turned around and ran. You guys don't have to run either. Lin Fei raised his hand and punched out. The void collapsed. The sky immortal disciples who escaped fell into the void and were instantly shredded into pieces by the boundless astral winds. Shureyu, who was standing behind Lin Fei, felt that it was just a piece of cake. The disciples of the three top factions were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Too valiant. All right, it's quiet now. Lin Fei didn't care about them at all. He was their chance to choose. In the end, they chose to die. There was nothing he could do about it. This is an array formation. Lin Fei glanced at it. No wonder they couldn't break through. This light screen was very powerful. In Lin Fei's eyes, this light screen wasn't as powerful as he imagined. After all, it had been a long time. Open. Lin Fei pounced forward. He clenched his fist and punched the light screen, causing layers of ripples. Boom. Boom. Since there was no one around, the power of a sky god appeared behind Lin Fei. There were a total of 11 strands. He infused one strand of the power of a sky god and launched a shocking punch at the light screen. A violent force rushed up. Crack. How could the light screen withstand such a force after consuming one strand of the power of a sky god? It broke. A large number of pills rushed out, trying to escape far away. All of you, come back. Chapter 3574. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under Lin Fei's control, the myriad essence pool was like a giant beast swallowing the sky, constantly swallowing the medicinal pills that filled the sky. The pill god's treasure truly lives up to its name. All of them are heaven immortal medicinal pills. One by one, the medicinal pills were collected into the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei's entire person seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The more medicinal pills, the better the quality, the more he could refine a large number of 10,000 origin divine pills and condense the power of the heavenly god. Plunder. Plunder non-stop. The whole process lasted for the time of an incense stick. A huge amount of medicinal pills were absorbed into the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei did not activate the refining. This myriad essence pool was also a special existence. Swallowing so many medicinal pills did not have any effect. This is for you. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the sealed medicinal pills fell into Shui Yu's hand. I will not eat alone. There were more than 10,000 elixirs sealed in it. Lin Fei casually collected the heaven immortal medicinal pills from the pill god's treasure, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. Ordinary people would at most refine dozens of medicinal pills, but here, there were as many medicinal pills as the sea. Who would dare to believe it? Thank you, Senior. Fairy Shui Yu took the sealed medicinal pills, as if she was dreaming. If taken out, it would definitely be a huge amount of wealth. No need to thank me, this is your opportunity. Lin Fei said with a smile, just now, these were just heaven immortal grade. I believe there are still heavenly god grade medicinal pills inside. I am really looking forward to it. Lin Fei strode in. Not long after, a series of voices soared into the sky. A human brat came in. He is here to capture us. Everyone attack together. Kill the human. Kill, kill. The human race is the most despicable. He wants to refine us. One figure after another appeared. There were actually hundreds of them, their auras gathered together, shaking the void. I'm rich, I'm rich. This aura that shook the void did not affect Lin Fei at all. A faint light appeared in front of him. Heavenly god-grade medicinal pills. There were hundreds of them. Lin Fei was completely convinced. Myriad essence pool, collect. Lin Fei activated the myriad essence pool and channeled 2 streams of heavenly godly power into it. The treasure immediately transformed into the heaven-devouring titanic beast. The pitch-black entrance was like hell, terrifying to behold. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The resistance of the heavenly god-grade medicinal pill was of no use at all. It could not even break through the defenses of the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei swept through the heavenly god pills relentlessly. The attacks of these pills were all rather ordinary. As he swept through them, he did not miss a single one of them. 830 heavenly god pellet. This number of pills, even Lin Fei himself was shocked. Any of the pills were of extremely high quality. Anyone who saw them would be envious. These 50 are for you. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei gave Shui Yu 50 heavenly god realm medicinal pills. With these medicinal pills, there won't be any obstacles for you to step into the heavenly god realm. Shui Yu wept tears of joy. Senior Lin, this is too much. 50 is too much. A single heavenly god pill was enough to help a person break through, let alone 50 of them. It was no less than a treasure trove. Even if it was a heavenly god stage expert, it would not be easy for them to obtain so many heavenly god pills, not to mention that they came from the hands of the pill god. Whether it was good or not, it was clear at a glance. Not much, you are too weak. Too much is also dangerous. 50 pills, no more, no less. Lin Fei laughed. This place is still very safe for now. After I refine the 10,000 origin divine pill, it will be even easier to break through to the heavenly god stage. Lin Fei decided to refine the 10,000 origin divine pill. Heavenly god pills were easy to deal with, but the so-called emperor pills were not ordinary. Even the weakest god king pill would have a strong fighting strength. He had already used up 3 or 4 strands of heavenly god power, and the remaining 7 strands of heavenly god power did not feel safe. He had to condense another strand of heavenly god power. 2 hours later. Lin Fei laughed maniacally as he controlled the tens of thousands of sword lights to seal the sky and lock the earth, controlling all the 10,000 origin divine pills. Ha ha ha, a total of 67 10,000 origin divine pills. Refining so many in one go was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. It was too powerful. After giving Shui Yu a 10,000 origin divine pill, Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed it, then began to refine it. A part of it will be used to condense heavenly god power, and the other part will be used to strengthen my body. Lin Fei made the arrangements rationally. A strong body was also a way to protect one's life. I'll break through my body first. Lin Fei revolved his cultivation technique and turned into a small giant. His flesh and cells madly absorbed the powerful effects of the 10,000 origin divine pills. He broke through to the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm. He broke through to the 4th level of the Xiantian realm. He broke through to the 5th level of the Xiantian realm. He broke through to the 1st level of the heavenly immortal realm. Boom. He broke through to the 1st level of the heavenly god stage. After consuming a total of 37 10,000 origin divine pills, Lin Fei broke through to the heavenly god stage in one go. Strands of Jingguang began to swim around his body, unknowingly forming a strong defense. Boom. Lin Fei threw a punch without a trace of heavenly god power. It shattered the void in front of him, and endless astral winds howled and fell on his body. This is what it feels like to have a strong body. Boom. 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 He threw more than 10 punches in a row, and the void exploded. Heavenly god power, condense for me. After his body became stronger, the remaining 10,000 origin divine pills in his body were quickly mobilized, and like a huge millstone, it began to crush and condense. One strand of heavenly god power was formed. The second strand was also formed. Strands of heavenly god power appeared behind Lin Fei, and the aura on his body became thicker and thicker, causing the void around him to explode. Senior Lin is too strong. Shureyu unknowingly retreated. The vast aura crushed down on her, making it difficult for her to breathe. The speed at which the heavenly god power was condensed was beyond imagination. I condensed 49 strands of heavenly god power in one go. In addition to the previous ones, I have a total of 60 strands of heavenly god power. My strength has increased greatly. The remaining 10,000 origin divine pills directly increased Lin Fei's strength by a lot. Wang. The celestial massacre sword slashed down, piercing through heaven and earth, splitting countless layers of astral winds before stopping. Even if I change my physical body to the limit, I will still have a heavenly god body, and I can condense 60 strands of heavenly god power. I am qualified to compete with God Emperor pills. Even heavenly god pills were like this, let alone God Emperor pills. Lin Fei was drooling just thinking about it. If he could refine it, he would most likely be able to break through to 2nd level heavenly god easily. Regardless of the danger, Lin Fei had to give it a try. Shureyu chose to increase her strength. With the heavenly god pills in hand, she could make a breakthrough in her strength. The 13 god nations was a land of fortune, a paradise for heavenly immortals. Without a doubt, this time, Shureyu enjoyed the treatment of heaven. She had never thought that Senior Lin would be so ferocious that he could kill people from top families without batting an eyelid. Chapter 3575. Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly. He left behind the water jade and moved forward again. A total of 60 strands of deity's power had pushed his physical body to the deity level. He could be considered a dual cultivator. It was not something the experts of the Windcloud Weave could compare to. He was full of confidence. The pill god's treasure is really something to look forward to. As Lin Fei moved forward, some medicinal pills appeared and sniped at his footsteps. To the current him, these snipes were like tickles. They did not affect him at all. There are indeed a lot of medicinal pills here. Maybe in the heavenly Dan divine country, I can break through to the first level of celestial god, or even the second level of celestial god. As for the medicinal pills that blocked him, Lin Fei took all of them, leaving none behind. Another palace appeared in front of him. Lin Fei rushed all the way and blasted open the palace door. Compared to before, it wasn't an overwhelming amount of medicinal pills. Instead, it was completely empty in front of the eyes. Kacha. With a stomp, something on the ground shattered like powder. Medicinal pills, they are all medicinal pills, but they have lost their medicinal effect. Lin Fei looked down and was secretly shocked. In his eyes, there were medicinal pills all over the ground, densely packed. What a waste, what a waste. Lin Fei's heart ached. These medicinal pills looked extraordinary. If he could refine them all, how much would it help him increase his strength? Along the way, there were cracking sounds everywhere. The medicinal pills all over the ground made Lin Fei's heart ache. The medicinal pills in front were all fine. It's impossible for the medicinal pills here to become like this. Lin Fei frowned. For a moment he couldn't figure out what was going on. Failed. It seemed impossible. Lin Fei was secretly shocked and secretly put his guard up. He walked all the way to the center of the palace, and a floating round table appeared. In the center of the round table, there were 5 medicinal pills floating. God King Pill. No, not God King Pill. This is a divine monarch pill. 5 monstrous auras soared into the sky and turned into 5 figures in the sky above the palace. Boom. Boom. A terrifying aura crushed down. Inside the huge palace, a huge black storm was set off, and the wind raged. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was engulfed by the windstorm. The raging winds tore at his body, trying to shred him into pieces. He had stepped into the heavenly god physique, a perfect physique without any flaws. The killing of the storm only left behind white marks. A human Empyrean god. Not bad. I want him. A black-robed figure formed from a pill spread out its 5 fingers and pressed down, dispersing the storm. Its 5 fingers were like mountains, suppressing and sealing the void. Is this the power of a divine monarch pill? An invincible force pressed down on him, pressuring Lin Fei to the point that he could barely breathe. Heaven God's power, explode. After condensing 60 strands of heavenly deity power, Lin Fei was not someone who could be bullied so easily. He raised his hand and punched out, sending out a powerful fist wind that infused several strands of heavenly deity power into it. Boom. His fist landed squarely on the center of the other party's palm. Layers of defense had been set up around the fist, but at this moment, they were unable to withstand the explosive power of the punch. They shattered all the way to the other party's palm. The black-robed figure turned illusory for a moment, then disappeared without a trace. So it's just a bluff. Lin Fei shook his head. If I don't bring out my strength, you really think I'm a sick cat? The 4 of you, are you going to make a move as well? Lin Fei's eyes swept across them. Then don't waste time. Wait. One of the white-robed figures said. Lin Fei activated his heaven god's power, Black Water Torrent. He slashed down with his sword. Fight first, then talk later. The black water surged, constantly crashing into the 4 figures, forcing them to activate their barriers. However, they were also being washed away, swaying left and right as if they would break at any time. Lin Fei rushed in, staring at the white-robed figure. You guys are not divine monarch pills. Let me see how strong you are. He punched out, erupting with heaven god's power. When the fist landed on the white-robed figure, a violent force instantly erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. The barrier in front of the white-robed figure shook non-stop. Lin Fei arrived in front of the white-robed figure and punched the barrier again. His power surged out, shattering the barrier. Wait. The white-robed figure revealed his true form. A terrifyingly tyrannical divine Lord Elixir aura swept out and sent Lin Fei flying. You can't touch us. Once you touch us, human heaven god, you will die without a burial ground. The white-robed figure roared. We were left behind by Lord Pill God. Once Lord Pill God returns, without us, we will kill you no matter what. Lin Fei was shaken by the aura, causing his blood to boil, and he almost spat out blood. Pill God is not dead. Then I have to rob you guys. Lin Fei lunged at them again. I know you guys are strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Hurry up and back off. The black water surged, crashing towards them again. Sly sword. The slaughter divine sword sneaked into the void, stabbing out, erupting with resplendent might. Lin Fei also lunged in, both hands clenched into fists, punching out. His target was still the white-robed figure. Just like what was said, the other party was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. His strength was just to scare people. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The 5 figures returned to the round platform, turning into 5 pills, emitting the aura of divine monarch pills. There's something wrong with these pills, they are all cracked. Lin Fei just noticed the cracks on the pills. It can't be caused by me, right? The more Lin Fei thought about it, it seemed that he really did it. Luckily I didn't use my full strength, otherwise these pills would have turned into dust. Lin Fei took a cold breath. He took out the myriad essence pool and collected the 5 pills, only then did he feel relieved. These divine monarch pills should have absorbed these pills, that's why they could last so long, but after too long, they were still affected. There were no God King pills, but there were 5 divine monarch pills. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. After checking around, he didn't find anything, nor did he find a way to go anywhere else. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling a little disappointed. This pill god's treasure trove isn't as good as the legends say. Lin Fei smacked his lips. With 5 divine monarch pills, I'm rich. This trip was not in vain. As for those words about the divine monarch pills, Lin Fei really didn't care much about it. The pill god came to take revenge on him. Who knew where he was right now? It wasn't that easy to cultivate again. Lin Fei had a certain level of experience, so this threat didn't seem reliable anymore. Walking out of the palace again, Lin Fei walked back the way he came. Senior Lin. Shui, you didn't expect the senior to come out so quickly. This pill god's treasure trove is exaggerated. Lin Fei smiled and said, there's nothing good inside, I'm preparing to leave, what about you? With his strength greatly improved, Lin Fei decided to go to the Jade Roving Divine Kingdom. Chapter 3576. The Heavenly Dan Divine Nation's harvest this time was not bad. It also allowed Lin Fei's strength to increase, and his realm was infinitely close to the second heaven of Celestial God. The amount of heavenly god power also determined the strength of a heavenly god stage powerhouse. As for the remaining few divine nations, Lin Fei was not very interested in them for the time being. There were no heaven and earth spiritual treasures either, so he headed straight for the Jade Roving Divine Nation. When there was only one divine nation left from the Jade Roving Divine Nation, Lin Fei was stopped by a large ocean. This should be the Sea-Sky Divine Nation on the map. In the boundless sea, there was not a single island to be seen, and the waves were calm. Lin Fei, who had seen the map, knew the exact location of the 13 divine nations like the back of his hand. He had truly underestimated the Sea-Sky Divine Nation, to think that it would be a boundless blue ocean. The sea is so calm, there's really a problem. The sea in front of him was too calm. This was different from what Lin Fei had imagined. It seems to be a bit difficult to pass through the Heavenly Sea Divine Nation. Yi Xiaolong stepped into the air above the sea. Crash! His body sank, and a terrifying suction force came over. Boom boom boom! Lin Fei's Heavenly God stage physical body erupted, stopping his falling momentum, and at this moment, a monstrous whirlpool was formed in the calm sea, and a terrifying power reverberated in the whirlpool. The void above the sea was torn apart on the spot. This power is actually infinitely close to the power of a heavenly god. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This power surpassed the peak of the 5th heaven of Sky Immortal, and had a portion of the power of the heavenly god stage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the first whirlpool appeared, a second whirlpool immediately appeared, and then a third. In an instant, The surface of the sea turned into a land of death. Lin Fei struggled forcefully, broke away from the suction force of the sea, and returned to the shore. Not long after, the surface of the sea regained its calm, and the blue waves rippled, speckled with stars. What a place to hide! If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe that under the calm is a death trap? Lin Fei sized up the surface of the sea. The suction force is extremely terrifying. There must be something even more terrifying under the sea. Although I have a heavenly god stage body, if I am forcefully brought down, I won't be able to gain any advantage. For a moment, Lin Fei had a headache. The heavenly sea divine kingdom was not easy to get by. On the map, it was marked that the heavenly sea divine kingdom spanned across the entire divine kingdom. It was an extremely special place. It was basically impossible to go around it. If he wanted to go to the roving Jade Divine Kingdom, he had to pass through the Heavenly Sea Divine Kingdom. We're really in trouble this time. Lin Fei really did not know what to do. The periphery of the Sea Sky Divine Kingdom was already like this, let alone the depths. There was definitely something terrifying. But how did those people get there? Lin Fei did not believe that someone was stronger than him. Should I force my way through? Forget it. Wait. Don't I have the tree spirit? Maybe he knows some details about the heavenly sea god kingdom. Lin Fei almost forgot that he had the tree spirit from the heavenly dance god kingdom. Before Lin Fei could ask, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar. Someone's coming. Lin Fei put away his thoughts for the time being. Not long after, a group of people appeared in their field of vision. There were as many as 9 people in this group, which was considered a relatively large group. There were both men and women in the group. They activated a treasure and came to the seaside. There's an ant-like itinerant cultivator here. He definitely can't cross the desolate sea and sky territory, one of the frivolous young masters openly mocked. Hey, this place is not for you. Get lost, lest you die a tragic death. He's indeed an ant. Doesn't he know that this desolate sea and sky territory can only be crossed by the heavenly ghost ship? A cold and elegant woman sneered. This group of people did not realize that Lin Fei was a heavenly god expert. Lin Fei was speechless. He was actually looked down upon while standing by the seaside. Lin Fei, on the other hand, heard the news. If I want to cross, must I take the heavenly ghost ship? Lin Fei asked without getting angry. The frivolous young master from before said contemptuously, so what if you know? Is the heavenly ghost ship something you can board? You'd better give up on it. You definitely don't know why the Sea Sky Divine Kingdom is spread across divine kingdoms. It's used to stop ignorant and powerless people like you. Lin Fei was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that this was the case. Brother, did I sleep with my wife? Do you have to be so confrontational? Lin Fei was also a person with a temper, so he retorted. Damn ant, how can you say that? The frivolous young master stretched out his hand, and a sword light slashed across the sky. There were many men and women sitting cross-legged on this sword light, and they were doing embarrassing poses. A special force attacked. It was a double attack. What the hell is this? Lin Fei punched out, and the fist seal bombarded the sword light, breaking it into pieces. You ant, your strength is not bad. The frivolous young master was quite surprised. His sword was broken, and the other party was a body-tempering cultivator, which was quite rare. Young Master Wang, he's just an itinerant cultivator. Why kill him? Just chase him away. A young master in the team said lightly. When the frivolous man heard this, he frowned and snorted. You ant, since Brother Hero has spoken, I will give him face and spare your life. Now, scram as far as you can, hurry up and leave. This is not a place you can stay. The young masters in the team snorted, obviously not taking this person seriously. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the so-called Brother Hero, whose aura was very strong and even familiar. He's not a heaven god expert, but he has a heaven god treasure that can burst out heaven god attacks. With a glance, Lin Fei saw through the other party's background. This was a guy with a background. He might even be from a top family. Lin Fei's gaze turned to the frivolous young Master Wang. You should be glad that you didn't continue to attack, or else I'll kill you with one punch. Wang Ziguang's face was gloomy and terrifying, and his killing intent surged. "Ant, I'll remember you." Lin Fei laughed. "I'll remember you too. When the time comes, I'll kill you, and you'll be killed by an ant." Hero Tian turned his head, not interested in a itinerant cultivator. But with one look, his expression changed slightly. "Young master, this person is dangerous, don't offend him." A voice appeared in his mind. Hero Tian remained calm. Is he a heaven god? He didn't reveal his divine power, so it's hard to judge, but we can't offend him now. Hero Tianxiong knew what to do. As a treasure that came from a secret realm, it had helped Hero Tianxiong countless times. This treasure's reminder had always been very attentive. "We'll wait for the boat," Hero Tian said, standing at the seaside and waiting for the boat. "Young Master Wang, don't forget my rules. If you ruin everyone's plans, you'll have nowhere to hide." Wang Ziguang glared at him. "I understand." Lin Fei didn't attack again. That brother hero guy had a lot of trump cards, and these young masters and ladies seemed to have special protection. Chapter 3577. Lin Fei found a place to sit cross-legged and waited for the arrival of the heavenly ghost ship. Another group of people sat not far away. From time to time, a cold light would shoot over like a venomous snake. Lin Fei could not be bothered with a mere cold light. He was a heavenly god expert who had condensed a total of 60 strands of heavenly god power. These people in front of him had many trump cards. If they really fought, no one would be able to withstand more than a few attacks from him. He waited for a full 2 months. The heavenly ghost ship did not appear. If those people were not sitting calmly, Lin Fei would have suspected that they were fooling him. In 2 months, there were a total of 4 groups of people at the seaside. Lin Fei was in one group, Tianxiong was in another group, and there was also a group of people from the Black Kill sect. The last group was made up of 5 mysterious black-clothed men who exuded a cold aura. There were about 20 people in the 4 groups of people. "It's here." Almost 4 months later, someone suddenly pointed ahead. A large black ship exuding a cold aura had arrived on the calm sea ahead. The large ship sailed past, and the sea was calm. The strange phenomenon from before did not appear at all. The heavenly ghost ship is really here. Everyone present opened their eyes and revealed a look of joy. It truly lives up to its reputation. It is rumored that this warship was personally refined by the first emperor of the Sea-Sky Divine Kingdom, Emperor Hai Tian. It possesses unfathomable miraculous effects. Ever since Emperor Hai Tian passed away, this warship has disappeared. The heavenly ghost ship sailed over, creating a large ripple. It stopped a few kilometers away from them. "Let's board the ship." Tianxiong stood up. "Wait for my command. Activate the treasure together and we can board the ship. Brother Ingxiong, we'll listen to you." Wang Ziguang shot a cold look at Lin Fei and said sinisterly, "Weakling, the heavenly ghost ship is here, but you are not qualified to board it. These few kilometers will become a gap that you will never be able to cross in your lifetime." Tianxiong glared at Wang Ziguang and took out a treasure, which instantly enveloped his group and flew toward the heavenly ghost ship. On the surface of the sea, a huge whirlpool appeared once again. Not only that, but pillars of water shot up into the sky, blasting open the void and sealing off the sea within a dozen miles. Those figures also activated this treasure and resisted the attacks all the way up to the heavenly ghost ship. The people from the Black Slaughter sect were the second group to go to the Heaven Netherworld ship. They also took out their treasures and summoned a phantom image. The phantom image attracted the firepower while they boarded the battleship. It looked easy, but it wasn't. Lin Fei was the last one. A strand of heavenly god's power flowed into his body, and a barrier of light appeared around him. Then, he charged into the sky above the sea. The huge suction force appeared again. His body sank slightly. Lin Fei took out the slaughtering god sword and slashed through the air. He sliced through the air and cut off the suction force. The divine sword in his hand slashed forward, slicing through the void. Lin Fei swaggered onto the heavenly ghost ship. As soon as he boarded the heavenly ghost ship, an eerie aura surged up, accompanied by a sharp sound. It crashed into the barrier of light and turned into dust. After boarding the heavenly ghost ship, Lin Fei discovered that the ship had become very dilapidated, corroded, and riddled with holes. It looked like it would collapse at any moment. Itinerant cultivator, your sword technique is not bad. A middle-aged heaven immortal from the Black Slaughter sect said. It's just SOSO. Lin Fei nodded slightly. An itinerant cultivator. I don't have any treasures. I can't compare to you guys. They were willing to treat him as an itinerant cultivator, but Lin Fei didn't mind being one. After all, Lin Fei had always been used to it. What dogsh asterisk T luck. Wang Ziguang sneered and cursed the other party in his heart. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Lin Fei chuckled. You keep provoking me like this. I'm really afraid that I'll kill you with one palm strike. Even if you have a protective treasure, you probably won't be able to withstand the power of one palm strike. Wang Ziguang did have a protective treasure that could save his life. His expression changed when an itinerant cultivator saw through it. There's indeed something wrong with you. Tian Yingxiong glanced at Wang Ziguang. Enough. Don't forget that this is the heavenly ghost ship. We have to stay alert. Wang Ziguang looked away hatefully. Lin Fei also noticed that the heavenly ghost ship didn't seem to be as safe as he had imagined. Young man, you have to be careful when the ship departs. Among the 13 divine nations, the Heavenly Sea Divine Nation is the strangest. It's the second most dangerous of the 13 divine nations, the middle-aged heaven immortal expert said. What about the first place? Lin Fei asked curiously. The Azure Roving Divine Nation, of course. It's the most dangerous place. The middle-aged heaven immortal expert said, do you know how the 13 divine nations were destroyed? It was caused by the Azure Roving Divine Nation. Lin Fei originally thought that the Azure Roving Divine Nation was an ordinary place. He didn't expect it to be the most dangerous place among the 13 divine nations. Thank you for the reminder. I'll keep it in mind. Lin Fei cupped his hands. The heavenly ghost ship set sail again after stopping for 3 days. Lin Fei thought that everyone would enter the ship's cabin, but he was surprised to find that no one entered the cabin. They all stood on the deck with a vigilant look. This is interesting. Lin Fei was very confident that he could condense 60 strands of heaven god's power. No matter how dangerous the heavenly sea divine nation was, it should be able to protect itself. Young man, take advantage of the time when the soul essence of the sea beast and the others have not appeared. Once we enter that area, there won't be time to rest even if you want to. Lin Fei secretly remembered the soul essence of the sea beast. This person should know a lot about the heavenly sea divine nation. Lin Fei thought to himself. It's a pity that I'm not familiar with him. Otherwise, I could ask him about the situation in the Azure Roving Divine Nation. Lin Fei finally understood why the Heaven Secret sect didn't dare to search for the arch armor parts of the number 1 celestial the Arch. It was a path of no return. Whoever went would die. In the first few months, the heavenly ghost ship sailed on the sea without any problems. Until one day, 8 months later, an area with flashing lightning and rumbling thunder appeared in front of them. In that area, a huge figure rolled and jumped in the sea, letting out bursts of roars. There was even a figure bathed in lightning and devouring it. Little brother, in front of us is the second most dangerous area, the Sea of Death. The Sea of Death. This name was appropriate. Even Lin Fei himself felt an indescribable threat from the black figure in the area. This was the first time he felt threatened after reaching the heavenly god realm. It was indeed ferocious. If it wasn't handled properly, he might really die. At that moment, everyone who had been sitting cross-legged stood up, drew their weapons, and took out their treasures. They were ready for battle. Roar, roar, roar. When the heavenly ghost ship sailed into the Sea of Death, the sky suddenly darkened. Strong winds blew, and the waves surged. The heavenly ghost ship shook violently. Roar, roar. Chapter 3578. P.S. I've been busy lately. I'll resume updating twice a day in a few days. Splash, splash. The sea became turbulent, and strong winds blew while thunder roared. A dangerous and oppressive aura enveloped the sky above the heavenly ghost ship. Roar. A huge fish monster soared into the sky. It actually had a pair of wings. With a wave of its hand, the seawater was like a stream of light, blasting towards them head-on. After the first one, The second and third came. In the blink of an eye, dozens of them surrounded them. They were not weak and were at the first or second stage of the heaven immortal realm. La 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 la. The arrows formed by the seawater landed on the heavenly ghost ship and created a white mist that emitted a scorching aura. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The Sea of Death is really interesting. The seawater has a terrifying corrosive effect even though it's only at the first or second stage of the heaven immortal realm. Lin Fei had seen the previous attack clearly. The seawater was ordinary, but it had a terrifying corrosive effect later on. Kill. The Massacre Divine sword flew out and danced in the surroundings. The arrows formed by the seawater were all blocked outside. Little brother, good swordsmanship, the middle-aged expert from the Black Slaughter sect said. On the heavenly ghost ship, Lin Fei was the weakest. No one was optimistic that he could withstand the attacks. The number of sea beast soul essences here was not ordinary. They were densely packed and endless. This is just the beginning. Tian Xiong and the others took out a treasure that protected them like a canopy. Wang Ziguang said coldly. No one wanted this kid to die at the hands of the sea beast soul essences more than him. Big brother, what exactly are these sea beast soul essences? Lin Fei suddenly asked. You don't know? Lin Fei nodded. I'm just an itinerant cultivator. What can I know? I heard that there are great opportunities in the Aquamarine Divine Nation, so I came to try my luck. Actually, the sea beast soul essences are formed by the energy of heaven and earth. They were sea beasts of the Aquamarine Divine Nation when they were alive. The middle-aged celestial immortal explained. After killing the soul essence of an oceanic beast, one can obtain the soul essence, and after refining it, one can obtain energy. However, very few people would do that because it's truly too dangerous. Lin Fei asked casually. He really didn't expect these sea beasts' soul essences to have such an effect. Sea Sky Divine Kingdom is also my blessed land. Lin Fei had sensed that there were sea beast soul essences everywhere. Their auras were not very strong, and they were densely packed together. Even though this was only an attack from a sea beast soul essence that had just entered the Sea of Death. This is another good place to cultivate and level up. If not for the Myriad Essence Pool, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't have thought of this. Refine it himself? It was better to save it. When would it be? Lin Fei contacted the tree spirit. Can the sea beast's soul essence be refined? This was to confirm it. Yes, master. They were all sea beasts when they were alive, but after they died, a portion of their energy dissipated. In the end, what remained became the sea beast's soul essence. It's very difficult for ordinary people to refine, but to the Myriad Essence Pool, there's nothing it can't refine. Lin Fei finally felt relieved. First Firmament Celestial Deity was not his goal. Before entering the Jade Roving Divine Kingdom, it was best to increase his strength again. The Sea of Death Soul Essence was undoubtedly the best way to level up. Lin Fei came to the side of the ship. Several attacks attacked. With a slash of sword light, the attacks were easily parried. Myriad Essence Pool, absorb for me. He took out the Myriad Essence Pool. The moment this treasure came out, the Myriad Essence Pool headed down. A terrifying suction force enveloped the sea beast's soul essence outside. A huge vortex appeared, absorbing the sea beast's soul essence one after another. Slash. When the sea beast's soul essence was about to approach, Lin Fei dealt with the sea beast's soul essence with one sword, all falling into the Myriad Essence Pool. In a short time, hundreds and thousands of sea beast soul essence entered the Myriad Essence Pool. And the Myriad Essence Pool was like a bottomless pit, not rejecting anything and absorbing everything. When the Black Slaughter sect's experts noticed this scene, they were also secretly shocked. Elder Shu, what treasure is that? It looks like a spatial treasure. Elder Shu was the middle-aged heaven immortal that Lin Fei called Big Brother. I really misjudged. I didn't expect this itinerant cultivator to be a powerful expert too. Elder Shu was shocked. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Heavenly Dance Divine Kingdom's Myriad Essence Pool. As a member of the 13 Divine Kingdoms, the Heavenly Dance Divine Kingdom was most famous for its Myriad Essence Pool, but no one had ever found it. Rumor had it that this treasure could refine heaven and earth spiritual items. After accumulating enough, one could refine heavenly essence divine pills and step into the celestial deity level. It was a first-class treasure. How is this possible? Such a treasure is with an itinerant cultivator. Elder Shu, do you want to snatch it? With this treasure, the Black Slaughter sect's strength will increase greatly. Elder Shu was also tempted, but he quickly suppressed it. We'll just watch. Do you think this person dares to come here alone? How is it possible if he's not strong enough? The other group of mysterious people also revealed strange expressions. On the Heavenly Hero sect side, the young masters and ladies were shocked. They recognized the treasure's origin. An ant actually obtained a treasure like the Myriad Essence Pool. Wang Ziguang's eyes were red with envy and hatred. Such a treasure should be with me, not an ant. With this treasure, I can break through and become a celestial deity expert. From then on, I can reach the heavens in a single step. This is unbelievable. That's the Myriad Essence Divine Pill. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Essence Divine Pill can reach the heavens in a single step and become a celestial deity. I really don't know how he found it. The Heavenly Hero sect was also very surprised. The treasure called the Myriad Essence Pool had actually appeared. Although the Myriad Essence Pool was nothing to some top forces as it could only allow a celestial deity to break through to the celestial deity realm, in the eyes of first-rate forces, it was a top-notch treasure. The Heavenly Hero sect could feel that the surrounding people were tempted and had the thought of snatching it. However, no one was willing to be the first to test the depth of this person's strength. If they were destroyed, they would not even have a place to cry. Brother Hero, this is a good thing. Should we make a move? Someone inside the treasure transmitted his voice to the Heavenly Hero sect. The Myriad Essence Pool is a good thing, but since the other party can take it out, he must have a trump card. Who wants to go? You can go by yourself. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you are destroyed, don't regret it. The Heavenly Hero sect was also tempted, but the treasure's temptation was not that great. It was just a celestial deity breaking through to the celestial deity realm. Lin Fei had been activating and collecting the sea beast's soul essence, constantly guarding against them. In the end, they did not move at all. However, the look in their eyes changed. These people are quite patient. Lin Fei wanted to kill a few more, but it seemed that he could wait. As long as they can't help but make a move, it will be justifiable for me to kill them. Chapter 3579. Boom boom boom. As the heavenly netherworld ship sailed past, it startled countless sea beasts' soul essences. Some were dozens of meters long, some were hundreds of meters long, and some were even 3 kilometers long. This was the third year since the heavenly netherworld ship entered the Sea of Death. Now that they had reached the core of the Sea of Death, the sea beasts' soul essences were constantly attacking them. In a corner of the heavenly netherworld ship, a black-clothed young man used a sharp sword technique to break all the attacks of the sea beast's soul essence and plunder the Myriad Essence Pool. For a full 3 years, he had never stopped. That brat actually lasted for 3 years. How many 10,000 origin heavenly Dan can he refine? Wang Ziguang kept staring at the kid. 3 years of harvest, Wang Ziguang was about to shine. One could become a heavenly god powerhouse. What a great temptation. Soon, he has passed the final zone. Once he logs into the Aquamarine Divine Kingdom, he will be the first to die. Wang Ziguang could not wait to take action. Who could resist the temptation of becoming a heavenly god? Hero Tianxiong had been paying attention as well. In the past 3 years, he had not rested at all. His sword Dao techniques were amazing, and he had killed countless sea beast spirit essences. Even he was impressed. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to persevere. This required great willpower and consumption. Once the Jade Roving Divine Nation arrives, I'm afraid you're going to be annihilated. As the team leader, Hero Tianxiong could see the changes in his team members. It was a greedy desire. If there were no accidents, there would definitely be a huge battle once they reached the roving Jade Divine Kingdom. Lin Fei kept killing sea beast soul essences. He hadn't stopped for 3 years. For the sake of increasing his strength, Yi Xiaolong was going all out. If he missed such an opportunity, who knew when he would get another one? Lin Fei had not gone to refine all along. He believed that the gains in these 3 years were sufficient to let him break through to second firmament celestial deity, and his fleshy body could also improve considerably. As for the changes in the people on the ship, Lin Fei saw it all, but he didn't care. Kill. Lin Fei continued to hunt sea beasts' soul essences. 1 year later. The 4th year in the Sea of Death. The chaotic scene from before began to disappear. The number of sea beast soul essences gradually decreased. Now that the pressure on Lin Fei lessened, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. This also meant that the heavenly netherworld ship was about to leave the heavenly sea divine nation and reach the last divine nation, the Jade Touring divine nation. Return. Lin Fei did not continue to attack. He put away the myriad essence pool, took out some pills, and sat down cross-legged. It seemed like he was recovering. 3 months later. When they finally left the Sea of Death, a huge holy kingdom appeared in the sky. We're finally out. The ocean of death is really terrifying. Fortunately, we are out. The roving Jade Divine Kingdom is just ahead. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Facing the attacks of the sea beast soul essences was no small nightmare for them. One careless mistake and they would die. This was all thanks to the heavenly netherworld ship, which could suppress the sea beast's soul essence. If not for the heavenly netherworld ship, not to mention a year, they might not even have lasted 3 months. Lin Fei looked at the roving Jade Divine Kingdom. The palaces were all in the sky, completely different from the previous divine nations. Little brother, we're about to reach the roving Jade Divine Kingdom. You have to be careful. The roving Jade Divine Kingdom is even more terrifying than the heavenly Sea of Death. Elder Shu sent a voice transmission. Not only do you have to be careful of the people around you, but you also have to be careful of the god fiends in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom. Lin Fei frowned. The god fiends. Are there still living people in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom? This was completely different from what he had heard. It seems like you don't know. Otherwise, why would you say that the roving Jade Divine Kingdom is the most dangerous divine kingdom? Elder Shu knew it would be like this. The roving Jade Divine Kingdom is huge, and the god fiends are extremely powerful. It's best not to fight with the godfiend experts in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom. An uncontrolled divine kingdom that even the Heaven Secret sect did not dare to search for treasures. Lin Fei had always thought that the roving Jade Divine Kingdom was a dangerous place. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization after hearing the other party's words. If the godfiends really existed, it would indeed be a place that everyone feared. Since the godfiends exist, why are you still going there? Elder Shu smiled. We're only going there to trade with the godfiends. They control the roving Jade Divine Kingdom's resources. As long as we offer them something they're satisfied with, we can exchange for what we want. Doesn't that sound unbelievable? I was the same as you back then. Of course, other than bartering, we're also going to explore some of the roving Jade Divine Kingdom's forbidden lands. That's on the premise that you don't encounter the godfiends. To them, this is an act of robbing them of their treasures. The godfiends abhor this. Lin Fei's horizons were truly broadened. To think that there was such a divine kingdom among the 13 divine kingdoms. How interesting. However, you can rest assured. The place we're going to is a safe place. The godfiends allowed us to trade there. As long as we don't leave, we'll basically be fine. Elder Shu said, it's the wind cloud weave. All the top factions that entered this time will be here. You have to be careful. Was this a warning? Lin Fei smiled. He seemed to understand why Wang Ziguang hadn't made a move yet. They would only dare to make a move when they reached the main camp. At that time, it would be hard for anyone to escape. Top factions. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. If you really think that I'm easy to bully, then you're gravely mistaken. Regardless of whether they're top factions or not, I'll kill them all the same. Even if they had celestial powerhouses, they would definitely be inferior to him. Lin Fei was still very confident about this. What a joke. He was a powerhouse who could step into the second firmament celestial realm at any time. In the 13 divine kingdoms, that was an invincible existence. Now, what made Lin Fei apprehensive was probably the godfiend race that the other party mentioned. Lin Fei wouldn't believe that someone who could live in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom did not have the strength to do so. Heh. I'm really looking forward to the Heaven Netherworld ship's arrival. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. Wang Ziguang also revealed a hint of a smile at this time. After sending out the message, the other side received a reply. As long as they reached the shore, they would make a move right away, not giving anyone a chance. Quite a number of Wang family experts came. Some had stepped into the celestial deity realm. A mere itinerant cultivator with limited strength was not trash that could be captured easily. A myriad essence pool was worth the Wang family making a move. In this kind of place, who would find out after killing an itinerant cultivator? No one knew how many experts died in the 13 divine kingdoms. One more or one less actually made no difference. A large city on the shore appeared increasingly clearer. Chapter 3580. The heavenly netherworld ship finally stopped. It was more than 300 meters away from the shore. Many figures rushed out and reached the shore not far away. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Fei was left on the heavenly netherworld ship. He was the last to leave. The heavenly netherworld ship returned to the sea and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kid, I told you that you will suffer a terrible fate if you offend me. As soon as Lin Fei landed on the ground, a temporary array appeared, isolating the surrounding area. Wang Ziguang, who was standing next to a dozen experts, looked at Lin Fei proudly. Now that your chance is here, how do you think you will die? The dozen experts were led by a heavenly god expert from the Wang family. He was the strongest expert in the 13 divine nations. Outside, many people shook their heads when they saw the formation appear and trap that person in it. What a pity. The Wang family beat us to it. The myriad essence pool is indeed worth it. They were obviously one step too late and missed an opportunity. They did not expect the Wang family to be so impatient. Lin Fei was surrounded, but his expression did not change. Are you sure they can kill me? Lin Fei smiled. I don't think they can hurt me. But you guys will be in trouble. Wang Ziguang said fiercely. Hand over the myriad essence pool and we might leave your corpse intact. The experts of the Wang family were here, and there was even a heavenly god expert. Wang Ziguang was sure that this guy had good swordsmanship, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Brother, the myriad essence pool on this guy has been collecting sea beast soul essences for several years. If we snatch it, everyone will get a myriad essence divine pill. Wang Ziguang's breathing quickened. Then, everyone here will break through to the heavenly god realm. Even the weakest will be a heavenly god expert. When the 13 divine nations opened, the top forces sent over experts at the 5th firmament of the sky immortal realm. With the help of treasures, they could easily advance to the heavenly god realm. Thus, in the 13 divine nations, the 5th firmament of the sky immortal realm was not the strongest. The strongest were the heavenly god experts. Kid, just accept your fate. The heavenly god said, you won't be able to escape from here. Hand over the myriad yuan pool. Lin Fei straightened his tone. Are you sure you want to attack me? Then I'll give you a quick death. I have a sword, and it's called Kill You. With a flick of his finger, a ray of sword light swept out. This sword light looked very ordinary, and one could not feel any trace of power from it. Brat, you still have the cheek to kill us with just this. Wang Ziguang laughed, but in the next second, his smile froze. The sword light erupted with a terrifying momentum, instantly crushing over them. The dozen or so experts present were all cut in half. As soon as they died, the formation immediately lost control and returned to its original state. Lin Fei also appeared on the beach. With a wave of his hand, one storage ring after another fell into Lin Fei's hand. Outside, the various factions' experts felt that it was a pity that they had lost such a great opportunity. Such a great treasure had fallen into the Wang family's hands, and they felt envy and jealousy. Dead. They're all dead. The Wang family has a first-level celestial god expert. The people who were preparing to leave immediately looked at each other in shock. Who didn't come to the Aquamarine Divine Kingdom in groups of 3 to 5? Who would dare to come alone? Up until now, no one had come alone, not even a 5th-level celestial immortal. But now, all the Wang family's experts were dead. From the wounds on their bodies, It was clear that he had used a sword move to crush them violently. It could be said to be an instant kill. "Are you guys here to rob me too?" Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. "If that's the case, then all of you stand properly. I'll kill all of you with one sword move, lest you guys come out to commit crimes. Who asked me to be a good person? Brat, you're courting death." A 5th-level celestial immortal expert soared into the sky and clawed at Lin Fei. A huge claw descended. Lin Fei did not even look at it. He raised his hand and slashed, killing the other party. The corpse fell into 2 halves. "Insolence. Is this a place where an itinerant cultivator like you dares to kill people?" Another 2 figures attacked, one from the front and one from the back. Their strength was equally impressive. Whoosh! A stream of light flashed and streaked across their bodies. "To me, all of you are trash with one sword move," Lin Fei said indifferently. "If you don't want to die, scram as far as you can. I'll only give you 3 breaths of time to consider." He killed 3 experts in a row with one sword move from the front to the back. It was fierce and domineering. The experts present secretly gasped. The timid ones secretly retreated even though they had anger on their faces. A 5th-level celestial immortal was killed with one sword move, let alone these people. They might not be able to withstand the power of one sword move. Let's go. This itinerant cultivator might be a celestial. At the very least, his condensed a celestial force, maybe even 3 to 5. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people left. In a situation where they could easily be killed, leaving was the best choice. Let's go too. Hero Tian really could not tell that this person's sword technique was so powerful. This guy is not simple. Hero Tian did not plan to offend this itinerant cultivator. He turned and left. The few scions exchanged looks and left as well. They did not want to experience Wang Ziguang's fate. They would wait until they understood the situation. Interesting, Elder Shu said with a smile. The Wang family is going to be dumbfounded. They had a total of 2 celestials and now one is dead. I'm afraid they won't have an easy time in the Azure Touring Divine Kingdom. The Black Slaughter sect also left. Finally, there were about 20 people left on the shore. They were different from the people before. They were dressed the same. "We are Godly Monarch Demon Kill, one of the 5 godly monarchs of the Azure Touring Demonic City." The leader was a black-faced brawny man with a celestial aura. "We want your myriad essence pool. Your strength is not bad. I'll give you a chance to join us." 5 godly monarchs? Lin Fei was rather surprised. The Azure Touring Divine Kingdom had a godly monarch presiding over it. This was something that Elder Shu had never mentioned before. It looks like the waters run deep in the Azure Touring Divine Kingdom, thought Lin Fei. It's not as simple as I imagined. Even a godly monarch has appeared. "What if I don't hand it over?" asked Lin Fei. The black-faced brawny man said, "Then you will not be able to move an inch in the Azure Touring Demonic City because no one will interact with you. Godly Monarch Demon Kill is not someone anyone can offend. A godly monarch is indeed terrifying." Lin Fei nodded. "However, I'm not afraid of anything. I don't think a godly monarch will bully a small fry like me." The black-faced brawny man snorted coldly. "Then let me see what makes you dare to disrespect a godly monarch." Boom. Chapter 3581. This heavenly deity aura was even stronger and more vigorous than the Wang family's heavenly deity powerhouse. Strands of heavenly deity power appeared behind him. Each strand condensed, the aura on his body grew a notch stronger. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands. A total of 10 strands of heavenly deity power condensed. "I'm Li Chengxian, a subordinate of the Demonic Slaughter Divine King. Since you won't hand over the myriad essence pool, then I'll take it myself." Li Chengxian's aura skyrocketed, reaching a peak, with the might of a sovereign overlooking the world. After Li Chengxian's aura erupted, gazes shot over from Jade Roaming Demon City, all cast towards this seaside. Who is that guy? He actually dares to be enemies with Li Chengxian. Myriad essence pool? I heard that it's a treasure of the heavenly dance divine nation. I didn't expect it to be obtained by this guy. A pity that he came to the wrong place. Li Chengxian excels in a claw technique that can claw heaven and earth and absorb people's qi and blood. It's very terrifying. That kid is going to be unlucky. These heavenly deity powerhouses who cast their gazes over were purely there to watch the show. A subordinate of a divine king made the first move. They did not have the guts to intervene. In Jade roaming Demon City, the top forces were 5 divine kings. Anyone who offended the 5 great divine kings would not have a good ending in Jade roaming Demon City. As long as it involved the divine kings, no one dared to intervene. Li Chengjian was just a deacon under the divine kings, but the backer behind him was the divine kings. No one would be willing to take action for a little guy. Rip! Li Chengxian reached out and grabbed. The void tore apart, and his entire person pounced in front of Lin Fei. This grab caused Lin Fei's qi and blood to tremble a little, as though they were about to leave. This feeling was very weak. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the other party's claw to land on his body. "You're really very arrogant," Li Chengxian sneered. Qi and blood, open. A heavenly deity power exploded behind him. "This is your strength." Lin Fei's fleshy body had stepped into the heavenly deity level. The other party's attack contained a qi and blood secret technique, but it did not affect Lin Fei's qi and blood in the slightest. "Weaker than I imagined." Again, Li Chengxian snorted coldly and his hands turned into claws. One claw after another left after images as they bombarded Lin Fei's body. Even the void was slightly shaken. That kid has such a strong body. A body cultivator. Don't tell me his physical body has already reached the heavenly god stage. The spectating heavenly god powerhouses didn't pay much attention at first, but then their eyes lit up. The path of body tempering was the most inconspicuous path in the wind cloud weave. Cultivation was too difficult. The resources that had to be paid were even greater. Only those with great willpower could cultivate it. Within the wind cloud weave, there were only a handful of people who could temper their bodies to such a tyrannical level. Now that they had a powerful set of armor and a body that was not inferior to a body refiner's, who would still be willing to temper their bodies? It was simply a form of torture, and countless people had succumbed to the torment and pain of body refinement. This wandering cultivator kid's fleshly body was so strong that it could be said that he had the ability to fight against heavenly gods. Heaven-splitting claw. Li Chengxian continued to attack. His claw technique changed and became even more powerful. It was a true heavenly god claw technique. With a single claw, an invisible attack went straight for the depths of Lin Fei's mind. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A strange attack appeared in Lin Fei's mind. This should be a heavenly god secret technique attack. Lin Fei stood still. Not enough. You are far from being able to take my myriad essence pool. A black sword intent swept out, and there seemed to be only one point left between heaven and earth. Li Chengxian blocked with both hands, but the black sword intent bypassed the block and tunneled through the gap. The sword shook Li Chengxian's body, and the sword intent was like a whip that heavily pushed Li Chengxian back. This retreat caused Li Chengxian's qi and blood to churn. After landing on the ground, he stared at his opponent. "What a good body cultivator," Li Chengxian said coldly. "No wonder you dared to come to Jade roaming Devil City alone. However, you have the myriad essence pool with you. It will become your nightmare." Li Chengxian couldn't do anything to his opponent. A suspected heavenly god body cultivator was indeed not easy to deal with. Li Chengxian knew that it was impossible and decided to give up. Those people watching in the dark might be laughing at him for failing. "Let's go." Li Chengxian left with his men. The seaside was suddenly empty, and there was almost no one in sight. "I've finally found my footing." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "The city in front of me should be Jade roaming Devil City, a place that is suspected to be jointly ruled by the human race and the godfiend race." The unexpected changes in Jade roaming Divine Kingdom exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. "This place is really interesting." Lin Fei chuckled and walked to the seaside. Jade roaming Devil City was huge. There were tall buildings everywhere, and at the same time, he saw the godfiend race. These godfiends were almost no different from humans, except for their height. They were like small giants and had different skin colors, which broadened Lin Fei's horizons. Lin Fei noticed that these godfiends didn't seem to treat humans very well. Some of them even had animosity towards humans. Along the way, Lin Fei encountered many hostile godfiends. As for what race they were, it was unknown. However, Lin Fei secretly remembered these godfiends. I'll find a place to stay first, then slowly understand Jade roaming Devil City. Lin Fei began to search for a place. Soon, a troublesome matter appeared. Sorry, we're full. Full. Lin Fei lost count of how many times he was rejected, but he knew that it was intentional. The 5 great godly monarchs here have deep-rooted influence. They aren't willing to offend godly monarch Devil Kill for me. Lin Fei hadn't experienced this feeling in a long time. Young man, it's better to go back. Jade roaming Devil City isn't a place you can stay. The myriad essence pool on you has probably spread throughout the city. Once night falls, you'll probably be in trouble. On the streets, the passing humans mocked. Night. Lin Fei secretly believed that Jade roaming Devil City might be bustling at night. Walking around Jade roaming Devil City, not a single inn was willing to let him stay. Several of them even directly mocked and despised him, giving the impression that Lin Fei would die at night. Do you really think I don't have a place to stay? That's underestimating me too much. Lin Fei already realized that the waters were a little deep here. In a mansion in Jade roaming Devil City, Li Chengxian listened to his subordinate's report and revealed a faint smile. Your Excellency, that itinerant cultivator still wanted to find a place to stay, but he was rejected. No one knows. In Jade roaming Devil City, no one is willing to offend a godly monarch. Li Chengxian snorted smugly. So what if he's a body-tempering cultivator? So what if he has a celestial deity body? What a pity for the myriad essence pool. He didn't even know that this Jade roaming Devil City is managed by humans during the day, but at night, it's managed by Godfiend. Jade roaming Devil City was far more terrifying than imagined. If a stranger came and did not obtain the protection of Jade roaming Devil City, he would undoubtedly die. Chapter 3582. Jade roaming Demon City was huge. As night fell, the streets quietened down and everyone began to close their doors. There's really something wrong with this place at night. Lin Fei couldn't find a place to stay, and there were even people secretly following him. In the evening, there was almost no one in the huge Jade roaming Demon City. If I'm not wrong, this night should belong to the God Demon clan. Lin Fei noticed several figures looking at him, all of them god demons. Lin Fei didn't know the specific influence of the God Demon clan. But just from this point of view, with the human clan in control during the day and the God Demon clan in control at night, who would dare to look down on them? I have to find a place. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. I have condensed 60 strands of heavenly god power. I don't believe I can't break into a mansion. Since no one was willing to let him stay, he would do it himself. For example, breaking in by force. Not long after, quite a number of demonic gods followed behind Lin Fei. 3 of them were even heavenly gods, and they looked like tigers eyeing their prey. This is it. Lin Fei randomly chose a relatively large mansion. Outside this mansion, there was a layer of faint energy fluctuation, protecting the entire mansion. There's also the array. Lin Fei took a step forward and punched the mansion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless ripples appeared. Who's attacking the array outside? At this moment, a figure roared inside the mansion. Why aren't you going out to check the situation? Li Chengxian was furious. He didn't manage to take down this guy at the seaside and snatch the myriad essence pool, which made him feel humiliated. Many people might be secretly mocking him. All of this was caused by that guy. It wasn't easy for him to be in a good mood. After all, that brat had died in the hands of a godfiend. That was his own fault. Who knew that the array outside would be attacked? Li Chengxian didn't think that the God Demon clan would break the agreement between the God King and the Demon Lord. If it was really the God Demon clan, they just needed to drive them away. They wouldn't dare to attack the mansion even if they had 100 guts. That Demon Lord was not only cruel to his enemies, but also very overbearing and fierce to his subordinates who disobeyed his orders. Back then, Li Chengxian was fortunate enough to have seen it once. That scene was something that no one dared to look straight at, and it would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. "Sir, it's not good. There's a brat outside attacking our formation." The person who went out came back and reported. "How dare you attack my mansion?" Li Chengxian laughed angrily. "How long has it been since something like this happened? I thought it was a godfiend. I never expected it to be a human." Since it was a human, Li Chengxian lost interest. "Then we don't have to worry about it." Li Chengxian didn't need to think to know that this person was definitely targeted by the godfiends. Any human that was targeted by the godfiends did not have a good ending. They would become the godfiends' prey until they were tortured to death. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Boom, boom, boom. The formation rippled continuously. Heh, that guy is really bold. This is not a formation that just anyone can break. It's said that even heavenly god tier powerhouses need to condense 50 heavenly gods' energy. More than 10 godfiends watched from behind. They were in no hurry. It would not be long before nightfall. Before nightfall, they could not make a move. However, that did not stop them from watching. Although the buildings in Jade Roaming Demon City had array formations, they were not very powerful. They were purely for decoration. No one would violate the agreement between humans and godfiends. They believed that this human would soon despair. This formation is not ordinary. Lin Fei thought to himself. I can sense that this formation is not very powerful. With my strength, I can definitely break it. Lin Fei could sense the gloating expressions on the godfiends' faces. Heavenly God's energy, open. Wisps of Heavenly God's energy surged into his arm as he bombarded the formation. 1 wisp, 2 wisps, 3 wisps tilde 5 wisps, 6 wisps tilde. Lin Fei kept activating the Heavenly God's energy, starting from the first wisp until the 20th wisp. Boom, boom, boom. 30 wisps of Heavenly God's energy. 40 wisps of Heavenly God's energy. 50 wisps of Heavenly God's energy. At the 51st wisp, the formation showed a hint of stagnation. It was not very obvious, but how could it escape Lin Fei's notice? He decisively released 3 wisps of Heavenly God's energy. Boom. With a catcher sound, the ripples completely shattered. Lin Fei stepped into the residence, and the broken ripples instantly recovered to their original state. Fortunately, I managed to condense 60 wisps of Heavenly God's energy. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Lin Fei thought to himself. That Li Chengxian, godly monarch demon kills subordinate, I'll remember him. Why did you come in? Quick, take him down. The guards in the mansion looked at each other. They all knew that this defensive formation could withstand heavenly god experts. Since they started guarding the mansion, no one had ever broken in. But now, someone had broken in. The godfiends outside were also dumbfounded as they watched the intruder barge into the mansion. Despicable fellow. Just a little bit more. Night completely enveloped them. They had missed an opportunity in vain. That human boy was originally going to become their toy. But now, the toy was gone. It must be because the formation is not strong enough. That's right. That kid is lucky. Let's find another place. The godfiend shook his head and left. The guards in the mansion attacked together. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei sent the guards flying, losing the ability to resist. I'm in a good mood today. You'd better behave yourselves. Lin Fei looked at the completely dark Jade Roaming Demon City. He could feel a group of dancing auras. Powerful auras soared into the sky. Many of them surpassed his 60 wisps of Heavenly God's energy. This godfiend is a little terrifying. Lin Fei took a deep breath. It was a little terrifying. Bring me to your master. Lin Fei pointed at one of the guards. If you know what's good for you, you can live. I'll bring you. Don't kill me. These guards were not weak. They were at the 4th or 5th level of the Heaven Immortal realm. To be able to injure them with a wave of his hand, who else could it be other than a heavenly god expert? Who let you in? The door of the study was violently pushed open. Li Chengxian punched out without looking at who came in. I said that without my permission, no one is allowed to come in. Damn it. Hee hee, old acquaintance, we meet again. It's just that you have a fiery temper. A voice sounded in Li Chengxian's ear. Li Chengxian turned and his expression changed. How did you get in? Impossible. That formation can only be broken by more than 50 wisps of Heavenly God's energy. No, at least 53 wisps of Heavenly God's energy. We are really fated. Lin Fei smiled. Your mansion is not bad. However, from now on, it belongs to me. As for you, just lie down obediently. Boom. A huge palm print whizzed over.